Good afternoon and welcome into Mississippi Live. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynard tracking out an active afternoon as strong to severe storms continue to build across the Alabama-Mississippi state line. We are specifically watching northwest Alabama, where we're dealing with some of those stronger storms that are developing and continue to move overhead. These following exactly what we forecasted last night, just latching on to that convective temperature and continuing to build and strengthen as we go about those mid to late afternoon plans. And as we look over there towards northwest Alabama, you can definitely see some of those focal points, including parts of Marion, Lamar, Franklin, even down here towards Pickens County, tracking some storms as well. So let's start with the warning that catches our attention the most right now, and that's going to be this storm right there in Marion County, continuing to have some of those stronger wind gusts associated with it. You almost see those brighter greens there. That's going to be south of Hackleburg, moving through the Bryn community and then down towards Pea Ridge as well. Now aloft, we're not talking 60 plus miles an hour, but once these do mix down to the surface, you can see how we do get some of those brighter returns, and this has been one that we've been monitoring as it's moved into Marion County and continue to see that to be on the stronger side through parts of Marion County as well. So let's go ahead and bring it back, and I think we're going to have to be using, you know what, I think we can track out this entire line now. It was real disorganized a moment ago, but as we track this moving off towards the west at about 25 miles an hour, we're going to stay right along that leading edge and take it 25 miles an hour west, and then we'll get a better visual on some of the concerns with these storms. But as I clear off that camera network, what we're talking about is Crossville and Weston over you right now at 330. Fulton Bridge 333, Scottsville 336, continuing there towards Beaverton 337, Barnesville 339, Bexar 344, Vernon, Alabama 346, Moscow 347, Soligent 352, the Tremont Community 357, Bedford closer to about 4 o'clock, and Clay closer to 4:05. So these are expected to hold together as they extend across the Alabama and Mississippi state line, and that's why we're continuing to watch that for parts of Fulton towards Smithville, or even getting closer to Amory as we go across Highway 6 as it continues to move into Mississippi. So very disorganized, all things considered, but packing a punch with that heavy rainfall, and we see lightning. When we're talking 2,000 plus strikes, even 2,500 strikes over the last 30 minutes, we are going to see impacts starting with those sporadic power outages. And as I pull up that power outage map, of course, you'll get a better visual there, but this is going exactly how we thought it would from what we were tracking this time last night. So following suit, and that's why we said go ahead and get that safety plan in place, because we were expecting at least some impacts with this and the power outage in regards to power outages, and also unfortunately some trees coming down and some power lines being knocked over due to the strong winds and heavy rainfall. That's also a possibility. So Marion County, we're seeing 400 outages, 400 there towards Fayette, Alabama, and that's expected to carry over into Lamar and Franklin County as well here in the next few moments. If it's not due to the strong winds, then it will be due to the sheer amount of lightning that we're dealing with here in North Mississippi. So lots to keep track of and lots to continue to monitor as we head further into our late afternoon and early evening. So if you're just now joining us, wind is the primary threat. We're seeing that with this storm just outside of Hamilton, Alabama, and that does look like they're having some stronger returns there. I want to go ahead and 36 miles an hour, unfortunately, probably getting down to about 40 to 50 miles an hour at the surface, and that's going to be potentially damaging as well. Down south, this one moving across the Tuscaloosa County line into Pickens County, we're monitoring that as well. Now, this is a little bit more isolated, but you can already see where we're getting some of those stronger gusts right along that leading edge. So let's do a track on that as it's going right along Highway 82, and I know folks like to go fast on Highway 82. I was a college student once, and I like to do the same. But if you're traveling along 82 between Coker to Holman to Gordo, I know there are a few towns around that area. So if you're even just traveling home from work a little early, make sure to maybe go grab dinner a little early. Let this pass on by, as this is not going to be as widespread as what folks are dealing with a little bit more towards the north. So what I'm going to try to do is take this about 25 miles an hour as well. It does look like my visibility is off, but I do believe that's looking, 25 miles an hour. We're seeing Carlos 350, Carrollton by 351, and that extending further into Pickens County. I'm going to do a wider track here so that way we make sure that we cover everything. And actually, let me monitor this because these are going right along a boundary. It almost looks like it has a little bit of a southeast tilt to it on that latest scan. So I'm actually going to carry this a little bit more towards the south and west as it continues to head further into that 3:30 and 4 o'clock hour. So as we track that out, we're going to take it 25 miles an hour, and I'm going to have it go right along that boundary. And as we approach parts of Pickens, Pickens going to be later on in that track, closer to about 4:30 or so. But we're seeing Stansel 343, Owens 345, Cunningham 350, Dilburg 350, Carrollton 351, Archer 408, Pickensville by 415, Aubrey 422, Ravine 429, Togo 431. So going to be watching a stronger storm for you. Now, I do want to track lightning over those last few scans, and you do see an intensification happen over those last few moments. We're talking 480 strikes, but this also attached to another boundary that's causing some additional thunderstorm activity out towards Tuscaloosa County. So we're watching several spots as we head further into the afternoon. Like I mentioned, this is not an organized setup, but with that disorganized development, it is still strong because we have a ton of unstable air here in North Mississippi. As we track this into Mississippi, what I'm seeing on the latest scan is a little bit of an outflow boundary starting to form. We see that just west of Smithville, moving into parts of Amory and eventually towards Aberdeen, Monroe, and Itawamba County. Those are the areas we're watching for, but even towards Tupelo, and that's going to be just north of Nettleton, seeing one of those start to develop. Let's get a visual out of Tupelo here so we can track that out, because I wouldn't be shocked at all if these were to intensify here in the next few moments. So this is looking directly east. We're probably going to see a good amount of lightning. We saw nearly 2,500 strikes over a 30-minute span. So unfortunately, a few of those strikes reaching down to the surface and causing a few of those outages. But looking out of our Tupelo camera, brought to you by the folks at Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling, you can see the heavy downpours along I-22, and that's going to be extending through Fulton, through Itawamba County, and then on into Lee County here in the next few moments. So let's track out specifically that outflow boundary. And in fact, what I will do with this is make sure we have the speed right on this. So a large part of that cluster back there going about 25 miles an hour. As we track this one out, and let me make sure I get it on that latest scan and go back to the beginning. We're going to be talking, it's not necessarily a fast mover, but yeah, probably about, I'm going to take it to 20 miles an hour just because these boundaries can speed up and slow down a bit. So I'd rather give more of a heads up than not enough of a heads up. So as we bring it to that latest scan and we drag out that path, this is going to continue to kind of expand, similar how you drop a pebble into the water and how it just kind of grows and sends some of those waves out. That's what we're going to be getting with this one as well. So 20 miles an hour is what will keep it, and that's going to move it into parts of Tupelo, Shannon, Okolona. Those are the areas for you. And as of right now, we're not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but not impossible to see that intensify over the next few moments. So Moorville, we're talking for you, 342 there towards Nettleton by 351, and then the Wren community 353, Auburn community by 353 as well. Cleaning this up a bit, I'm going to add to it a few more of those towns along the extended track. There you go. Plantersville 357, Aberdeen 4 o'clock, Tupelo 404, Shannon by 405, Verona 406, and then off towards Okolona by about 415. So several areas that we're watching for, and that includes parts of Lee, Itawamba, Monroe, and eventually towards Chickasaw and Pontotoc County here in the next hour or so. So we're going to continue to monitor that for you, but definitely catching our attention as these continue to move into North Mississippi. Now, for all of us in North Mississippi, something new that has been added over the last couple of minutes is a severe thunderstorm watch, and you can see when that expires Wednesday at 10 o'clock. I put out a post late last night saying about 3 to 9 for the time frame on this. The National Weather Service extending it another hour or so to accommodate for potentially some of those stronger storms lingering around. But, we're going to watch this into the late afternoon and early evening, and I would say that's where these storms really start to peak in intensity. And we're getting that already at 3:30 and expected to continue, if not strengthen, in North Mississippi by 4, 5, 6 o'clock. So into our broadcast, into our newscast. Yes, news. That's what we're doing tonight as well. So what a day to start whenever we're dealing with an active pattern as well. So looking off there towards Winona, I see a few folks asking there behind the scenes about Montgomery County, Attala County, and out there towards Carroll County. These are remaining below severe limits right now. I want to look at the wind. Yeah, not impressed by the wind just yet. Perhaps a little bit of a hail core trying to form, but still a good ways away from that. And we can see how that's kind of just developing along a boundary and continue to see that allow for additional development into the night as well. So we're going to continue to monitor those storms, but all eyes continue to be on northwest Alabama. And as we do one last track on this, I do want to continue to monitor this as it extends along 22 because, Hamilton, Alabama, I know that folks are traveling, enjoying some of those pre-July 4th plans. Travel just going to be hard to do right now, and this is a pretty widespread storm that's going to bring some intense winds along 22, so high-profile vehicles a concern that I'm looking at here. And just please travel safe and drive safe as we head through the rest of our evening. So once again, doing a track on that, and we're seeing that heaviest portion out there towards Hamilton, or at least the strongest portion, I should say. And we're going to take this at about 25 miles an hour as well. Now, this is along its own boundary, so this is not following suit with those ones out ahead. But as this continues to move about 25 miles an hour, a little bit faster, you can see Barnesville 342 on towards Bedford 351, Tremont 359, Detroit by 403, and you guys had some pretty decent wins earlier on this afternoon. Clay by 408 as well. So clearing this off just a bit, I want to clean it up a little bit more. There you go. Beaverton 342, Solagent 354, Tremont by 359, Detroit 403, Fulton 418, Mantachie 428, and Smithville by 430. So that's the extended track on these, but we've already seen some storms in these spots already. We're just adding to that with some more intense storms on the back end of this. And as we mentioned, power outages continue to be a concern through the rest of our night, and day and then night. And these are expected to expand into far northeast sections of Mississippi as these storms remain intense and continue to enter into a pretty unstable environment as well. As we look at our hail swath, that's also not an impossibility with these storms. These are going to continue to be on the more possible side, but not at all impossible to see a few of those small storms reaching the surface. So, like I said, if we're talking forecast-wise and how that's carrying out today, nearly on the money. We're talking about some small hail possible, but remaining below an inch as of right now. But we're also seeing the wind be the primary concern along with the lightning and heavy rainfall. So what we discussed last night, 9 and 10, and yesterday evening, 4 and 5, panning out so far today, and that'll carry over into northeast Mississippi as well. So anyone that's wrapping up their day, maybe want to go home a little bit early, might be worthwhile, especially in that window of opportunity as those storms are progressing out of Fulton, more into Moorville over those next few scans. You're going to see a brief moment before additional thunderstorms do move in. So we're going to monitor that. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything for the National Weather Service out in Birmingham. They've had an active morning and afternoon so far and continue to deal with that. As you see, a lot of those thunderstorms continue to be on the stronger side in Alabama's coverage area. Now, if we're talking about reports, you can see how a few of these producing strong enough winds to where we drop a few trees, and that's going to knock out some power lines, unfortunately, and cause some travel disruptions. So if you have any reports, go ahead and send that in to us here on the Mississippi Live app. I'll pull up the chat real quick to make sure I'm not missing any of those reports. So let me see. Tornado risk. That's a great question. We'll go over that here in just a moment, but simple answer, no tornadoes with this. I see Justin saying waiting on it. I hope that means waiting on the storms to pass by, because you're definitely going to want to not be out driving in this. That's hazardous in and of itself, so we don't want folks to be on the roads while these pass on through. But, you know, out in Fulton, you'll have that window of opportunity to kind of get to where you need to go as these storms are moving out, and then you'll be able to carry on with those evening plans, but be ready to stop those evening plans for a moment and let those storms on the back end pass by as well. I see Renee asking a good question as well. Which way is this going? So this is a very unique setup to where we have a west to east type flow. Even my dad called me about it and said, is this true? And I said, yeah, you know, it's just what we get on these summer-like days where we're going to be on the western sections of high pressure. We get these storms to build in from the Gulf, and we almost have a flow. Let me clear this off for just a moment. I'll put on that latest scan and get my drawing tool handy. Let me not use red. I don't want to use red in this situation where we're just talking about the storm direction. We almost have this flow that takes it almost this direction there. And so with that, some of the winds higher aloft probably doing more of a direct west to east, and that's why we're getting that flow there. But this is exactly why it's those weird summer-like patterns that we get, to where it's not a uniform movement that we typically see here in North Mississippi. So yes, it's going to be a west to east type movement, and that's what we're getting with these storms as they head further into our afternoon and evening. So no, not typical, but that's what we're dealing with today. I see, yes, the tornado risk. Let me pull up those risk areas for just a moment for those that are just joining us. The National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center electing to upgrade us to a level 2 out of 5 severe weather risk, and this in place due to the strong damaging winds that are possible, up to 60 miles an hour. And as we see with those individual risk areas, wind is the primary concern. We're talking tornadoes. Let me clear off the watches. Sorry, I didn't mean for the scare there. We are not tracking any tornadoes possible with this setup. It's a very, very low tornado threat. And a large hail, not impossible out there towards northwest Alabama. That's where we get some of those elevated storm tops and those hailstones to develop a little bit better. But as we look towards North Mississippi, not included in that level 1 threat, but the wind, that's going to continue to be the main concern. So we're going to continue to monitor for that. So tornadoes not expected with this setup. Kayla asking, what the heck is happening in Hamilton? I assume you mean Hamilton, Alabama. So let me jump back over there and I'll put on those warnings once again. I just know it gets a little bit more cluttered. Yes, Hamilton, Alabama, dealing with a heavy downpour, lots of lightning, and unfortunately some stronger winds as well. Let me take this full screen So why is there not a tornado risk? Upper level wind support. You don't have that turning of the atmosphere aloft that allows for those tornadoes to develop. So that's a good thing. Never ask why, just say thank you that we're not dealing with any tornadoes. That's one positive we can take with this entire threat. So as we bring it back full screen here, and put any of those questions down in the chat that you want to know as well, and we'll go over that in more detail. And of course, those reports, send it in through the Mississippi Live weather app, and we will show those at 5 and 6 tonight. But we're also going to forward those along to the National Weather Service. But you can see, I would not be shocked at all out there in Hamilton, moving across I-22. I'm really hopeful that we're not dealing with any wrecks or anything like that, because I know I-22 between Hamilton and Fulton, it's a pretty active roadway. A lot of folks looking to head into Alabama or out of Alabama, and so we're dealing with that once again. So if you're traveling between Bexar and Barnesville, that's where we're watching the strongest winds for you, at least on those roadways. But even between Byrd and Bexar and Byrd and Barnesville, Highway 17 and Highway 19, those are also areas where, unfortunately, a lot of folks get off of I-22 and look to travel south. So if you're doing that, once again, we're seeing a concern for some of those gustier winds. As of right now, that latest scan, I just want to see here, we're still talking about pretty widespread threats of 30+ miles an hour aloft. This probably mixing down to 40 to 50 miles an hour there at the surface. So that also helps us, is your reports on the ground lets us know how that's coming down to the surface. We're looking aloft right here, and it's not too far aloft. So it's not that much of a difference, but it is still higher up in the sky compared to what we're getting down on the ground. What we could also see with this, and I want to explain this for a brief moment, is a term that we call downburst. So whenever we're talking about summer-like patterns, you can almost see it with that storm out there towards Detroit. Watch as it moves across the area, intensifies for a brief moment, and then starts to become a little bit more disorganized. What this is doing is a cyclical pattern that, as that boundary moves across, it intensifies for a brief couple of moments, and then just collapses. Well, when storms collapse, it's exactly like, whenever we drop a glass of water. It's all contained right there, but as soon as we drop it, or as soon as it starts to collapse, I guess you could say, then the glass and the water just shatters everywhere. And same could be said with the plate or things like that. I've had my fair share of kitchen accidents, so there you go. But whenever that happens, it just kind of expands out, explodes out. And that's what the wind does as well. As these storms collapse and fold in on themselves, then the winds just kind of go everywhere at the surface, and that's where you get that brief, intense wind return, where that could be damaging in and of itself. So that's what we call some microburst or some downbursts that are possible. I've driven through my fair share as well, being out in the field and in the middle of some of these storms. So, it's definitely not something to just shrug your shoulders about. It can still be impactful. And that's why we're watching for these individual storms, because it's moving right along that boundary, and some brief intensification could definitely take place along the Itawamba and Lee County line, and even down there towards Monroe County and Amory. We actually do have a view out of Amory. Let me see if we can pull that up here real quick, because we're talking about some pretty active storms around the Amory area, and you're seeing that heavy rainfall as well, just kind of ponding on those roadways. And there we go. As we were tracking those storms just a moment ago and talking about that intensification, National Weather Service there in Memphis electing to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Boonville, parts of Red Bay, down there towards the Fulton area, and towards Moorville, Mantachie, areas like that as well, and even towards Belmont, southern Tishomingo County. So we're watching a lot of areas in this specific warning, and that's what they're going to do with these storms out here towards northwest Alabama. As these move in, this is going to be the one to pay attention to, because it is packing such a punch out there towards northwest Alabama, and now, unfortunately, carrying over the state line into northeast Mississippi. So that severe thunderstorm warning, that's in place until 4:30 and does include areas like Fulton and Moorville and Mantachie. I would say that's more of the immediate threat. And up there towards southern portions of Prentiss and Tishomingo County, kind of the exterior part of this threat. So I'm going to put this on a 15-minute loop real quick, because I want to make sure we have the movement right on this. So it does look like it almost has that northwest movement to it. We're starting to see a little bit of expansion more towards Red Bay, and eventually just on the outskirts of Belmont. So up there towards Marietta, Baldwin, watching for you for potentially some of these stronger storms as well. I know it's a weird movement to these, but we're going to have to get used to that with this threat, because this is how the storms are going to continue to move. So what I'm seeing right there, I'm going to go to that latest scan. Let me see this one more time. So I'm watching this almost appendage up top. It looks like we're starting to lift along that boundary, and look at the winds with that as well. brighter returns of that those winds that are going away from the radar site. That's indicating some intense winds that could be damaging as well. On top of that threat that's down towards I-22 just west of Hamilton and moving into parts of Tremont. So there's multiple sections on this that I would say we need to be monitoring, and that includes this entire push that we're getting towards Vina and, like I mentioned, down there west of Hamilton. So let's track this out. Best way to do it is just track it out and let folks know when we're dealing with this. And as we track it out, I want to make sure that, we're getting every part of this storm. I'm going to do a weird track. I'm going to cut off this appendage right here because what I'm seeing there, I do believe we're talking about some of those strongest wind gusts down towards the central part of this storm, right there in the heart of the storm, not really on these arms out ahead of it, but we'll track the arms too here in just a moment. But I'm really paying attention to the central part of this storm. And we can see as I clear stuff up just a bit, I'll clean stuff and do a little housekeeping. There we go. Halltown 351, Seven Pines were 355, Oakland 357, Red Bay, been mentioning you a couple of times, were 359, Eastman 401, Golden 411, Fairview 413, Belmont 416, the New Bethel community 419, Fulton, been mentioning you as well, 421, and then off there towards Abney by 432. So this is going to be the storm that I would say we need to be watching the most because it does have those stronger winds attached to it. You see right there, right on the leading edge of that track that we just did. So Red Bay, Vina, Bounds Crossroad, Oakland, Tremont, areas like that, Matt. That's what we're talking about. Winds 30, 40, 50, maybe even up to 60 miles an hour there at the surface.
And you've been monitoring, of course, the power outages as well, so we can continue to get, again, a few phone calls in here, my weather calls and stuff, pinging me a couple of times. Will you give us kind of an update on power outages here in a second?
Yes. Are you going to take over for a moment?
Yeah, I'll take over here for a moment.
Okay.
And kind of reset things here. Again, appreciate that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, again, tracking things here from our Tupelo studios. This is a wind potential out of this, and that's why National Weather Service Memphis has kind of extended the warning in for that potential for damaging wind gusts. Again, Tishomingo, Prentiss, Lee, and Itawamba counties until 4:30. So we come back over to the regular rainfall mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. It's kind of as we talked about last night, that we kind of get a pretty decent wave, and this is just kind of like one of those big waves coming in and off of the ocean when you kind of watch some of the big ones roll up. It'll stop at some point. We're hopeful it's sooner as opposed to later, but with 2,400 lightning strikes in the last hour on this, obviously it's a lot of lightning as it makes its way up toward the north and east here. Let's check our camera there in the Fulton area. Again, this is a Mississippi Department of Transportation camera there in Fulton right now. We'll bring down again that camera list for a moment. The rain beginning there, the strongest storms not yet in the Fulton area. They will eventually move in. We still have a little bit longer before that's the case, so some time to get off of the road. But I think damaging winds, that is the main component that we'll see out of this. This is not likely to be a tornado threat by any stretch of the imagination. Honestly, most of what we're seeing there, not a lot of hail potential really as well. But that likelihood is that we're probably going to end up from time to time seeing some I think it's reasonable to some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. If we check out those cameras, I don't see anything super obvious at the exact moment here. We'll check our camera up in Iuka and again Tishomingo County under this severe thunderstorm warning as we're checking out that camera there. Again, looking back into the blue. Might have to swing this camera around. So give me just a moment to do that. As we're looking here, got to make sure I got the right angle. And again, we're looking more south. I'm going to try to go a little bit more southeast. I know that we run into a tower here in a moment. And I have that on a really sensitive, really slow movement. There we go. So that'd be looking back into it. And you can kind of see some of the low-hanging clouds there. What we sometimes call kind of a shelf cloud there. That's what's building in. But I do think up here, Iuka, kind of on the north side of this, more aimed obviously toward the Belmont area with some strong gusty winds as that's moving northward there as well. And again, in Tishomingo County, we have that severe thunderstorm warning continue until 4:30 p.m. I mentioned it a moment ago, but make sure that you have a way to find out if you're in the danger zone. The reason we always talk about weather call is it's that alert. I'll be perfectly honest, while Gabe is watching this and I'm watching this as well, we're also prepping for our very first newscast here on Mississippi Live, getting the news component. So I'm helping Emily out with that behind the scenes as well. So while I hand things off to Gabe for a moment, I got my weather call and said, well, probably ought to be double checking with Gabe, who's doing a great job on this. And again, we'll toss back to him in a minute. But again, looking out of our cameras, still waiting some of the strongest reports to come in. I will say that, again, this is going to be in that maybe, possibly, hopefully not category as far as damaging winds are concerned. I'm just kind of looking at this from multiple ways, and I don't really see any sort of rotation out of this as well. And we should note that the storms that we have out here, Ballardsville, Mantachie, as we'll bring it back in here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, these thunderstorms we have here, Ballardsville, Evergreen as well, these are a little bit weaker. The strongest ones are the ones that are back here out into Alabama. That's where they are the strongest and most likely to cause us some issues as they move in. You can clearly see also looking at lightning that's where those are the most concentrated. But also on this shot, and I'm going to make this a longer loop here. We're going to make it an hour-long loop. We're going to make it a 1 minute data, so it's not going to go as fast as maybe sometimes. But you can see how we kind of start with a grouping of thunderstorms here, and then as that rain-cooled air spreads eastward, spreads westward. I gotta get my directions right. It's always weird on days like this. It's almost like that water drops there on a table and then spreads out. We'll call that an outflow of that rain-cooled air there. And so that is what is, again, there's going to be an initial gust of wind, but I think the severe weather, if we're going to see, it's back on that part that's just now crossing the Mississippi-Alabama state line. I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here for a moment, and I think we might end up with a camera swing here. Again, Gabe, as we're kind of looking at this, we're looking for some power outages as well. Everyone got to see that. That was set
Welcome
for
to the
something
studio.
else behind me. I know, right? A little tour of that. What are you seeing as far as power outages are concerned?
Well, I wanted to first show off, and I don't think it's going to show lightning. I'm trying to use my reverse psychology here. But, you know, this is the dark storms. These are the severe thunderstorms that are moving into Itawamba County. We're getting a visual there along 22, looking out. This is right along Veterans Boulevard, that exit in East Tupelo. So facing that direction, seeing a couple of strikes. And that's been the primary cause of a lot of these outages. So you can almost see that wind picking up there. A lot of drivers, a lot of high-profile vehicles on the roads. That's not a welcome sight, in my opinion. But we have seen power outages be the primary concern with this threat. Really, the big reason is because of lightning, and we've seen 58 outages. This in parts for Fulton. Looks like it is going to be north of the Itawamba High School campus. So this is going to be closer to South Adams Street, right along East Main Street. Honestly, it looks right towards downtown Fulton. So if you have anyone that's at ICC, probably need to check in with Ethan. He might have a few contacts there as well, but looking like power is out. So anyone taking those summer classes, going to see a little bit of a stall there as well. But right along East Main Street, seeing some of those impacts there in Fulton, paying attention there. We're also looking out in Carroll County. You know, I was seeing some of those reports of a few power outages, but so far have not been able to really pinpoint a big outage. This is what I was looking at just a moment ago. You can see how Carroll County is, of course, highlighted. And we're talking about nearly 130 outages in the county, but it looks very sporadic with those reports that we're getting off of Energy's website. So as we continue to look there, I mean, this one there towards Vaden, probably the primary contributor there. Yeah, there you go. There's your 130 customers, but this is going to be right north of Vaden, along Elm Street, along 430. So this is going to be, and then west of, what is that, 51? I believe that's 51. There north of Vaden, like we mentioned. So Carroll County, Itawamba County, the focal points at the moment, but that number looks like it's coming down. So power crews are already responding there. Some sporadic outages along the state line from Itawamba there into Franklin and Marion County. So those are just a few outages to add to that total, but more of those expected to come in. If we're talking 2,500 strikes on these storms, unfortunately, we're probably talking about a lot more outages down the line as well, especially as these do intensify over the next few moments as they move into the state of Mississippi. So we're going to continue to monitor that along with any of your reports as well. Send that in, as I mentioned, through the Mississippi Live Weather app. It lets us know what's happening, and it's free and available. So if you go on there, it has a submit picture tab. You go there, submit your picture, and we're able to let folks know what impacts we're seeing, but also forward that along to the National Weather Service, and appreciate them for their hard work. And we have a great partnership here at Mississippi Live Weather to where they're able to see your pictures as you submit them. So helps with warnings issued down the line. So you guys do a great job of that and letting us know what's going on. So as we look across the area, I want to bring it back to this camera, and let's go ahead and pull this up. This is looking directly east, which, as Matt was mentioning, is a little bit weird to say for our typical storms. We're usually looking at it towards the west as those move in from the central portions of the United States. Well, in this case, we're on the western edge of high pressure, so it's allowing for that east to west movement. So it's a little bit different. So we're looking east on Veterans, and you can see those dark clouds and a lot of vehicles traveling there towards Itawamba County. So I hope everyone's staying up to date. Probably have already gotten those severe thunderstorm warnings issued, so they're staying informed with that. At least if they have the Mississippi Live weather app, they would have gotten it immediately as it was issued. So as we're continuing to look at that one, that will of course be one to pay attention to. I want to bring it back towards Fulton, and we'll be able to have a visual probably inside some of these storms. Yeah, this is looking east off of 25. So this would actually just be on the southern fringes of that power outage that we were looking at on Tombigbee Electric just a moment ago. You can see what looks to be, let me actually adjust this here. There we go. That almost looks like a disorganized shelf a little bit along the leading edge of those storms. So going to see what looks a little bit more menacing, but more bark than bite in the grand scheme of things right now, because we're not going to see any tornadic development. I know a lot of folks in the chat have been asking exactly that. You know, is there a tornado threat? Not with this. We're looking to just be a wind and heavy rain producer tonight and into those overnight hours. Now, I am looking at some of the vehicles as they come out of that eastbound or that westbound lane, and you can see some of the rain just coming off of their vehicles. So it looks like a pretty heavy downpour out towards western sections or eastern sections of Itawamba County. My word, you know, it's even kind of a unique setup even for meteorologists here in Mississippi. So going to have to get that terminology right as we head further into the night. But yes, coming out of eastern sections of Itawamba County, seeing some of that heavy rainfall and the lingering effects of it on those vehicles. I want to look up north. I don't know if we'll have the best visual. We only have this one out of Saltillo, and that's looking towards the south. So even some of those thunderstorms that are developing on the leading edge of this line, looking like they have some of those dark views, those dark hues. So if you're over there in northern parts of Lee County, even watching up there for you for some potential impacts, and even towards Prentiss and Tishomingo County, like we mentioned just a moment ago. So Matt, there's a pretty widespread warning, all things considered, but it's because of that outflow that's allowing some of these storms to build, strengthen, and potentially offer some severe storms in the process.
Absolutely, and I'll trade you back over on the chroma key here in just a second to bring it back in here this evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Loppon. You're watching Mississippi Live. Again, we're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. On Mama Justice Doppler radar, we have those showers and thunderstorms, kind of a grouping of them moving in. The expectation is between really now and say around 8 o'clock, but honestly maybe closer to 7 o'clock, is when we're going to have the peak of whatever we're going to be able to get this to end up producing. And obviously there could be some severe weather with that. The green that you see behind me here, that represents, and that's pretty much everybody that watches us here typically on Mississippi Live or our Max South customers, under severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 10 p.m. And it's this grouping of thunderstorms moving in from the west to the east that'll have some strong wind gusts from time to time, and thus have that potential to possibly produce damaging winds in particular with that. Newest severe thunderstorm warning, if we had a couple out there briefly today that did include also Pickens County for a little while. That has been allowed to expire. And so we're looking down here from Vernon stretching up toward Red Bay. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard, of course, been tracking this all very, very closely. He has the latest with that. Gabe?
Yes, Matt, you're exactly right. Sorry, it took a step off screen because some of our pictures are coming in through the Mississippi Live app of what people are seeing out there towards Itawamba County, even towards Franklin and Marion County as well. And honestly glad that some folks are able to submit those pictures, because I mean I'm seeing a lot of potential power outages with the sheer amount of lightning we're getting. Still seeing nearly 2,500 strikes over a very concentrated area of Itawamba up there towards Tishomingo, Franklin and Marion County, and even out there towards eastern sections of Lee County. These are going to be moving closer to Shannon and Nettleton over the next few moments, but those remaining below severe limits as of the latest scan. And as we continue to track this out through our 4 o'clock hour, this is where our lone severe thunderstorm warning is for North Mississippi. In the Northwest Alabama severe thunderstorm warnings, those continue to move out of the state and into the Magnolia State as we speak. So as we look at our latest returns there with some of those stronger winds up there towards Red Bay and Belmont, I'm still seeing some of those nearly 30, 40, maybe even up to 50 mile an hour returns. Yeah, we're 40 miles an hour. This is higher aloft, but definitely showing some increase on those wind speeds over the last few moments. So taking it back to our reflectivity mode, this is just moving into parts of Belmont, moving along Highway 25 towards Tishomingo. So you're traveling between Tishomingo and Belmont, get to where you need to go and hunker down for a moment and let this pass on by, because while it's not tornadic, it is still going to be impactful with those strong winds. I'm looking specifically, and this would be just east of Dennis, where we're getting that strong leading edge. Now you can see that nearly lining up exactly with that edge there. And so that's going to be strong winds almost immediately as that rainfall happens. Our peak severe threats, our peak impacts showing some small hail possible. A way that we're able to visualize that is with our True Shield roofing hail swath, and you're getting that possible return from Marion County all the way through southwestern Franklin County and into northeast Itawamba County. So there is a limited hail threat, but so far have not seen pictures or any reports down there from any of those potential hailstones. So that's going to be something to pay attention to. And if you do have any pictures, do so in a safe manner, but send that in through the Mississippi Live Weather app. As we look down south, I want to continue to look for our folks down there in Pickens County. Looks like they have expired that warning and remains below severe limits, a little bit more disorganized now, and that's a welcome sight. But looking out towards Montgomery County and Carroll County, I want to make sure I'm not excluding them either in regards to what we're seeing. And yeah, winds remain well below severe limits. Our the hail potential still remains very, very limited as well. So this will be one, those will be ones to monitor, but we're not necessarily talking about any severe storms at that. I do want to, you know what, I'm going to toss it over to the monitor real quick because we are getting some more pictures in, and that's one of the best ways that we're able to visualize what's taking place there on the ground. So yes, it is showing our Mama Justice Doppler radar. Let me get some of these pictures ready behind the scenes, and then we'll look at those and then go into a full discussion of what these mean for our area. So this is out of, the first one's out of Golden, the next one's out of Oxford. And you can see the difference. So this one out of Golden, you can see now you can see that heavy rainfall that's moving in overhead, nearly blinding rainfall at that. So drive carefully. I mean, who submitted this photo? Let me make sure I give credit where it's due. So this was submitted by Rachel, and you can see that Rachel's exactly where she needs to be, inside the house, letting the storms pass on by, and that's how you stay safe in these storms. We don't want to be out on the roadways. We don't want to be out in those vehicles where we're susceptible to these storms and the strong winds that we're getting. Now out in Oxford, you might be asking, why are we under a severe thunderstorm watch? Well, it's not there just yet. As Matt mentioned, we're going to be monitoring this even into the 7, 8, 9 o'clock hour for any of those thunderstorms to develop. And as those continue to work their way along this boundary, it'll eventually work its way along 6 towards Oxford, Pontotoc, New Albany, down towards Houston, Calhoun City, and out towards Coffeyville here in the next few moments. So I'm going to bring it back to the wall, and we'll continue to track these out as we're dealing with kind of the start of what should be a pretty active afternoon here in North Mississippi. So as we continue to monitor this, I actually have, I was checking the chat real quick with the National Weather Service to make sure I wasn't missing anything, but we can definitely see that these are remaining pretty strong as these move into Mississippi, and that severe thunderstorm warning that is set to expire at 4:30, probably going to be continued beyond that point if this does hold together. But I mean, yeah, that's some decent wind right there. Even out of I guess it would be too far away from Birmingham by now, but yeah, still showing those strong returns even out of multiple radar sites. We're actually about to enter into the area where, hang on one second. There we go. Sorry, allergies are still whooping my tail. So as we continue to look at this, even into the 4 o'clock hour, we're probably going to have to use multiple radar sites out of Monroe County and eventually there towards Memphis as these do make a northwesterly trend over the next few hours. So we're going to be utilizing multiple radar sites for this setup, but right now our Monroe County site kind of in the middle of everything. I do want to look out of Iuka. Iuka still should be looking towards the south there at some of these storms, and we see right there towards the eastern sections of Tishomingo County, probably going to be monitoring out towards the east as well. But here's your severe thunderstorm warning, that in place until 4:30, and this is looking at some of those strong storms that are pushing into the southern end of the county. It's entering a very unstable environment. We're still talking 97 degrees Iuka, dew point's at 77, so it's an environment that these can definitely take full advantage of, and we've already hit that convective temperature to get these up and going, and these are going to continue to strengthen more than likely as that daytime heating remains available, and the hot forecast that we've been experiencing remains available as well. I want to bring it back here to our wind mode. I want to look at some of these storms that are out towards the south of this because, of course, we know it's gusty up there towards Red Bay and Belmont. We'll get a storm track on that in just a moment, but I want to look along this line as these enter into the Magnolia State, and we can see as these are entering into the area, the boundary kind of out ahead of there, but kind of feeding into that one there towards Vernon. I'd pay attention to that storm in particular as that goes right along Highway 12 through Caledonia and into parts of Lowndes and Clay County. In fact, we do have a visual out of Caledonia that should be able to see right into this storm. So this is on the southern fringes of that severe thunderstorm warning in northwest Alabama. This is looking towards the northeast, so this should be directly where we need to be looking. And you can see that heavy rainfall, the lightning that's already happening. It's still 75 degrees, those dew points in Caledonia. So this is going to be another environment where these are able to strengthen, and seeing that wind pick up as well. It's not 0 miles an hour. I can assure you of that. We're going to see those pick up to nearly 20 to 30 miles an hour as those progress along the state line. So as we look back on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, I want to look at the wind specifically on that storm. Let me look real quick and make sure. Yeah, you know, these have had pretty good sustained winds over the last few moments. One thing I do want to see real quick, and I want to try and pick this up before we get too far along. What I'm watching for is if there's any collapsing. And as that's along the boundary, we're still seeing tops in excess of 50,000 feet or so. Is that 55,000? I'm going to monitor that for a moment because I do think that that might be a potential collapsing storm as that moves away from the boundary. And that's where we could be talking about some stronger winds, Vernon and Caledonia here in the next few moments and areas in between. So not under a severe thunderstorm warning as of right now. Wouldn't be shocked at all if National Weather Service down in Jackson elected to issue one to be on the safe side and let folks know a little bit out ahead of those storms. I want to bring it back up north because this is where our severe thunderstorm warning remains in place. And as we look at those winds, you can see that we're talking about a gusty environment. Belmont, Golden, that's where we got the visual just a moment ago there from Rachel. So if you're like Rachel in the Golden community and have pictures to submit to us, send that in through the Mississippi Live weather app, and we'll be happy to use that and let our folks know what we're dealing with. I do want to pull up chat real quick. I just want to keep monitoring this just in case I'm missing anything in regards to any reports that are being submitted. Wind is up in Belmont. Not shocked at all there. Brittany, appreciate that report. If you have a rough estimate, I always call it a gustimate, then let us know what you're seeing for any of those 30, 40 mile an hour returns. I want to see, is there any tornadoes that are going to be in Cleveland, Mississippi from the thunderstorm? So no tornado threat with this. We're looking like we are going to just be a wind, rain, and lightning environment with some small hail possible. Live outside Red Bay and winds are bad and some small hail. That was Linda submitting that there. So if we're looking out of Red Bay, that would have been earlier on when the peak of these storms moved on through. And yeah, we got some of those gusty returns there right along Highway 19. So appreciate that report there, Linda. When we're talking winds, how strong are we talking about? Just as a rough estimate too. I do see trees down in Belmont. Brandy, do you have a report of what road that is by chance? And we'll forward that along to the National Weather Service because that would have just happened. Trees down in Belmont. That would be, right along the parts of Highway 25. I guess it doesn't have to be road. It could just be an area, but appreciate that report there. I want to make sure, Brandy, appreciate that one. Power off northern Itawamba County. In Golden, there's already trees blown down. Madison, again, similar to what I just asked Brandy, if you have a specific location on those, we will be happy to forward that along. Aaron's saying at least 70 miles an hour wind in the Golden Red Bay area. I don't know if it was all the way up to 70, but it's definitely gusty, that's for sure. That's where, we're looking at some of the radar imagery higher up into the atmosphere, so it's not going to be necessarily, let's take this for example, 27 miles an hour or 37 miles an hour. It's definitely going to be a little bit higher than that. So appreciate that report. Hopefully it wasn't all the way up to 70. I don't think that's the case, but I would not be shocked at all if that did get up to 60. My son had a tree almost fall on his house and it took a power line down. Can't see to drive, so be careful. Pam, we pray that everything's okay. Glad that your son is got fortunate there. We're definitely grateful for that, but praying for you guys. If you have a report of where that is, let us know. Ryan's well blowing pretty bad. Just gray and thundering in Carolina, right across from the Red Bay Water Park. Zolma sending that report. Limbs down in Belmont. Wild wind in the town of Tishomingo. Not shocked there. 40 plus miles an hour. Rachel, appreciate that. 35 to 40 miles an hour. Lake Piamingo getting it. Trees down everywhere on my property. Aaron, is that, I assume you said your location a moment ago. Yeah, appreciate that. The community notes. Yes, so what we're watching, sorry.
That's a lot of trees down there. I'm trying to
and
go
Golden.
back in. Yeah, I think I'm looking up here. I don't see Aaron's location anywhere in the list. So y'all, you have to make sure to give us your location. Though again, Brandy had trees down in Belmont. That's the thing,
Red Bay too. It's that whole boundary right there from Belmont to Red Bay, kind of seeing the biggest impacts there.
Absolutely. Well, I'll go ahead and take over here again for a moment. We'll kind of reset things here for a second. Chief Meteorologist Matt Law, again, alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Let's get you a storm track on these damaging storms, wind damage. You know, it's coming from an odd direction. A lot of times these storms will move kind of from the west back to the east. It's the opposite way this evening here that those storms are moving. They're moving from the south and east back to the north and west here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. And so I'm going to bring Gabe's microphone back up again here for a moment behind the scenes. What's your speed on this, Gabe?
I had 25 on that specific batch, but the boundaries have been moving all different speeds. It might be worth an updated track.
Okay, so let's go about, we'll say about 25 miles per hour. And the thing is that, and this is what I'm interested in, with the number of people reporting trees down places, that they might be getting these on the initial outflow. So we're tracking again kind of the main burst here, but there's going to be some rain cooled air that runs a little bit ahead of this. So here's kind of our updated track showing the thunderstorms near Neal right now. And again, they're moving from the south and east back to the north and west. Again, kind of that odd direction that sometimes we get. So Tishminga, we're looking at about 419 for you. 4:14 is current time. A severe thunderstorm warning for Itawamba, Tishmingo, Prentiss, and Lee counties in effect until 4:30. Showing new site there at 4:27, Marietta at 4:22, Paden at 4:25. New Hope, this is again not in Lowndes County, New Hope at 4:33 there. Holcutt at 4:35, Baldwin at 4:41, Wheeler 4:47. And let's go ahead and expand this back farther north and west, get kind of a longer track. So give me a moment while we're going to take it. We'll go about 50 miles. So I'll take it a little bit farther, and we'll have to change the size of the cities involved here a little bit, so I'll shrink the number a little bit. But just to kind of give you some relative times here, we're looking Boonville just about 5 p.m., Rienzi just shortly after 5 o'clock, Jumpertown 5:11, 5:17 Dumas, Blue Mountain 5:38, 5:41 Ripley, and 5:54 in the Faulkner area. This is a lot of lightning that's causing power disruptions. This is also gusty winds, 50, 60 miles per hour. And with trees fully in bloom, for lack of a better way to put it, sometimes it takes less than 60 mile per hour winds for them to come down from time to time. Certainly we're entering an area that's well hit by the ice storm, and so that an impact there as well. I do see our chat with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. They are out and about paying very close attention today. Most of the bings that you may or may not hear behind the scenes here are their discussions back and forth as we're kind of monitoring that as well. In our Tupelo studios, our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, one of the things that he has been tracking are those power outages, which do continue to increase, Gabe, especially on that Tombigbee map, but looks like the numbers are going up.
Yeah, Tombigbee kind of covering the focal point with these storms, and that's going to be northern Itawamba County, and even some of those storms out ahead of that main boundary, getting some reports of some significant outages as well. Let's start with, first off, right along the state line. That's going to be right along Highway 25, northeastern Itawamba County, where we're getting 97 outages, and even a few additional ones right along parts of 70, I believe that's 76 right there. Yes, 24 outages at the 2576 intersection. So that's going to be for Itawamba County. Looking back towards Fulton, this was an area that we talked about even just a few moments ago, but those are coming down. I say that. They should be coming down. That latest one was down to about 38 or so. As we go along 22, we have 66 outages. This would be closer to the Moorville community. That's going up closer to Manatachee as well. So watching for those. But like I talked about, you know, some of the sub-severe part of the storms, that boundary that's out ahead of the main boundary, that's going to be southeast Tupelo, working its way closer to eastern Shannon, northern Nettleton, 194 outages. So that's some decent returns there, Matt, and probably going to increase from here on out, unfortunately.
It's so that's, I think, you know, very interesting, because that's not an area that's under the warning technically. That's that other storm that's running in advance as well, causing some outages. So it's a reminder that, again, we can have some of those kind of running ahead from time to time, which is where we find things here. As of 4:17, you're watching Mississippi Live. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of Tupelo, Mississippi area. We're looking at power outages to go along with some severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in the light blue there. Lamar County, about 3.5% of people out of power in that county. Yet we're over 10% for the number of people out of power out here in Franklin and Marion counties, just across the Alabama state line. And if you look closely there, you can see, and Gabe was talking about this earlier, kind of this string of reports all the way pretty much right along I-22 there back toward the Birmingham area. And now our power outages are increasing. We talked about this last night. There might be one or two little pockets where this wave coming in was going to have some of the stronger wind gusts. This is almost exactly where our strike model had one of those last night that we were looking at. And in Tishomingo County, those power outages definitely are increasing. That's one thing Gabe, again, is continuing to watch. We expect we're just now where you're showing it there, starting to get into like prime ice storm territory. The farther north and west of that, those power outages are going to be more widespread. They're not going to be as long-lived, obviously, but there's a lot of those trees that are probably still going to have some issues ongoing, right, Gabe?
For sure. That's what we've talked about all year long, carrying that over even into the summer months. But right now we're talking 2,000 outages in Tishomingo County, with some of those focal points down towards Red Bay and Belmont, where we're seeing those sporadic outages. 856 just west of Red Bay. We have 426 in Golden. Dennis coming in with 908, and going right up Highway 25. We'll continue to see hundreds of outages be added and eventually working its way towards the western side of Tishomingo County. I do believe we're going to be talking about additional outages. So we're kind of going power cooperative to power cooperative throughout our afternoon and evening, and every single location as these storms are moving on through, we're talking at least some minimal to, unfortunately, some pretty widespread outages possible.
Yeah, that's the concern, unfortunately, that those numbers will continue to go up. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard there in our downtown Tupelo studio. So power outages, again, one component that we are contending with here. Obviously, it is the strong gusty winds that are probably causing most of those. And they have prompted the severe thunderstorm warning that we do have. You know, we referenced this a minute ago. The storms we now have here, kind of a secondary batch over top of Tupelo, stretching back towards Shannon along Highway 6. We kind of look and analyze this as far as hail goes. We haven't really talked about hail to this point, and there are a few spots on our True Shield hail swath that we do show the potential maybe we've had some hail. Now, once we start seeing this get up into probable, that's when it's pretty likely we're seeing some severe hail. Most of the time, at least this year, or as we're learning to calibrate this new system and all the amazing things that Mama Justice Doppler kind of allows us to incorporate here, our hail swath on this, one of those factors. And you'll notice that some of those aren't just in our severe warning up there, but obviously the batch that's going through the south part of Tupelo. Let's check out our camera at that location. Again, appreciate Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling for sponsoring our camera in the Tupelo area right now. Again, showing a lot of the heavy rainfall and obviously major impacts there on visibility with this storm that's pretty much right overhead at this instant. I'm going to go ahead and swing this just a little bit for us. We were kind of looking again back in sort of an easterly direction with this as that storm's coming in. I'm going to swing it back to the right, back toward the southeast, and eventually back toward the west, sort of looking under and beneath this. Again, there's nothing on this that I see that concerns me at all as far as tornadoes, anything like that's concerned. The fact is we just have a lot of very humid air. At the most recent update at the airport, we're 93 with a feels like heat index temperature of 106, and then dew point is 75. So it is very, very humid. And so that is the fuel that these thunderstorms are gobbling up and spitting out in the form of the rainfall that we have. This storm in Tupelo, borderline severe there. I mean, you can see the raindrops coming past the camera and just kind of shooting there ahead. So 50, maybe 55 mile per hour winds, possibly even in Tupelo, despite the fact that the warning is actually for the northern part of the county. Gabe, again, looking at some of your pictures, and unfortunately, wind damage pictures are continuing to come in, right?
Yeah, limbs getting knocked over. This would be out of the Barron community, but at the intersection of 23 and 76. This is just outside of Red Bay, so in the area that we've been talking about. Aaron submitting that report earlier on and now giving us this picture, submitted it through the Mississippi Live weather app. So while we love your verbal reports, and that does help out so much, putting a picture to it to kind of assess what exactly that damage was and where exactly it was helps so much. So download that Mississippi Live weather app today so you can submit those reports to us, and we will forward that along to the National Weather Service. But I was going to add too, Matt, I heard you talking about the Tupelo storm, and I have a direct weather report of my own. Lightning just struck not too far away from the studio. Everything flickered, but hey, we're still live. So there's a positive with our system.
Does Mr. Maynard need a restroom break?
I'm not going to lie, it got me very off guard, but it does feel like the air might have kicked up a little bit more after it happened, so can't complain.
Hey, I know that's something that a lot of folks would like to hear. That'd be the case. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard. And again, as we look at your chat, one of the things I see someone asking about right there, Shiloh Friends Production, asking tornado threat. No tornadoes. Any kind of spinny sort of clouds we see out of this, there's going to be wind coming out of it. And, obviously as the wind hits the ground and goes ahead, some spots where maybe the wind's going a little faster than others, and that relative difference there from time to time can make it look like there's a little bit of rotation to go along with that. But no tornado threat that we are concerned with here. Again, join the conversation. You can also follow us on all the different forms of social media, as well as download our app for iOS and Android. That's those QR codes we continually show you there. And make sure to have our apps on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV to make sure your phone stays charged, because unfortunately, we're going to continue to probably have power outages with these storms moving through our area here. Back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar. And as we kind of head back over and look at the rainfall mode on that, again, this storm that's over top of Tupelo kind of expanding. Look at the white kind of lines. I don't have them very big, but those white lines are our lightning strikes. Now notice how that compares to where we have our severe thunderstorm warning out here that does include Tishomingo, again, Itawamba, and Prentiss and Lee counties. There's a lot more of those white vertical lines. That's a sign that these storms are quite a bit stronger out here. Now they're moving in the direction of, again, Boonville, locations northeast. I'm going to track ahead of where the main line is. So don't fault me too much if we're running a little too fast on the arrival here, but I'm going to track that kind of green line ahead. That is our rain-cooled kind of outflow that's running ahead of the stronger storms. And so that has from time to time been what's associated with some of the stronger wind gusts that we have seen with this as well. It hasn't been just the individual storms. So some times here, and again, we're going to have a lot of different neighborhoods kind of come on this as well. We show Chesterville at about 427. We're looking for you there in Pratt's at 427, Guntown 428, Birmingham there, Birmingham Ridge about 430. Getting closer to Baldwin, 436, Branyan Hills Chapel there, about 441, two different spots, but time periods there as well. Give me a moment. One of our newest cameras is in Guntown. You'll have to give me a moment while I get this pulled up here in the Guntown area. 93 degrees. It feels like 106. It's just, I mean, that's a perfect example of the atmosphere being primed for something, and that is definitely the case today. So again, we're looking, I'm going to change our direction here just a little bit. Look more directly out of the southeast here in a moment. A couple towers there in the foreground. I haven't mentioned it in a while, but again, appreciate our friends at North Mississippi Storm Chasers there for pairing up with us on this camera network here across North Mississippi. Excellent tool to be able to look at these storms. You can see the rain cooled air coming out of that there. Strong gusty winds would be more in this part. And if you look closer, kind of where it gets a little bit darker, right there toward the horizon, that area there, that is kind of our shelf cloud or the rain cooled air that's going to be coming kind of toward the camera. So Guntown, you are one of those spots here in Lee County that is in the zone where perhaps we could have severe weather for this eventually make it toward you, and some strong gusty winds, something that we're watching there as well. Looking here again, and in the extended track on our storm track. Let's go ahead and expand this out a little ways, give some folks again some additional heads up. We're going to take that out. Give me a moment. Not everybody's going to have severe weather in this, but we'll go out 60 miles here for a moment to give kind of an angle. And so we show Ecru. If this holds together for you, we're looking about 458. Boonville, we're at 457, so just before the 5 o'clock hour, about a half hour in time for those two locations there. Looking again, New Albany about 508, Dumas 517, Ripley 544, 549, Hickory Flat, Faulkner at 601, Ashland about 627 as that moves toward the north and west. Speaking of new cameras, we also have a viewpoint there in the New Albany area. Give me a moment to pull that up. I have to kind of pull it up a backward way than the way we usually kind of pull it up with that map there. But looking in the New Albany area, still kind of waiting. No official warnings for you in New Albany as we're still waiting for those storms to approach. And again, it is just, can't point this out enough. Very, very sticky and soupy and primed and ready for storms to develop. And it's the reason why Gabe is looking at so many pictures of, again, these storms coming in, and in many cases, some of the tree damage and other issues that has come from them. He's in our Tupelo studios with a look at some of your pictures. And again, a reminder for folks that may or may not know this, if they are looking to send in pictures, they can share those with us using the Mississippi Live Weather app for iOS and Android devices. And Gabe, Some of those definitely, again, it does look like tree damage remains kind of the biggest issue we've seen so far today, right?
Exactly right, and exactly in the same area. This one close to, I believe, Belmont High School. They said Belmont School, so I would assume the high school. And you can see some of the tree limbs just kind of knocked over there out on the roadways, and those limbs on the roadways as well, making travel a little bit difficult. But you can almost see that, the tree's not necessarily being uprooted or snapped at the base. A large part of the damage that we've seen so far have been the limbs that have been affected. And even out there towards the Banner community, you can see, I know it looks like they're still in the home. I'm glad that everyone's staying safe, but it does look like that limb was even kind of pried off there, the wind kind of snapping that limb off. And that's really the damage that we've seen. Banner towards the Bruce community, really along those same general regions. And we've gotten several additional pictures. This one submitted out of Bay Springs Lake, and it just, made me chuckle for a moment, because it's like, today's definitely not the day to be on the water. If we had to have any day on the water, the last couple of ones would have been great. Today, not exactly the story, especially during those peak afternoon heating hours. You can see the raindrops falling there on the water on Bay Springs Lake, the churning of the water as well. You will see off there on the horizon some of the heavier rainfall and the dark clouds over the top as well. So lots of these pictures telling the weather-related story we've been talking about, but Matt, putting a picture to the data that we're getting on our Mama Justice Doppler radar helps so much.
It does, and it's a reminder, I guess, as we come up on a weekend where we're probably going to have some thunderstorms. We're going to have a lot of folks saying, I've got to go to the lake. It's a lot more pleasant for everybody involved if you can get in before it gets like that. We're hopefully not going to be this organized with those storms then, but certainly some storms out there on the way this weekend, right?
There is definitely some potential. Speaking of, I got to get that forecast in before our 5 o'clock.
Okay, now I'm getting a weather call here, so I'm always interested to see what Digital Matt Lawpont says. Hello? You'd like to hear this message. Oh, I know what that is. That is our cancellation, it looks like, or the expiration on that warning there. So National Weather Service does look like going ahead and allowing the severe thunderstorm warning to expire. I think it's still probable we're going to have some strong wind gusts with this ahead. I'm interested, I guess. Now let's have a real honest assessment here for a moment, Gabe. The pictures we've been seeing, are we talking?
Look at the latest picture we just got.
Okay, where is that from?
Iuka.
Let's make sure to pass that in Iuka. See, that's the gust front.
Well, this is on Pearl Street. I don't know how familiar you are with Iuka geography, but Pearl Street off of one of the apartment complexes up there, that's a complete uprooting of a tree, and that's right onto a vehicle, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're right. Like that. Hopefully the main trunk didn't go over, but yeah, you get the wind, and each one of those leaves acts as friction to try to catch that wind, and it just knocks it over, unfortunately. So hard to see that. Gabe, I think we need to probably keep this coverage. I will say for people at home, we're going to keep going on this coverage. But there's a caveat to go with this. We launched news coming up at 5 o'clock.
What a day to start.
I have not got to run through the news today when we did a full newscast. So give us a little grace if that's not perfect. We're going to keep the weather coverage coming and understand tomorrow will be better than today. And the day after that will be better than tomorrow will be. That's our goal here.
Don't jump just yet, because we do have a severe weather threat tomorrow as well. So it'll be another active day.
Yes, exactly. So we're going to, sorry, honey, we're going to do it live. Yep. So it just is what it is. We'll make it work. I'm going to build the boxes anyway. So I'm going to send it back to you in the studio over there, Gabe, over at the Chroma Wall. I'm going to double check, make sure all her stuff at least technically makes sense in the rundown. That work?
That sounds good with me.
Okay. So Gabe's going to head over there to the Chroma Wall as we continue our coverage.
Yeah, so continuing to track that out, you can see some of the locations listed there. Baldwin 433, closer to Birmingham Ridge Road by 435. New Hope, this is New Hope up north, not down there towards Lowndes County. New Hope going to be 438, Enville 442, Bethany Community by 443 as well. But we've seen those impacts be felt even with these sub-severe storms. So as we're continuing to track these out, we're seeing some of those impacts with that gust front, as Matt mentioned, and just those gusty winds that we're seeing out ahead and within the storms over North Mississippi right now. So as we look out of Iuka, these are where some of the reports start coming in. In fact, these are some of the reports that I believe you guys are submitting. So send those pictures in. Like we mentioned, the National Weather Service is able to visualize that as well. and put those reports directly on our local storm reports. So you'll see your reports submitted on this map as we head further into the night and through our newscast. So looking at that, wind damage, tree down on a house near 4th and 7th Street. So we'll work to get more information on that coming up at 5 and 6 tonight as well. But down in Iuka, we're talking Pearl Street, and off the top of my head, I unfortunately do not know exactly the location, but we can see Iuka hasn't gotten much rainfall just yet. Yet the key word, because it eventually will move in, but some of those gustier winds out ahead of it, definitely going to see some more of that. I do see power surge and gusty wind northeast of Hobo Station. I think that's what a lot of us are going to be dealing with. Rain on 145, Saltillo and Guntown. See, that's the thing about these storms. I would just try to let these pass on by. And I know it's hard because we're kind of wrapping up the workday, but I just don't want you guys to be stuck in these storms or stuck in the wind. It's really hard to drive. And just ask anyone out there towards I-22 in Hamilton just how difficult it was, because it was a pretty rough situation out there as well. Smithville, okay. So no one is under a severe thunderstorm warning as of right now. It could very well change through the rest of our afternoon, but as of right now, we've seen those storms kind of diminish in strength a little bit more. So hopefully that will continue to hold true. But as we look out of Iuka, you can see the heavier rainfall. I do believe this is still looking towards the south, so we can see that heavier rainfall down there towards parts of Belmont, Tishomingo, working its way up 25 and eventually towards Iuka here in the next few moments. But clouds looking menacing, but fortunately, it's just going to be the heavy rainfall and wind. Out of Boonville now, this is going to be looking towards the east. And you can see that disorganized shelf almost moving across the region. That's going to be where those winds really start to pick up. And unfortunately, I'll have to look at Prentice County EPA here in just a moment at some of those potential outages, because I think our Blue Devil friends out there in Boonville will be having to dodge a few of those outages up there through the afternoon hours. So continue to look there in the chat of what's moving through your area. Power flashed in Boonville, so yes, all the more reason to check Prentice County EPA here in just a moment. It's bad in Tishomingo. I don't want to say necessarily anything's bad, but what we're watching are just those dark clouds, heavy rainfall, and windy conditions moving in. So we're below severe limits right now, but we've already seen impacts with some of the trees and limbs that have been damaged, the tree being uprooted in Iuka.
Well, and let's also keep in mind here that it's entirely possible that we have more information than the National Weather Service. We've given them access to our pictures. We might go ahead and check in the chat with them. I'll message them real quick just to double check to see if they've seen our damage pictures in the chat in the app. Sound good?
Perfect. That sounds great.
So it's entirely possible that they're underdoing it, if that makes sense, and that these are still damaging storms. That makes sense?
Yeah, I do believe that, if they would have saw that uprooted tree in Iuka, they probably would have extended the warning at least a little bit longer to accommodate for some of those stronger winds. So I think you're right, Matt, on that. But yeah, out in Boonville looking a little bit more menacing as those clouds start to move in, the heavy rainfall. I mean, this would be looking just east of the water tower. That'd be closer to, I believe that's Marietta out there in eastern Prentice County. So watching out there as we head further into that, 4:35 hour? And continuing closer to our 5 o'clock newscast coming up in just a moment. So looking at the overall picture, what do we need to be concerned with? Well, as of right now, we're below severe limits on each of these storms, at least in regards to the warnings on the map. We are still under a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock this evening, and that's due to the unstable air we have in our area, allowing some of these storms to get up and going a little bit more through those afternoon plans. So if you're heading to any midweek services, I know my church, we cancel midweek services because it is 4th of July weekend coming up, so giving some time for family. But if you still have midweek services, make sure to monitor those conditions before getting out on the roadways, because we don't want anyone to get stuck in all of this mess and have to deal with this heavy rainfall and lightning. Now, out in Amory, I do just want to get a live look there at some of the rainfall that's just coming down. Is this going to be right in the heart of the storm? Probably seeing a lot of lightning, heavy rainfall as well. We're still seeing, I guess this hasn't updated just yet, but that will bring some of that rain-cooled air. Did I click Smithville? I sure did click Smithville. Let's take it back to Amory. So as we look out of Amory, we're seeing, and I might have clicked Smithville earlier on this evening too, thinking back at it. Yeah, there's that rain-cooled air, 82 degrees, dew point at 77. Heavy rainfall once again, probably seeing a good bit of lightning there as well. This is looking north and east, but it really doesn't matter where you look, because Amory, right in the heart of all that action as it's moving through Monroe County. Still below severe limits, but definitely going to be one to monitor, as that's kind of one of the stronger storms that's moving through the area. So there is our next severe thunderstorm warning. As we were talking about, warning-wise hadn't been issued just yet, but Now, National Weather Service down in Jackson electing to put a severe thunderstorm warning out for Lowndes and northern Noxubee County until 5:30, and even out there towards Clay County, far southeast portions there just outside of West Point. This would be Lowndes County, kind of the focal point right now, moving across parts of Highway 82 west of Columbus. And with that comes the stronger winds that we're getting as well. Now, this is not going to be, let me see. So looking at the winds, I'm not seeing anything that's overly high at the moment. That doesn't mean down at the surface it's not a little bit stronger. I do want to look at the hail, and there's the reason why. So hail-driven severe thunderstorm warning, and as we look at those severe threats, those peak threats, we're talking up to an inch in diameter. I wouldn't say that we're surpassing an inch. I think an inch and a half is a little bit ambitious on these storms, but we're at least getting some inch-sized stones, at least trying to develop there. And as we go back a couple of scans, I want to see once they issued it out. Yeah. Look at the boundary. You can see that boundary, that fuzzy green line just to the north. As that moves right overhead of these storms, that's when the warning gets issued, as these do kind of peak in intensity. So not surprised at all that they went ahead and issued that, that severe thunderstorm warning. And whenever we start to get more of those probable returns, I've seen it time and time and time again. This is probably where we're talking about an inch in diameter or greater. You know, I'm looking over there, Matt. I may need to go look at some of our pictures that are being submitted because it looks like we have another uprooted tree. Or if you want to take that here for just a moment, but I have it up to where I can see it in my peripheral.
Okay, yeah, and I went ahead and messaged Weather Service Memphis. We'll see what information they're going to get us back on that there. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, in our Tupelo studios. Let's go ahead and reset things here for a moment. Just about 4:40. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lompon. You're watching Mississippi Live. Again, we're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area, doing weather, sports, and God willing and creek don't rise too high news at 5 p.m. And who knows, maybe that gets kicked to 6 o'clock just because we have enough storms there. Sometimes that happens. Maybe today's that day. But out there in the Columbus area, our cameras there starting to show some of the trees with a little more wind going on. Just north of where that warning is, Caledonia outside the warning, but more in some of the rainfall. So it's the developing storms there in Lowndes County that have sort of prompted this new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued in the last few minutes here. Let's go ahead and bring it back to Mama Justice Doppler radar, looking again at that hail potential, which has come up. I honestly probably should keep up that camera we had there in Columbus because it is right over. So those camera locations, most of them are right there, just north of downtown where those are. So kind of splitting the difference there with some strong gusty winds, going back to the wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, and some of those winds still pretty gusty on some of those as well. But not over the top on that there. So let's check our camera down in Columbus again. So I'd be making sure if we're out here in Clay or Lowndes counties that we have obviously that vehicle inside. I was looking at that one in the upper right hand corner. Let's go ahead and bring it in a little bit closer here. And then I'm looking again, the trees starting to blow around again. I'm not saying that's a sturdy tree, but you can see the wind starting to pick up, and that's the way, again, we're gauging the fact that that is picking up considerably over the last few minutes here in and around the Columbus areas. We kind of clear that back off and kind of widen things out just a little bit more. That's developing on an outflow boundary, kind of a boundary of rain cool there that extends from up here Houston back again through the Columbus area and then down southward closer to Macon. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. And Gabe, I think we're going to tour here because unfortunately one of the news scripts has your camera shot in there, so I'm going to have to fix that. So Gabe, we're going to send it right back to you and get ready to spin, because sometimes that's the way it works. Oop, hold on. That didn't do that at all. Let's go ahead and try that. And there's Mr. Maynor, and that's an uprooted tree.
That is an uprooted tree for sure. This actually sent in to us from Jacob C. up there in Belmont. And Jacob, I figure he's doing a little bit of storm coverage up there in Belmont. He submitted one of the trees some of the limbs being knocked off a moment ago just outside of Red Bay. But also this one is close to the Belmont Family Medical Clinic near, looks like it is connected, near C.C. Shook Park. So Jacob, appreciate that report. And that is a pretty large tree that's being uprooted. And this can happen due to the saturated ground, especially in an area that's seen heavier rainfall down there towards Belmont, along with some of those gustier winds. So that's kind of the ingredients whenever we're talking about those uprooted trees. And this one right just outside of a Mustang. So I'm hopeful there's not a ton of body damage there. Does look like at least some impacts there to that back right tire, but we're hopeful that the trees kind
Mustangs
of
last forever. You can't kill a Mustang.
saying that as a Ford guy, right?
No, I'm fairly agnostic. I'm just saying that because that Mustang is probably older than you. Because I remember when that
It's
came
90s.
out, and I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
sure if
90s
you're around.
body.
Yeah.
So fingers
Anyway.
crossed. You're right. They're indestructible.
They are. Okay, I have to test something here behind the scenes, Gabe, and we'll see if it spins again. It does not. We have fixed the spin problem. Okay, what else do you have to show?
Well, I'm just kind of looking through the photos with you guys. It looks like this is kind of a broader view, and that doesn't look too well for the Mustang, and even some of the garbage cans being knocked over after the storms moved through. So even the gusty winds knocking down the trash cans actually into the root ball hole that the roots were kind of taken out of. So that's a pretty healthy tree and a large tree being ripped up there, again, in Belmont, outside of the Belmont Family Medical Clinic. I want to look at this one. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Brittany submitting this photo. That would be wind damage. So I know, you automatically look at this and think, oh, that was a tornado. No, this is outside of Belmont, and you can see that with the water tower. But that looks to be some roofing that was actually blown over. I'm curious. Hang on. Matt, if you want to jump in real quick, what my eyes kind of jumped to there is some of that fence damage as well. That might be from the roofing as well. But yeah, to see a fence kind of dented in like that.
I think that's roof damage, actually, Gabe. I'm pretty sure that's roof damage.
That's roof damage. What about right there? Would the roof damage knock that over?
I mean, it could. Yeah, it could have knocked that over.
Okay. So still, that's pretty damaging storm in and of itself. Take some gusty winds to do that. So out there towards Belmont, this would have been as it moved into the area. We're seeing report after report come out of Belmont tonight. And hopeful that comes to a stop. But if you do have reports to submit, continue to bring those in here to the Mississippi Live Weather app.
Okay, a new severe thunderstorm warning issued now for parts of, this would be Monroe, as well as Lee, Itawamba counties. That in effect until 5:15 p.m. Again, strong gusty winds, the main reason for this. Our cameras have all been showing a lot of that outside in the Amory area. By the way, Gabe, just so you know, behind the scenes, Smithfield camera is down. So that one's not going to be updating there. But in Amory, you can see the lightning flashes kind of picking up. You're on sort of the development end of this there in the Amory area there in Monroe County as storms are kind of moving north and westward. So they're moving opposite. A lot of times when we'd show a radar map like this, it's like, oh, it's moving. It's not moving in. It's moving out. That odd direction that we have somewhat associated with the storms that we have out there. Here in a moment, we're going to try to touch base with our Emily Leonard. Again, she has some information coming to us from up in Tishomingo County. She's been talking to some emergency managers there. So we'll talk with her here in a moment. I'll be watching behind the scenes to see when you're standing up and ready, and we'll kind of get some of that information. But again, looking in Amory as well as in Tupelo, again, lightning. This next one here, we've already had one kind of come through the Tupelo area, and yet another one again kind of approaching from the south and west. The rain, you can tell, has kind of slackened off just a little bit on this camera shot here. Again, coming in with temperatures around the 90-degree point there. I need you to go ahead and check who that is. That's the second time they've called. And it's not. Hello. Okay, so I'll bring Gabe in again, because one of the things, he's also checking our power outages. One of the things that he has been monitoring behind the scenes as well. And those power outages, unfortunately, continuing to go up. Right, Gabe?
Continue to go up and continue to be added to. You can see out in Prentiss County EPA going to be busy this evening, tracking multiple of those sporadic outage reports out there east of Booneville. This will be closer to the county line of Tishomingo, so kind of carrying over what we were seeing in Tishomingo and pushing that now into Prentiss County. Some of the larger chunks of outages, we're seeing 53 outages just outside of Bay Springs Lake and 55 as well. So where we got that picture submitted a few moments ago, and I'll make sure to give credit where it's due. Let me go back to that here for just a moment. So this would have been John submitting those photos. You can see how that kind of carries over right along parts of Bay Springs Lake. So anyone that's out there this evening at our, I like to call it the North Mississippi Beach, then you're probably dealing with some of those outages. So just continue to drive safe, be safe. Don't be out in the water as this lightning's moving on through, because that can definitely be impactful as well. And we don't want to see that happen here in North Mississippi or anywhere for that matter. Speaking of some of those storms that are back towards the Shannon and Nettleton area, this would be 600 and Well, that's not a great number. Over 650 outages there along Highway 6 north of Nettleton, moving towards Plantersville. So that's a focal point. And then out towards Verona, 143 outages as well. And that's going to be carrying over along Highway 6, this one going towards Pontotoc. But you can definitely see how those storms, despite being below severe limits, still packed a punch. And we're seeing some of those reports continue to cycle in. I do want to look back towards southern Prentiss County. It does look like this is closer to Marietta, an area that we were talking about just a moment ago. 103 outages there out of our Tombigbee Electric Power Association. 15 outages along the Natchez Trace Parkway there towards southeastern Prentiss County. And then 103 outages on the northern side of Itawamba County. So you can see with this map and with our Prentiss County map, these are really all kind of sporadic outages that are being reported. You know, that total tally right now, let me bring it back to the entire state of Mississippi. We're talking 15,000 outages taking place right now. Let's actually take a look at Tishomingo. Oh boy, that's not a good look. That is a ton of outages. That is, what was the number that they had? 9,000 so far without power. Power crews are going to be very busy tonight. Make sure to thank your linemen and women as they are going to be very busy this evening all across Tishomingo County. You can see that map more red than not, meaning that you're more than likely dealing with power outage than not for the county of Tishomingo. So not a sight we want to see, and more of those outages continue to cycle in. Prentiss County coming in with about 1,000, Itawamba 1,500, Monroe, like we mentioned, a little over 650, Carroll still about 130, Lee County starting to add to some of those totals, and eventually as those continue to work their way west, Pontotoc and Union County going to be there as well, along with Chickasaw County. So we're not out of the woods just yet, and those numbers will continue to climb, even if you're in parts that haven't seen a drop of rain all day. So we're hopeful that that's not the case, but I assume we'll be looking at even more of these outages as we head through the rest of our evening. I do want to look and refresh this real quick to make sure I'm not missing anything out of Prentiss County. Looks like that is getting closer along Highway 30. So this would be, you know, if you're going out of the downtown Boonville area, going south, and then you're going on that Highway 30 exit, right around that region is where we're talking about. And this will be going along 30, even onto Highway 145 and 45. That's where we're getting some additional outages, about 15. So those numbers are continuing to climb as these storms move across the area. So you're looking at the specific hazard of driving in a storm, but then you're seeing lingering effects with those outages remaining in place. So like I mentioned, power crew is going to be very, very busy this evening, and that might even be understating it.
That very well might be understating that, unfortunately, because we expect to have more of these power outages. And again, you know, part of this is the ice storm, right? We're in a more vulnerable situation, and that means this is that day we've unfortunately been waiting for, where we are have, you know, the issues that linger a little longer. Appreciate that. That's our meteorologist Gabe Maynard there in our Tupelo studios. Let's reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. Gabe's going to head over to the Chroma Wall there, and what we're tracking is a new severe thunderstorm warning. A pair of, well, we've had two in the last few minutes here. One that's up for again Monroe as well as Itawamba, Lee counties. We have, of course, Southern Clay and Lowndes County, and then the newest one out here for kind of Western Clay County near the Abbott community. And Gabe, you know, this one maybe have a little bit of hail with it, and certainly some of the gusty winds as well, right?
Yeah, it's kind of been a tale of two different severe weather forecasts. Up north, it's been the gustier wind damage that we've been receiving reports of. Down south, Lowndes County was kind of the first indication of us getting some of those larger hailstones that moving through the Columbus area like we looked at just a moment ago. And now as that boundary continues to move on through, we're talking about additional hail reports possible this north of the Abbott community. And, you know, we've seen several days of tracking the hailstones. So let's start with the process. And that first starts with our True Shield Roofing hail swath. And you're getting a visual there of some of that possible hail that we're dealing with. And back towards Columbus earlier on, we were talking about some probable reports for at least a few moments there. And that's when they upgraded to that severe thunderstorm warning. So that's what we're hopeful to not see once again. But at least that possible report indicating some pea to dime-sized hail possible, maybe even larger than that in some aspects. I do want to look 3D at this. And yeah, you guys know the process. 3D kind of allows us to look at some of those storm tops, but look specifically at the core. So as we cut into this storm, I do want to look specifically at that potential hail, and this will kind of cut into the heart of that storm. And whenever you start to get more of those whites and almost blacks to show up, and we're not far away from it, but right there north of Abbott is where we're going to see some of that hail core to start to develop. And Matt, you know, one thing that I wanted to do real quick was kind of go over the last 15 minutes and kind of put that on a play mode. and see
Hey, you
how
mind if I
that.
take over for a second?
Yeah,
Drive it
take
for a
over.
second. Okay, so yeah, so what I'm noticing there is that if we kind of put all that back on here for a moment, that's a lot taller than some of the other storms that are out there. So it's narrow and tall. It's still developing the hail, and then as it goes through the collapsing phase, obviously that some of the issues that go alongside that as well.
For sure.
So I think that there's a couple different layers with that as well. I want to get some information coming out to us from up there in Tishomingo County. So Gabe, here's that moment we pray that the button I clicked that we haven't tested works here. So here we go. I want to bring in our Emily Leonard, again, joining us here live for the first time on Mississippi Live. Hey, what are you getting out of Tishomingo County?
Okay, so I have reached out to the Tishomingo Emergency Management Director. I have not heard from her just yet, but according to the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters, they've got a power line down halfway between Tishomingo and Iuka. That's going to be on Highway 25. Also, they are reporting some dust devils actually near the Corinth area. No doubt with the winds whipping up that it would be whipping up some of that dust, especially since we haven't had a whole lot of rain as of recently. Light out at a Sonic also. So that's just a few of the things that they're seeing. Some lights out, some power lines down, power outages, as you guys have been mentioning.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you hear back from Tishomingo County, let us know, and we'll might talk with you about some new stuff here in a minute if the weather can calm down a little bit. Glad to have you on board officially here, and thank you for joining us here on Mississippi Live.
What an introduction, right?
I know, right? Okay, let's go ahead and reset things here. It's now 4:55, and Emily, if you can hear me behind the scenes, see if you can connect those earpieces so that we don't kind of have the reverb there. There's a set of earpieces there. We'll see if you can Bluetooth connect those just for the audio. Of course, as soon as we do that, it'll probably try to connect for the microphone as well. So hopefully that's not the case, but you know, some experimentation still going on there. Let's go kind of take the wide shot here as we've seen more and more of these warnings issued. Really, these all kind of come back to this is just a lot of unstable air and this kind of big wave moving in from the south and west. And so we're going to continue to have spotty wind damage reports, knocking down trees. And I think the number of tree limbs that get knocked down will probably increase over the next half hour to 45 minutes just because of, frankly, now it's entering, Gabe, I'd say more vulnerable locations as it moves back to the north and west, right?
Exactly. And so we're just working to get those reports out, and you can see how we also have some of those reports coming in. This is a unique situation out of Amory. We're talking about one of the stronger storms that are put in place, not having a severe thunderstorm warning tag to it, but it still had a ton of lightning, a ton of heavy rainfall. Reports are that this storm, and this was a report submitted by Terry, this storm actually struck this tree and the winds were able to knock it over, kind of a complementary 1-2 punch there. And so that's where you can kind of see it snapped at the base, but Terry letting us know that that was actually struck by lightning. So that's going to tell you that there's plenty of strikes that are reaching the surface and unfortunately going to be impactful to a few of these storms. And as we continue to get more information, I do think that these are more of the tree limbs being down. Let me look specifically at what location this is because new information is coming available every single second. You guys are doing a phenomenal job sending in these reports. But Emma letting us know that tree fell due to the wind blocking the road in our neighborhood off Eastport Road in Iuka, Mississippi. So there you're getting a visual there, probably the road right there where it's being blocked. Hopeful that does get cleared. At least that does look like limbs. Actually, I see it snapped right there. That might be a decently sized top part of the tree there. So either way, hopeful that does get cleared here in just a moment. So looking at the chat, I see everyone saying the kind words for Emily. Yes, we are so glad to have her part of the team. It's going to add to our coverage and hopefully mix in a little bit more news here soon. But weather, I guess saying, hey, don't forget about me, the Mississippi Live weather side of things. But either way, excited to have Emily on board and excited to see how that expands us here on Mississippi Live here in the future. Watching the lightning, but the water out here at Rose Trail is cool. Yeah, don't be in the water when the lightning hits, please. Bad wind through the Jacinto and Rienzi area. We do have a camera out of Rienzi. We'll work to show that here in just a moment. But yes, plenty of wind, plenty of rain. That's really the story tonight. And plenty of hail possible now, Matt, as we're tracking multiple warnings across.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 5.
Welcome back, Mississippi Live Weather at 5. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon here. It is obviously a very active afternoon already taking shape, and storms will continue to increase in coverage over the course of the next couple of hours. We're at the beginning of what will continue to be an active stretch here. Where it has not rained yet, as you can see, we'll continue to have obviously very hot temperatures. We're a little low on our coverage of rainfall here. I'm betting that's the thing that Gabe did not get the percentages updated on that. We got the numbers updated on it, but not the percentages yet. Either way, we're going to continue to have, I think, the next 2 to 3 hours, fairly widespread reports of wind damage because we are now entering vulnerable locations. Joining me this evening is our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, in our Tupelo studios. And Gabe, again, I'm seeing those pictures behind you of wind damage. What I need from you, we'll look at some of those, the most significant pictures you've seen here in a couple minutes. I want to also look at power outages. We're going to touch on both those things here in a couple moments. But before that, I want to make sure that we get over to Mama Justice Doppler radar so we can track some of these storms. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give you a heads up of where my thought patterns were. And we're going to check in with our Emily Leonard, again, newest member of the Mississippi Live team here in a few minutes. I don't know how much news we're going to get to in this broadcast simply because we have quite a few warnings out there. So I hope you understand that if it ends up being a little bit longer till we get to the news launch, I'm sure everyone will hopefully understand that, and I apologize for that. We're going to track the leading edge of these storms. There's, again, 2 areas that we're looking at. You have kind of the leading edge here where the first impact, and then a secondary impact where these storms are a little stronger. So I'm actually tracking where maybe these storms develop ahead and could be strong to severe. You can see some times there. I'm going to go ahead and change the size of the cities involved just to kind of give some earliest potential heads up on some of these as they move northeastward there. So again, tracking them over the next, half hour to hour or so. They've only been moving about 30 miles per hour. So we show it right now, Algoma. We're looking at you for about 5:03. Obviously, it's over Corinth with the leading edge of this. The strongest storms are the ones that we have at this point just slightly behind that initial batch there. And then continuing again, another one, those storms trying to move toward the Tupelo area and Shannon and Nettleton right now. Another one near Abbott. Another one generally approaching the West Point area, all 3 with severe thunderstorm warnings. So gusty winds remain the main story. Checking our True Shield hail swath. And I will say that we do have some hail potential showing up out of these. From time to time, when we start looking at these, I'm going to go south because I think our biggest hail potential could actually be our storm down around Columbus. So it's really kind of 2 different threats. Up here north because we're more vulnerable because of the ice storm, a greater wind threat, and wind combined with some hail threat down here, these storms West Point and Columbus. We're going to start south and work our way northward on these storms. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for Lowndes County. Perfect example of what that looks like and why that's an issue coming from our Mississippi Department of Transportation camera there in the Lowndes County area there near Columbus. We do show exactly where that camera is. The wind definitely moving around, but I mean, this doesn't look ridiculous as far as strong wind gusts are concerned. Thankfully, even the power lines, again, not a lot of movement on those. So good sign. 93 at the latest update there in Lowndes County. Going up to Clay County, though, the direction where this storm is moving in the West Point area. And a shot of, obviously, the heavy rainfall kind of moving in with that, that band back toward the south and east. The thing I have to keep in mind, in my mind here, is the directions on this. Again, appreciate our friends over at 4 County Fastnet, new sponsors of our cameras in West Point, Ackerman, Starkville, Mabin, and Macon. Thankful to have them as partners with us here on Mississippi Live on this camera network that we have out there. And again, showing that storm moving toward the West Point area. So 2 warnings for Clay County. One we have for the southern portion of the county, as well as Lowndes County, that in effect until 5:30. And then the warning we have for western Clay County, if I can get my map to the side, it wants to pull it up there. We show that until 5:30 as well. Damaging winds and maybe some large hail possible out of that storm. So let's track specifically that storm here for a moment. And again, gusty winds, the main impact with maybe some hail. If we're kind of move back to the north and west there, we show Artesia at 5:04. We're tracking that for you in Mayhew at 5:06. The West Point area about 5:16. Looking toward the Clayton Village by about 5:21 there, kind of the northeast side of Starkville. A lot of our times here end up being kind of on the northeast side of Starkville there. Moons Valley about 5:25. Rocky Hill 5:27, Montgomery Park again, and Presley Place there and around the Starkville area. So again, strong gusty winds possible with that storm as that moves in. The northwest Clay County storm, what we had been watching, some 3-dimensional hail on this here as we look kind of 3D on it. Let's take a look at that storm, see if it's kind of stretching up as high. And as we slice into this here, kind of looking for how tall the worst parts of it are, we do show again the storm itself up well in excess of 50,000 feet, but the hail kind of in the middle there, only about 15 to 20,000 feet. So I think more wind and hail again likely on that storm, a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for parts of Clay County until 5:30. As we wind things back out, look over the whole area here for a moment. We've had numerous reports of wind damage farther north from these storms that are moving into and through the Boonville area. When they were back in Tishomingo County, just absolutely widespread reports of power outages there related to this. And you can see what it looks like in Boonville. Prentiss County, Tishomingo County, Alcorn County, again, all impacted by the ice storm in very meaningful ways. And part of the reason why there are likely so many power outages in some of those spots up here in Alcorn County, you can see cameras definitely bouncing around. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, once again here. He's looking at those power outages and what is going on in a few of those different locations. Gabe, how significant are they as of the 5 o'clock hour?
Thousands we're seeing as of the 5 o'clock hour, and unfortunately climbing for exactly the reason that you're talking about, just susceptible limbs and trees that are going to be knocked over even with sub-severe gusts. I was talking to some individuals that unfortunately they went to their shelter over in Tishomingo, but their home not necessarily staying away from the damage. A tree did fall on their back porch and cave it in, and so working to confirm that everyone is okay, but it sounds like they were in shelter and good to go. So praying for those that are affected, because trees, while they can fall on power lines, they can also fall on vehicles, as we saw earlier on this afternoon, and unfortunately houses, as we're seeing right now. So I think everyone's okay, but working to confirm that as we speak. But some pretty significant damage reports on top of the thousands of power outages that we're seeing, including 1,000 outages now added to Alcorn County.
Yeah, let's cycle through some of those power outages, Gabe.
Okay. So 1,000 outages, this on the southeast side of Alcorn County. So we south of Corinth, so close to the Synagogue and Rienzi community. So of course our camera picking up on some of those storms, and even up there towards the Jobs community, south of Strickland, we're seeing that as well. It's to be south of 72. As we talked about a little bit earlier on, some of the more significant widespread outages have been out of Tishomingo County. And you can see that nearly every location there, including the area where we've gotten plenty of the tree damage down in Belmont, or that latest edition of the back porch being caved in, 1.7 thousand outages there in Iuka, nearly 1,000 outages closer to Tishomingo, over 2,000 outages in Belmont. So unfortunately, Tishomingo County continues to be an area to pay attention to. As we look out of Prentiss County, now in Boonville, we were talking about these specific storms moving along Highway 30 and now up along the, this will be south of downtown. This will be closer to, let me see, this will be closer to Northeast, the campus of Northeast. So that's where we're getting nearly 210 outages. So folks that live right along the downtown Boonville area and across parts of, I always call it Main Street, but I guess it's technically South 2nd Street. So if you live out there, going to be dealing with those outages, and that is just south of Boonville Middle and High School, as you know, we have familial ties with that. I do want to look down south at Fort County, some outages coming out of Lowndes County as well, nearly 200 outages. So Matt, even the storms that aren't as widespread or maybe not as gusty, still dealing with hundreds of outages adding to those totals.
Absolutely. And you mentioned Tishomingo County, more 9,000 out. good example of that you see beside me here. This is our camera in Iuka, which is not updating because it's out of power like so many folks there. So we don't have some magic key, unfortunately, to keep the power on even in some of those spots there as well. I do want to slide over. We're going to show again some of the storms here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Lee County, and we've again had a few reports of wind damage out of these storms. At 4:55, large tree across the road reported there along Highway 6. Just south of the Lee-Monroe County line. Also report again of some of the wind damage earlier on those trees down in and around Plantersville and Shannon with our discussion back and forth with the National Weather Service there. This batch of storms approaching New Albany looks like one thing here in person. Here's what it looks like on our camera there in the New Albany area as those storms are approaching. Again, the low-hanging stuff associated with, again, what we call a shelf cloud. One thing we have not touched on that we need to mention right now is there are not going to be tornadoes today. Repeating, no tornadoes out of this today. Okay, I just want to make sure that we're crystal clear as to where things stand in that regard. Now, reports from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers of power outages in the Pontotoc area, including the Walmart there as well. And Belmont, some images, continuing to come in from there again of the significant tree damage. I'm looking at a shot here from Alcorn County from Linda with North Mississippi Storm Chasers as well. And you guys are sharing so many of those various reports with us as well. Solar batteries for backup. Well, as long as they were charged up earlier, that certainly makes sense. Trees blowing across the yard in Pisgah this evening. So again, appreciate so many reports that you have. No power in Boonville, no power on Highway 45. This is kind of that first big one here that is definitely causing some problems in the wake of the ice storm. Appreciate our friends there. You can see St. Jude Children's Research Hospital next to me there. I see Absolute Restoration in the comments there, mentioning the fact they have some hail going on there at that location as well. And I'll say this, it says Tishomingo needs to fix our power issue. Let's be clear. There's only so much that could be done in the wake of the ice storm. So many trees that were damaged but didn't completely fall. And this is kind of cleaning up what the ice storm started. There's going to be more of these. The next few years, there's just going to be more power outages than there should be because there's no real way to get every single tree that was damaged because so many were. So that's just an unfortunate part of the situation, but just kind of the way this does tend to work out. So let's look here. Again, we have some folks that were asking about Ripley a moment ago. Let's kind of track this back to the north and east. And you can come in here for a second if you've got, it's probably easier for you to give your information here. And I don't think your microphone reaches all the way back there. Say something real quick.
Check, check. Can you hear me?
Nope, it doesn't reach quite that far. Okay, so what do you got?
I just talked to Peyton with Tishomingo County's EMA, and she says they've got, like you mentioned, trees down throughout the county, numerous power outages, but she is just now headed out now to assess what is happening there.
Well, I mean, you're just now at the point where Tishomingo County is clear enough that you can safely do that.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll keep up with her.
Okay, I appreciate that. Peyton, of course, the emergency manager there in Tishomingo County. Our Emily Leonard, again, joining us here in the Mississippi Live studios. Again, a valuable member that we're adding again to the weather team. So many pictures that you have sent in. Gabe has been monitoring those pictures as well behind the scenes. We're going to take a brief break here for a second to get things kind of straightened out and ready to go. You're watching Mississippi Live here at 5 p.m. in the Room to Room Weather Center. We'll be right back. Hi, I'm Mississippi Live Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Reserve your St. Jude Dream Home giveaway ticket by July 31st, and you'll be eligible to win the house and the early bird prize, a $10,000 gift card to Brooks Grocery. Visit dreamhome.org to reserve your ticket for $100 and help St. Jude Children's Research Hospital continue its life-saving work. Then watch Mississippi Live on October 29th to see who wins the house and the other prizes. Reserve your ticket today. The next generation of news has arrived. Mississippi Live News launches today at 5. North Mississippi's most experienced and trusted anchor, Emily Leonard, joining our team here because local matters.
People tell me how lucky my daughter is to have been adopted. But really, we're the lucky ones. Learn more at adoptuskids.org.
Right now, from the Mississippi Live Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lawpon.
We've got storms popping up over top of Oxford and many other locations. And one thing I haven't really addressed that we need to make sure we do, all the folks in green here under a severe thunderstorm watch, and that's pretty much everybody that traditionally watches us here on Mississippi Live, including our folks down in Mac South Territory. I show Choctaw County, just the one I happen to click on there. I know we've got a lot of other stuff. We'll try to clean this up here in a second. But the severe thunderstorm watch for wind and hail. And I want to make sure we're clear. We are not anticipating tornadoes out of these storms today. Okay? No tornadoes, but wind damage, absolutely. And the power outage numbers reflect that as they continue to become more and more significant. As I kind of clear off all of our different ways we can, sort of look at things. Now this shows, and I think it's underdoing it there, that the power outages in Tishomingo County are sitting there. Let's go ahead and clear that off. Power outages in the yellow there sitting somewhere around 39%. And that's a very significant number, but I think as we heard from Gabe a moment ago, it's probably a little more significant than that. And this poweroutage.us tends to run a little bit behind. But if we switch this over and kind of check out the numbers there, certainly very significant across much of North Mississippi. Had 9,500 outages, Tishomingo County, 2,500 for Marion County, Alabama. And you can look at these blue circles to see the kind of movement, the direction all of these storms were kind of moving in there as well. So a lot of trees reported down, and that's what our meteorologist Gabe Maynor is showing and watching behind the scenes here. So many pictures that you all are sending in, and send those pictures in, whether it's hail. If you have large hail in excess of an inch, True Shield Roofing tries to make a bad day less bad and give you $100 if you're the largest hailstone. But it's been mainly wind like what you have back there, right, Gabe?
Yeah, I was about to ask, do we have any partnership for wind damage? Because that seems to be the winners tonight. As we track what we're getting here in the Mississippi Live Weather Studio, we're seeing a fireworks stand in Boonville. So 'tis the season, right? We're talking about July 4th plans. Well, leading up to July 4th, this fireworks stand had a tent blown over. In fact, they were telling us that the fireworks stand itself was almost blown over as well. So that was submitted by Rebecca. Glad to hear that everyone is okay. We also got some trees down on power lines. This over there in Iuka, you can see that large tree blown over. Looks like it was uprooted. No, that one was snapped actually at the base. You can kind of see that there, kind of snapped and falling onto those power lines. So adding to some of those outages there in Tishomingo County. And even as we look up there towards, let me make sure I have the location right. So this would have been straight line winds out of Iuka. That's what the report is there across North Pearl Street and Ash Street. And you can see this is a power line, a power pole, I should say, snapped there along the central parts of the pole. And that's going to cause some outages as well. But this up there in Iuka, no surprise at all. And more of those trees that are down there along Ash Street and North Pearl Street. So, just busy up there in Tishomingo County.
Man, unfortunately, it's just a lot of reports that are going to continue to come in. Looking at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, Timothy, we're looking at some of their stuff behind the scenes, mentioning again some of the power outage issues that they're seeing up there, and again some damage with trees even outside the Iuka city limits. So that's unfortunately making for a rough afternoon. New severe thunderstorm warning issued that does include now Noxubee as well as Oktibbeha County. So Noxubee County until 6 p.m., Oktibbeha County until 6 p.m. as well. Some hail potential out of these are True Shield Roofing hail swath, showing again some spotty reports. We don't have, when this again gets here into the probable categories, typically when we're starting to see some large hail potential increasing on this as well. Do you have additional information? Yeah, bring you just come on in. We're at that point here. Okay, so reports. I know. Yeah. So reports from Lowndes County. What are we getting?
Cindy Lawrence, the EMA director there in Lowndes County, says that she's got a couple trees down. Officers are stationed at Lake Road and Lee Stokes Road.
Okay.
The Columbus area.
Okay, so trees down there. Did she have time generally?
I'll ask.
Okay, I appreciate that. We need to make sure, if we can, Gabe, behind the scenes, pass those along to the National Weather Service from the Lowndes County Emergency Manager. I'll double check to make sure that that's not already in there. But again, some wind damage reports there in Lowndes County. I do see that. Never mind. I do see that those are in the chat in the last couple minutes here. So good. Bad, but good that's been passed along. And a reminder that if you send in your reports using the Mississippi Live Weather app, it is great that you guys put them in chat. We appreciate that. It helps us in real time know what's going on. At the same time, the folks at the National Weather Service can see your pictures in real time as well. So when you send a picture of the Mississippi Live Weather app, the folks in the National Weather Service there in Memphis get that information almost instantly. So that certainly is helpful for them. I want to look down here toward Kosciuszko. This has been at about the intensity level where they have been issuing severe thunderstorm warnings today. Looking 3D on that storm there. I'm going to check a couple different ways just to see if this one could be one that's maybe strengthening to a way that the one over there at Kosciuszko. It's not quite as tall. The one actually we have out here just north of Camden, just east of Pickens, is actually a little bit taller, and so more likely probably be producing a little bit of hail there. Let's go 2D mode and sort of widen it out. Let's get a movement on these. Again, this is sort of a one and done day. We don't really think it's super likely that we redevelop strong to severe thunderstorms behind this. It's not impossible, but largely there's a certain amount of fuel out there as well. And once that fuel is used up, hopefully that means the storms are as well. Yeah, someone mentioning the NWS can pull the app photos. Absolutely. You know, we're not a commercial television station, so we can do whatever we want. And I said, you know what? You want to log into the app so that you can look and see what pictures come in. If it saves 2 seconds, that could save lives. And so that's the reason we did that. And it's the reason we partner with so many people like Lee Storm Shelters. Not necessarily a day I think we need to be heading to storm shelters out there, though sporadic wind damage has been the story. No tornado threat of significant concern out of these storms today. We'll bring it back north here and check out, again, our radar site out of Monroe County. And as we change it over there, you can see some of those wind damage reports. Again, more of those continuing to come in. Like, for example, now we have one within the last little bit here, about 4:15. Again, there are several trees down between Plantersville and Shannon. There was the new one. 4:55, large tree down along Road 100. Now, it's interesting that I've been about 4:55. Look at how, based on that time, that storm did not look super duper impressive, did it? And now it's gone through an almost complete collapsing phase. So what that unfortunately means is occasionally these are going to overperform what it looks like on radar. And that always is kind of a bit of a concern here. I know we've had some storms developing up here, and someone was asking a little bit ago about Ripley. As we kind of bring it back in here into the Weather Center for a moment, looking here, the kind of leading edge of these storms, I would just kind of track sort of this area right on the front edge there, kind of toward the north and west, about 30 miles per hour. So, of course, kind of over top of Ripley. I'm not saying it's truly skipped over you. There will still be some strong gusty winds in this batch back here behind, but the strongest winds have typically been, I guess this is kind of earliest time of arrival. How about we put it that way on Mama Justice Doppler, that the earliest time arrival there for the Baker community at about 5:23, looking at Blue Mountain at 5:22, Brownfield 5:25, and Cotton Plant by about 5:27. We're going to kind of change the size of the cities involved there for a moment so it can go a little farther out. But New Albany about 5:30, and we'll look at New Albany in our camera there here in just a moment. Again, Myrtle about 5:41, Hickory Flat 5:48, and Potts Camp by about 5:59. Holly Springs at 6:07. This is going to be less hail, more wind. Checking the wind mode on Mama Justice Doppler. And again, some sporadic strong winds still possible out of that batch of thunderstorms. Coming south, again, we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings here involving the Golden Triangle. As we go back over to the kind of regular rainfall mode, most of the Columbus area, where again we talked to you a bit ago, Cindy Lawrence reporting there, the emergency manager from Lowndes County, some reports of trees down in and around the Columbus area, that coming from our Emily Leonard. And then storms have expanded there toward Artesia and a few on different sides there of the Starkville area. Checking our camera there in town in Starkville, I believe this one is there again, kind of looking down, I believe Blackjack and, why can't I think Cross Street? I think it's Blackjack and, Highway 12 there. Again, looking at still the camera bouncing around a little bit. Those gusty winds. This is a good example of kind of the gust front running ahead, making it sort of bounce around more so than the actual storm itself that's yet to make it in. And our camera out in Adeton does have a shot, this on the west side of Starkville, so this kind of up higher and sort of looking back into some of those storms. Again, we're looking at 91 degrees and appreciate our partners there at Fastnet, 4 County Electric, as we're just kind of looking back, this is northeast. We're going to swing this around. Give me a moment to slide this all the way southeast, and they're kind of the leading edge of that next severe storm that's sort of approaching. Again, this is no rotation there. That's somebody burning something. And then back there, that is that strong storm that's eventually approaching. So many of you continue to share your pictures with us. That's where our meteorologist Gabe Maynor is been looking at here in our Tupelo studios. And again, Gabe, folks can send those pictures in using the Mississippi Live weather app. But that one completely blocking the roadway, a reason why we never want people necessarily driving in this kind of weather, because that could have been really, really bad if someone had been going beneath that, right?
For sure, and we've seen it happen in the past where, you know, just a wrong place, wrong time, and we don't want to see anyone deal with that. So make sure to drive with caution on those roadways, or just stay off the roadways until that threat does pass. But this was along Highway 30. I want to make sure I have the exact location right there. Highway 30, close to County Road 2118. This was over in Prentiss County. So exactly what we were talking about just a moment ago, you know, getting some of those reports as well, including some of those trees being down along the area. This was an interesting situation. So this was actually this was a 20 by 20 carport that was actually lifted into the air and went over some 18-wheeler trailers. So a lot of your reports that are being submitted continue to be the trees that are damaged, but the structure damage, that's where, you know, it really catches our attention. And whether that's a tree falling under a structure, or in this case, we had a tent blow over on a fireworks stand in Burnsville. This one over there in, let me make sure I have the exact location on this correct, but this was out towards, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we have a location, but I would assume out there closer to far northeast Mississippi, but that photo submitted by Elizabeth there. We also did get some lightning pictures. This is where it's also dangerous when thunder roars go indoors, something we always talk about. And that was in Red Bay, Hunter submitting that photo, and that was probably when the thunderstorms were moving on through, when they were looking a little bit more intense as well. But Matt, wind damage reports continue to climb. And so a big thank you to all of our weather watchers out there in the field sending those in. Continue to send those in. Just hopeful that, you know, everyone stays safe, lives remain intact, and injuries.
Which picture was it behind you? Which one was the one you were trying to find location?
Right here.
Let's see here. I show that north of that's close to the split between 25 and Old 25 there in Itawamba County, northeast of Fulton is where I have that location.
Gotcha. I think that's where we had like 300 outages, so that's fitting that we have the damage kind of lining up with the outages as well. So,
yeah, okay. So unfortunately, those numbers continue to increase. Appreciate that. Continue to send your pictures in. Again, use that app as you can see there on the screen. Probably the easiest way to kind of interact with us. And we'll check in with Gabe on some of those power outages coming up here in a couple moments. Houston, I know we've got a lot of viewers there in Chickasaw County. We'll put this into motion again, showing these storms. They have not been as strong, but if you look closely there, you can kind of see sort of this green line sort of moving eastward there. It's kind of north-south right there close to Calhoun City now, moving into Calhoun County. That's going to be the first leading edge of the rain-cooled air here, and this big kind of flare-up of thunderstorms there. That is what is continuing to, again, probably kick out some 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. It's not as big of an issue there in the Houston area versus some other spots because the ice storm wasn't quite as bad. But as that moves into Calhoun County, eventually Yalobusha County, power outage numbers will continue to increase at, unfortunately, probably a fairly dramatic pace there. Let's go ahead and do a reset here for a moment. We know we've got a lot of folks, again, watching us. You're watching Mississippi Live. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside a meteorologist Gabe Maynor, our Emily Leonard in our Saltillo studios here. We'll hopefully hear from her. Might get a little bit of news a little later on, but unfortunately, we're in weather mode here at this point. We have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, and let's clear some folks out. Lee County, you're probably done except for the far northern extent of the county as far as severe weather is concerned. It'd be very difficult for these. Man, there's enough back there in Alabama trying to prove me wrong, because there's another pretty good wave back there. We'll look at that with Futurecast here in a minute. In fact, that's probably where we need to go next as we kind of continue on with what we would traditionally do in a broadcast here, is kind of look at like where things go here for the remainder of this evening. Make sure we kind of fully address that here for a second. So again, our severe thunderstorm watch, if you haven't seen the active weather yet, that is what we have in place. Despite the fact that we have a high pressure center and sinking air and all the stuff that goes along with that, these green watches here are a sign, again, moisture. We have tons of that in place from the Gulf of Mexico, and sometimes it just takes a little wave And that's what's doing this again, producing storms, severe storms all the way from North Alabama back through Louisiana. And it's that weird direction, moving from the south and east back to the north and west. We get in this pattern a couple times a year, and that's where we find things once again this evening. On the wider scale, high pressure remains in control, and so I think if we're going to see storms next couple days, it'll be again these kind of little easterly waves sort of rolling our direction, trying to bring us the more active weather from that direction as well. So here is a look at a Futurecast and where we kind of go from here this evening, assuming we got that all in play the way it's supposed to go. Gonna play along? There we go. Okay, so Futurecast showing what I was wanting to see is if it had a secondary wave. This particular version does not. We're gonna check a different version here in just a second. But this really kind of underdid the quantity of storm somewhat. But as we talked about last night, we weren't at all shocked at that. We just have tons of fuel out there. We ignited that fuel, and here we go. And so perhaps another round later on tonight, but let's look at Strike. Strike, again, an exclusive here to Mississippi Live. And I want to kind of check and see how it's behaving with these storms. And it, I think, does a better job overall on the kind of dual round nature of it. It's pretty close, actually, where our storms are in place at this instant here. And so, again, showing kind of this first round, it has the second round kind of diminishing. That is what I would typically expect. We've really used up a lot of fuel out there. I said, Siri, that we expect the second round to probably mostly die before it gets here, but some storms could still be strong. Didn't listen to me when I spoke to it. Anyway, storms, I think, overall die out later on tonight, but this is too fast. I think we still have some strong thunderstorms out there, 7, 8 o'clock this evening, and could still even have 1 or 2 that are severe. Unfortunately, power outages will continue beyond that, considering we have Tishomingo County, for example, with almost 10,000 customers without power at this time. 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, not a lot redeveloping there, but you can still see it's kind of that odd direction with the winds coming from the south and east. And so that will be the zone where we can watch storm chances for tomorrow. Upper 70s out there for low temperatures tomorrow morning still means a lot of fuel in place for thunderstorms to work off of. Now, Futurecast here does have maybe a few spotty storms trying to develop again as we go toward tomorrow in even the morning to maybe midday time period. And so that is a little quicker than where we were showing things last night. And so that's why I think there's a potential maybe a few of these thunderstorms could be strong to severe. You can see once again how they mature and move back to the north and west, some damaging wind, some hail possible out of these. Once again, disorganized in a way that we're probably not going to end up seeing tornadoes out of these again for tomorrow. It's a heavy rainfall, it's lightning, it's gusty winds, it's summer and high temperatures. Before the storms move in, upper 90s. When you factor in the humidity out there, it'll be 110 or so. This, by the way, shows that we have tons of fuel in place. What we often find in summer is that we have tons of fuel and no way to ignite it. We don't have a lower level trigger, or there's something else in the atmosphere that's a little bit wrong. But we always have tons of fuel out there. So we've ignited that fuel, produced the severe thunderstorms today. It seems reasonable that could possibly again happen for tomorrow. So your pool day forecast has us really hot, high on that heat index, and as well as the UV index there. Appreciate IMPC sponsor for our pool day forecast. Looking beyond that into tomorrow evening, notice Futurecast has another wave trying to move in from the east as we go into tomorrow evening. So let me just tell you, my first takeaway is either one of two things is going on here. The model realized it was behind on its homework and it's going to go overboard now, producing too many storms tomorrow because it underdid today. Or it very well could mean that tomorrow could be a pretty good wallop of a storm with more damaging wind potential there. Very rarely do we do back-to-back days of significant wind damage like what we've had. But it remains a possibility there, and certainly the models are aggressive on that perception for tomorrow, despite our proximity to that high pressure center and low temperatures on Friday morning, somewhere in the middle 70s out there. So looking toward Friday, we expect to have a lesser quantity of storms, still kind of in a zone where we could have a little wave move in and additional thunderstorms try to develop as we go toward Friday afternoon, kind of changing things over to our strike model. And again, those storms, still some damaging wind possibility, still some obviously heavy rainfall, maybe even a few hailstones with what we see on Friday there. Friday's high temperatures expected to push somewhere around the upper 90s to near the triple digit point. We'll show 7-day forecast here for a moment. Again, we'll be probably upper 90s Friday into Saturday and Sunday. And yes, that means for your 4th of July, some thunderstorms there. Underdone a little bit, I think, on the percentage. We'll go back at 6 o'clock and we'll look more at the 4th of July. But I don't want to stay too far off of our storms and what we have going on radar to begin with there. So again, we'll talk more about that coming up at 6 o'clock. Let's bring it back in here and kind of reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor and Emily Leonard, tracking severe thunderstorm warning ongoing now for Ling Creek and Oktok and Heritage Colony and locations on the south side of Starkville there. This severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6 p.m. Damaging winds the main reason. And I'll be honest, the most damaging portion of this is about to probably exit the warning area. So we'll track that north and west, we'll say close to about 25 to 30 miles per hour on the speed. And so Oktibbeha County, again, damaging wind potential for you. We're looking at Quail Valley by around 535 there. College Hills at about 539, University Estates 539, Deerfield at 540, Hancock Circle there in and around the Starkville area by just around 541. If for whatever reason your internet has some issues, we do carry our live broadcasts on Max South and obviously YouTube and all the Facebooks and every other place you could be, all different places that you can find us. Also sharing some of that information, I'll bring in our meteorologist Gabe Maynor here for a moment. And Gabe has been looking at a lot of your pictures that have been sent in. And unfortunately, Gabe, a lot of those pictures continue to show wind damage, right?
Exactly right. And a large part of the picture is coming out of one specific location. Not saying that's the only location, but that's just where a large number of the pictures are coming from. We look behind me, Belmont. We look at another one, Belmont. And unfortunately, Belmont is going to be the area of focus for the pictures that are being submitted as of the latest couple of reports. Reason why, it all has to do with radar starting to dry up a little bit more out there in southern Tishomingo County. So as we get further into the night and those storms do start to work their way on out, I expect more of those reports to come in for Prentiss, Alcorn, even down here towards Lee County possibly. So right now, Belmont and Tishomingo County kind of getting those first reports in, but probably expecting those to climb, especially whenever you're looking at Prentiss County and seeing the sheer number of power outages that we're dealing with. And up there towards Alcorn County, seeing another 1,000 reports of power outages happening across town. Honestly, looking at that number, I think we're closer to 2,000. So that number continuing to climb. So unfortunately, power outages, those are more of immediate reports. The trees down, the damage to homes, that comes after the fact as well, kind of after those storms clear on out. So we're hopeful that that's not the case, but that's really when I expect those reports to start to come in, as they've done so in Tishomingo County. But like we mentioned, Tishomingo County, not a great sight there, seeing 9,000 without power tonight at 5 o'clock. So power crews are going to be out and active this evening and are probably going to carry over even into tomorrow morning potentially with some of these numbers that we're talking about. As we look down south, this one just outside of Starkville, that'd be closer to our Maben camera there with about 300 outages, 600 there on the southwest side of Starkville, closer to, I believe that's closer to the horse farm as well. And then down towards the southern side of Oktibbeha County, northwest Noxubee County, we're seeing more of those sporadic outages take place. I mean, even if we look up there towards Clay County and Webster County, seeing some more of those outages be reported. So everywhere you look, everywhere these storms are moving through, or at least getting some outage of some sort. Now, the magnitude has varied, but it's just going to be busy, Matt. Busy.
It is, you know, and more storms are going to continue to cause these issues. We're looking outside in Maben right now. Our camera sponsored by the folks there at Fastnet, powered by 4 County. This camera location there shows, again, the bouncing that we have going on right now of some of those showers and thunderstorms as they're kind of moving there toward the north, eventually toward the Maben area there as well. But this is the thing, we just got tons of fuel. We're 91, feels like 111. It's just very, very steamy. And that's just one of those things that there's a lot of fuel. And as that fuel is gobbled up, the storms produce the wind damage and everything else that they end up producing with that. So we mentioned a moment ago, Maben is in our track here. As we look farther ahead, give you a time there for Maben. There are storms pretty close to overhead. We've gotten some gusty wind out of those as well. So we kind of change the size of the location here for a moment to get Maben in that track well, might not give us right there. Let's go get some longer distances there. We show Eupora coming up here in a little bit as well. Got to get just past all those subdivisions. Are things like, hey, you want to pay attention to all these? And we do. Every one of them matters. We want to see if we can get some cities a little farther down the road. Give me a second. Let's select that as the first city. Nope, still wasn't good enough to get farther out there. I might have to completely redo that there to get it to do it. But we're probably about 25 minutes away there from Mabon with the next kind of sort of severe batch, despite the fact we have storms right overhead that are fairly heavy. Our Emily Leonard's been reaching out to some folks here across North Mississippi. I'll go ahead and get over here. Emily, you find out any information? I know it's kind of hard when you have power outages and stuff like that to get that.
Right. I have reached out to Itawamba County, Lowndes County. I've also reached out to Prentiss County, and so far, mainly power outages and trees down are what they're reporting. But like you said, it's really hard to get out in some places, so they're kind of having to hang back a little bit until they're able to get out there and to really assess the damage. But if you guys have any reports, of course, send them in through the Mississippi Live Weather app.
Yeah, free and available. That's, again, right there. Your pictures immediately go from our app to the National Weather Service. So a very easy way to again, share that right with them. Appreciate that. Our Emily Leonard, again, kind of helping us out this evening. One place, again, we're watching that chat is on Facebook, YouTube, all the different places there as well. Lane, I'll answer it straight up. No tornado threats that are concerning with us out of this. These are damaging winds in particular, causing trees to get knocked down from time to time, and other issues along those lines. Unfortunately, that is something that we definitely are still seeing out of these storms. Checking our True Shield hail swath. We don't have as many of those areas. We do have some spots, but when we look for this to get back here into the probable category. That's when we know we've really got some issues there. And we have some spots where, again, it's possible. If you do have some large hail to report, again, sharing those with us, probably the easiest way to do that using the app. Largest hailstone picture, believe it or not, $100 Walmart gift card from True Shield Roofing. So good luck on that in the worst possible way, because obviously that's the thing nobody actually wants to win. Looking at a tree knocked down there along Highway 47 near Abbott, about 4:45 when that storm came through there. One of the many reports we have. It does look like Emily's got another report coming in here. Emily, what do you have?
Yeah, I just heard from Patrick Homan, and he is in
Itawamba County.
Itawamba County. He said they're trying to get us a good picture of this, but they have a lot of tree down. He said a ton of trees. He also said they're mainly across the roads in the northeastern part of the county. Power lines are mostly down in that area as well. We're talking about the Banner, Fairview communities. And then some reports of some possible structured damage because of the trees. But he's trying to get this all verified and getting us some photos as well.
And I think that this is the photo you were talking about there, Emily, of some of that damage. And in saying that, let me see if I can pop this up here. Give me just a moment to do that. Hold on. I double punched that. Give me just a second here. There we go. So this is that example we're talking about. I mean, I see what looks to be, a tractor or a trailer from a tractor trailer there and some kind of carport. I'm wondering if that's what they're reporting. That's one of them that came in that Gabe had a little bit earlier on. You can share your pictures with us using the Mississippi Live Weather app and let us know as well. But appreciate that. And once Patrick gets that information, go ahead and let me know, and we'll get that pulled up there. And we'll do that. So had some questions. Again, it's been a little while since we've been up toward Ripley. Ripley, you are one of the locations that obviously we talked about storms kind of redeveloping here and getting a little stronger. We'll make this a 1-hour loop. And you'll notice how these storms were a little spotty and then just really flared up just on the east side of town. And this is the problem. No official severe thunderstorm warning for these. These will absolutely be causing power outages, absolutely be knocking down tree limbs and maybe trees. This is ice storm strike zone. This is where it was at its worst. And that means storms like this have been producing wind damage other places are going to continue doing it for you as well. Unfortunately, it does not take the full 60-mile-per-hour winds for this to knock down trees. And that's unfortunately what has happened today. I'm looking at a bunch of different ways at this, again, showing on our various threats here. Hail potential, very, very heavy rainfall potential. We don't see a lot of pinks which would show wind shear, which is turning of the winds, the change in direction there. But primarily, strong wind has been what our main reports have been today. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor looking at some of those pictures again behind the scenes here on what you have been sending in and again sharing with us. That batch of thunderstorms up around Ripley kind of moving, generally speaking, again toward Ashland. I'll have a track on that in a second.
Yeah, Matt, and also trying to get a forecast knocked out. And one of the things that I was talking about with Caleb was the models were not exactly doing the best job on rain chances. So we'll keep that updated getting into our Thursday, but I think we could be definitely needing to break that down a little bit more coming up tonight at 6. But what we're looking at here is out of Burton. You see that we do have a large tree down, narrowly missing this home. That's where, you know, Becca submitting this photo. I assume it's Becca's house. So just very grateful this evening that they're not dealing with structure damage there, but other locations, as we've seen through the night, dealing with that structure damage, including, let me make sure I have the location right on this because I was kind of multitasking there. Honey submitting this in Boonville. Unfortunately, we are getting some reports there of a tree that looks like it did get onto the home. If you're wanting a positive, it does look like this is the top end of the tree, so some thinner branches, but I mean, you can still see where it's kind of punctured into that roof, and that's where we're dealing with some roof damage up there in Boonville. So unfortunately, and Boonville was an area that we were watching just a few moments ago, dealing with some of those reports that are coming in. So, honey, we appreciate those reports, and we do hope that everyone is okay. This was another one, a sweet gum tree landing in their chicken coop, went straight through the deck roof, and you can see this one was submitted. Let me make sure I have the name right on this. Shelly submitting this photo, and yeah, sure enough, just one of those sweet gum trees, and that's one that's in our backyard. And every time it storms, I look at it and I think, please don't fall today. And so far we've been lucky, but I mean, as you can see, it definitely is not luck that drives the forecast. It's just the wind that can sometimes pick up and knock down trees and make it a little bit damaging in the process.
And cause some major issues there. Meteorologist Gabe Maynor reporting. Current time is about 5:45. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Wampun. You're watching Mississippi Live. We're a 24/7 weather streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. Storms over Blue Mountain, again heavy to arguably strong to severe, causing wind damage. Hickory Flat, we're watching that for you at about 5:46 on Mama Justice Doppler radar, tracking it toward the Grand Junction community about 5:57. We're looking closer to Lake Center about 6:04, but Pine Grove, it's over you now. Canaan, it's 5:46. Ashland 5:46 as well. Strong gusty winds, and what this has produced from time to time is we have had this produce some wind damage as well, including some potential structure damage coming from the Prentiss County area. With more on that information, I do want to bring in our Emily Leonard for the latest on what she has found out from Prentiss County Emergency Manager Bud Lindsay. Emily, what do you have? Make sure your microphone's on, Emily. Your microphone might be off. It's on? Okay, hold on. Let me force it on that way. Okay, go for it.
All right, so Bud Lindsay, Prentiss County EMA Director, he sent us this text message just a few moments ago. He says he's got a tree on a house. This is located at 739 Highway 365. They also have multiple trees in the roadway. This on the eastern side of Prentiss County. And trees really seem to be the story today with those winds and such weak trees from the ice storm.
Okay. Appreciate that, Emily. So again, a tree on a home there. No injuries, though, reported at this point, right?
Right, that's correct.
Okay, appreciate that. That's our Emily Leonard again in our Tupelo studios. Again, thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live. We'll have more information. So unfortunately, power outages, trees down, those remain the stories that are headlining things as of now, the 5:45, 5:46 time period here. And again, Gabe, I'm going to send it back to you here for a moment. New severe thunderstorm warning issued back here for Webster, Choctaw, western parts of Oktibbeha, and now northern Winston County. Gabe, I'm going to send it back to you over on the Chroma wall here to get a storm track on this, because these storms, they just kind of keep coming. Emily's supposed to be helping us on the wind, not on the wind front, on the, what's the word I'm looking for? On the news front. And unfortunately, today is one of those days where weather and news are the same thing.
What a day to debut, right? So as you were mentioning, yes, over there towards Choctaw, I mean, let's just go ahead and list every single county. Choctaw, Winston, over there towards Oktibbeha, Webster, and I'm curious if that does include, no, they went ahead and put it past the Clay County community, but either way, this is a storm that we're going to continue to monitor. Let's get a storm track on it as it continues to progress there towards the west. I know a little bit more of a unique movement to it, but that's just due to the atmosphere and how it's oriented so far. So, taking it at about 24 miles an hour or so, we can see that we're closer to Self Creek by 5:55, Morgantown 5:57, Bethedon by 5:59, Sturgis 6:02, Walthall by 6:09, Eupora 6:09, and Westwood by 6:12. One of the ways that we can kind of clean this up a little bit and get some larger populated towns there. There's a look: Eupora 6:09, Ackerman 6:22, and Ware 6:45. In fact, Ackerman, an area that I want to go to real quick because that is going to give us a visual at some of these storms as they move into town, because this will give us a visual at the leading edge of these storms. So this is looking, in fact, let me make sure this is looking the right way. I have my cameras up behind the scenes so I can change that up. So let me take Ackerman, and we are looking towards the west. So yeah, we need to go the complete opposite way. I knew when I saw some sunshine peeking through, we were definitely looking the wrong way. So looking more towards the east. We'll do kind of a zoom out, zoom back in. There you get a look, a completely different sky. So folks in Choctaw County looking at it, you have sunshine one way, storms on the other. The storms are what's moving into town. A big thank you to the folks there at 4 County Fastnet for providing us this look out of Ackerman. But you can see the heavy rainfall that we're going to be dealing with. I'm sure we'll be dealing with a few strikes as well coming up in just a moment. But either way, this is one of the cameras that we will utilize along with our Maven camera if it's still holding up. One of the issues that we've had so far this afternoon have been a few cameras going out due to the power outages. And there you're getting a look at a Maven. We're 82 degrees, so some of that rain-cooled air overhead. You see the camera bouncing. You see, stay with me, Maven. Don't go just yet. Some of the lightning that's causing some power disruptions. We just saw a little bit of a flicker there on the camera. So lots of lightning with this setup. So that's definitely what we're going to be dealing with. Oh, I'm hoping and praying that our Maven camera can hold together and stay with us here through the rest of our evening, as we've kind of utilized that throughout the afternoon and now evening to assess these storms. But what we're getting with this, let me bring it back to our Mama Justice Doppler radar, is our gustier winds. These gustier winds are actually out there towards Double Springs and Maben. I mean, makes sense. We saw the magnitude that we're dealing with there in Maben right along Highway 82. So from Double Springs to Center Grove to Maben, seeing some of those wind gusts get in excess of 30, 40 miles an hour, and that's aloft. So what's actually reaching towards the surface, probably about 40 to 50 miles an hour. So again, we're looking higher up into the sky, and those are a little bit more impactful once they reach all the way down to the surface. So paying attention right along Highway 82, and we can see the movement there as it's kind of moved into the area, moving towards that south and west direction. So in fact, might have been off on the direction of our track just a moment ago. Let me make sure. You know what we have? I can see it right there. It's an interaction of two boundaries. So right there, it's going to be tough to visualize, but these two boundaries are feeding directly into that Maben storm. So right here, kind of see that thin line developing there on the north side of town towards Walthall and Eupora, even potentially developing a few additional storms. That's feeding into this Maben storm in particular. And we do have another one that's developing right there towards Williams and Reform, not Reform, Alabama, Reform here, Mississippi. That's feeding into it. So right in there in Maben, you have this cross section that's going to intensify this storm. Seeing that with the stronger winds, probably getting some hail to it as well. I want to use our True Shield Roofing hail swath. Yeah, picking up on a little bit more of that core as it's moving through Maben over those last couple of scans. Those peak threats, kind of see that, yeah, that intensification over Maben. That's those two boundaries colliding together, really getting this up and going. I also want to look at echo tops because that'll also give us a visual there. We're up to 55,000 on that storm, 55,000 feet, I should say. So those two boundaries doing its damage, and that's going to definitely cause a surge in the strength of this storm. And we're seeing it so far, and probably will continue to see it over the next few moments. But yeah, wind definitely going to be a focal point. Some large hail also, unfortunately, a focal point. One of the ways that we're able to see the storm a little bit better, and I'll put on the latest scan, is taking it 3D mode. I just want to look a little bit more into that core, but also look at some of those storm tops. And you can see how we're starting to climb a little bit more. As we talked about, nearly 55,000 feet there on the storm tops. And looking like we have some pretty decent structure there as well. Kind of cutting into this storm, we can see that hail core a little bit better. And yeah, whenever you start talking about those whites showing up, I know it's tough to see with the lightning. Let me see if I can turn that off for just a moment. Right there, this is going to be just outside of Maben. And it does look like on that latest scan that might have started to fall out a little bit more. So yeah, right there, it's still pretty elevated, but now starting to reach a little bit more towards the surface. I think that's falling out down towards Maben. So potentially some large hail up to 1 inch there in Maben, right along Highway 82, what we're dealing with. Another way we're able to see this is by looking 3D, and we're going to actually cut into this storm and get a visual there. So let me draw this out and kind of go into the storm. We can see some of those storm tops. Yeah, there we're talking about 50 to 55,000 feet on those tops. The hail core getting up to about 22,000 feet. So we are going to be dealing with, yeah, right there, those brighter returns. That could potentially still be aloft, but I do think that we're trying to get that down to the surface over those next couple of scans on our Mama Justice Doppler radar. So right there towards Maben, moving along 82, the area that we're focusing on, heading further into our evening. What is it now? 5:53. So yeah, closer to our 6 o'clock broadcast. So I do unfortunately expect a few reports coming out of Maben. I do want to go back to our Maben camera because what better way to see what's happening than actually being on the ground to see what's happening. So looking out of Maben, if it's still holding up, well, that does not give me hope. Okay, good. Whew, we came back. So yeah, there is some rain cooled air. If you want a positive with the grand scheme of things, the rain is bringing some cooler temperatures. But the lightning, the rainfall, the wind, I don't think I would trade the heat for any of these strong storms by any means. But it shows how unstable our environment is, and those storms really get up and going. So I'm just looking to see, you know, those wind gusts, the heavy rainfall. It does look like we have some of that sideways rain as well. So that's going to be some of the stronger wind gusts kind of picking up that rain, and the lightning probably putting a few outages in place down there in Webster, Oktibbeha, and Clay County here as we continue to look at our strong thunderstorms. I'm trying to look over there at our pictures that are being submitted from you guys to give you guys the very latest on those reports. So keep those coming in, and we'll talk more detail about those coming up tonight at 6 o'clock. So keeping the newscast going. So hopefully actually talk about some news as well. But that is going to be our severe thunderstorm warning. The lone severe thunderstorm warning we're dealing with right now towards Eupora, moving closer to Ackerman, and just south and west of Starkville there in Oktibbeha County. So this really, the part that I'm watching is going to be up there towards Maben, as we talked about just a moment ago, where the boundaries are kind of colliding and increasing the strength of that storm. I will look on the southern extent of this line, and it's not impossible to get some of those gustier winds, but you can see how even there along parts of Highway 12, how that's a little bit more of a duller red compared to the brighter red that's being returned up there towards 82. So that shows that, you know, even towards Sherwood and Maben, that's the focal point on our wind mode. As we look at our Truesfield Roofing hail swath, not much of a core right there, but up towards Maben, potentially getting some of that possible hail down to the surface. I would say we're still talking pea to dime-sized hail, maybe up to nickel-sized hail, but I wouldn't really put it past that just yet, as we've not reached that probable category, whereas the probable category usually gets it up to 1 inch. Going to pull up the chat real quick. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything there of any potential reports. A tree fell super close to my house. That was Tornado Chaser, I assume in Ripley as well. So praying that everything is okay. Ripley, we can go up there to get the very latest on our Mama Justice Doppler radar. And as we look up there in Ripley, yeah, sure enough, dealing with some of those heavy showers and gusty winds moving through the area. As we look at the wind mode, yeah, some gustier winds along that leading edge. But as I look right there, of course, there is a shear marker popping up, but we're not expecting any tornadic development with this environment. And even then, yeah, we're not looking at like anything overly impressive. So no, we're not talking about tornadoes with any of these storms today. Is Amory good? You know, that's one of the things Matt was discussing a moment ago. As these storms move on through, we're looking back behind it for these storms that are developing towards North Alabama, out towards Eastern Alabama, close to where my parents are. And you can see how those have a little bit of an east-west movement to them as well. And it's not impossible to get some rain and thunderstorms overnight, but it should be below severe limits because we're mixing out the daytime heating, and we're also kind of worked over in the environment. So we're hopeful that all of the strong storms remain out towards Alabama, and by the time they reach us, will look pretty minimal. So trying to make sure I'm seeing the chat. Is this moving towards Grenada? Yes, that whole line is moving through Grenada. Power out in New Albany. We do have a camera in New Albany. Let me see if... Oh, I think we'd have to look at it a different way. Let's go ahead and look at a Sherman, though, because that's close enough. It's not too far away, just about 10, 15 minutes down the road. Looking better I do see some sunshine kind of peeking through a little bit there, looking towards the north. So that's at least a positive. But yeah, I definitely dealt with some heavy rainfall. You can see it still on the roadways. Any 80-mile-an-hour wind gust in Cleveland, Mississippi? No, there will not. That's a little bit on the higher end of our severe thunderstorm warning. So no, not worried about that. And no tornado threat either. So as we look at the latest down there in the Oktibbeha County area, and I'll bring up full screen here for just a moment, we can see that, sorry, checking the chat. We can see that these are continuing to remain on the stronger side. I will say, I want to look at the outflow boundaries in particular. Looks like it's flaring up a little bit more of that thunderstorm activity, but I'm hoping that these boundaries will begin to outpace that main storm. It does look like, it kind of peaked in intensity towards Mabon. Now as we're moving along 82, I really am hoping that that's the boundary there that's out ahead of the main storm. So that'll start to allow that to collapse, and that'll lower our severe weather impacts through the evening and overnight hours. So as we look at those latest scans, down south looking much, much better. Those returns starting to come down in intensity, but up north towards Mabon, still a focal point. And as we track that severe thunderstorm warning out into that 6:30 hour when it expires, I do expect that to at least hold together over the next couple of scans. And if it did have any hail, potentially dumping that down to the surface as well. I do see it is 5:58, and I know we have a newscast coming up tonight at 6 o'clock, so we're probably going to restart things here in just a moment, now 5:59. So Matt, if you want to restart things behind the scenes, then we'll be all good to go for our Mississippi Live cast at 6, and we'll see you guys there for the very latest on storms and potentially some news in the process.
Yeah, Gabe, we'll do that here in just a second, trying to get some things fixed behind the scenes. So that's one of the things we've been kind of working on, trying to also talk to folks about where the damage reports continue to come in. So I think we'll kind of restart things as Mississippi Live at 6 starts now.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you. Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 6.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Laupon. Thank you so much for watching us here on Mississippi Live at 6. We have team coverage of damaging thunderstorms moving through North Mississippi today. You've heard from our meteorologist Gabe Maynor within the last couple minutes here. I want to bring in our newest member of the Mississippi Live team. That would be our Emily Leonard. Again, one of the things that Emily and I have been talking about here behind the scenes, some of the reports coming in of damage around the area. Emily, what are you finding out as of the 6 o'clock hour?
All right, so Matt, we've been reaching out to several of the emergency management directors in the area. I'll start off in Prentiss County because that's the most recent report that I have received from Bud Lindsay. He's talking about trees down, and that's kind of the story overall, are trees down and power outages. Talking about a tree on a house located at 739 Highway 365. Multiple trees also in the roadways on the eastern side of Prentiss County. He is working on getting us a photo. Thankfully, Bud has said they have not received any reports of any injuries. Going over to Itawamba County, Patrick Homan, speaking with him, he's also working on getting us some photos, which we have gotten some photos in from Prentiss County. You may be able to show those in a few minutes, Matt. But he is saying that they've got, quote, a ton of trees down across the roads, mainly in the northeastern part of the county. Also talking power lines, mostly down in the Banner and Fairview communities. Some reports of some structure damages because of the trees as well. And then going down, Cindy Lawrence with Lowndes County, they've had a couple trees down there. The reports coming in, Lee Stokes Road and Officers Lake Road. And so those are just a few. Oh, I've also got, Tishomingo County, Peyton sent us some information. Trees down, numerous power outages. So as you can see, most of the counties in northeast Mississippi and in our viewing area see lots of power outages and lots of wind damage.
Unfortunately, and I know that we had other news we were hoping to cover today. Wanted to welcome you again to the Mississippi Live team, doing But apparently we did before. We're going to continue to focus on weather on days like today. We know it makes the biggest impact, and we will have all the new stuff coming up later on and or on demand tonight. Just thank you so much for having faith enough to join us here on what we're doing.
Hey, you know what? Weather's the story, right? What else you gonna do?
Yeah, on a day like today. So hopefully folks will make sure to send in those reports using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Again, free for all those different devices. One thing we'll mention, you heard those reports. Some of those reports coming in actually from you, sent in using the app, and the folks at the National Weather Service can see those right out of the gate. So a lot of different ways you can watch us for the weather and obviously the news portion that Emily was mentioning a moment ago there. Appreciate that, Emily. Let's bring it back in here on the Mama Justice Doppler radar. We really kind of have this main line of storms, again, working its way eastward. This reference is at the top, the severe thunderstorm watch. Lamar County was showing until 8 p.m. there for folks on the Alabama side, on the Mississippi side until 10 p.m. in Itawamba County, pretty much everyone else involved in that here. So this main line, ahead of that is where storms will likely be the strongest and cause the greatest impact. If I peel pretty much everything else off of this here for a moment, I think we can kick this over. I think I have to go over to alerts to be able to make it show this and peel that off. But these circles that you see here, these blue circles, these are all wind damage reports, many of which you have sent in to this point. Additional reports are likely, and the most likely culprit at this point is where we have this severe thunderstorm warning that Gabe was tracking very intently a moment ago here. That does involve locations in Webster, Choctaw, as well as Oktibbeha and Winston counties in effect until 6:30 p.m. for the folks here in the yellow. Best way to probably look at this is using our camera there in the Ackerman area. Appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and our newest partner here, the folks with Fastnet and 4 County, looking there in the Ackerman area, and again providing this Skycam view there from their tower in the Ackerman area. Still waiting on the storm, 75 at the nearest reporting station there, so the rain's already arrived there. And again, Choctaw County under that severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 p.m. as you can see on your screen there. Going back to the north and west, kind of closer to the heart of it, we find another camera there sponsored by Fastnet there in the Starkville area. The storms have already kind of moved through. Still some lightning flashes showing up on that projection there. And then over in the Mabin area as well, again, fairly heavy. Those storms stronger there. You can see the mist. One thing that we will not see out of any of these cameras, we are not going to be talking about tornadoes. That is not what these storms have. A lot of lightning, a lot of power outages as well. And Emily referenced some of what you have been sending in as far as pictures are concerned. We'll talk to our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, about that here in a moment. We need to get a couple of storm tracks on here first. Then we'll talk to Gabe about, again, some of your reports of what you are sending in at this time. So again, let's talk about this storm near Eupora. And I'm going to look three-dimensionally on this here, kind of assessing it. Not as tall as some of the storms earlier, still high enough with the storms near Pelez stretching back toward Eupora that as these collapse, as they move that odd direction from the south and east back to the north and west, that they'll kick out some damaging wind gusts with them as well. So that potential, again, for some of these to produce that near the Eupora area does continue. So let's get a storm track on kind of the leading edge of that. Again, that's not to say that the storm there in Walthall wouldn't do it, but that is to say that when these get organized, and that has been the case today that they have, that the winds tend to be, again, some of the strongest. So Pelez, of course, for you now, Fame now, tracking there closer to Eupora at this moment as well. We're looking Bell Fountain by about 621, Embry 629, Lodi 630, Minerva about 638, 640 or so for Alva. This is strong gusty winds. It's prompted a severe thunderstorm warning there for Walthall and locations there in Webster County, as well as obviously Oktibbeha and Choctaw and Winston counties at this time. Sliding northward, actually, let's go westward here for just a moment. Storms have popped up kind of ahead of that main batch. These are below severe limits, but do, I think, warrant some tracking. Again, moving north and west about 30 miles per hour. Getting this batch here, no official warnings on this one, but getting this batch here moving there near Sunflower. Looking at that again for Sunnyside at 609, Moorhead about 610. The Eastland area by close to around 623, Sunflower 617. This is probably a couple of hailstones, but more gusty winds. 35, 45, maybe 50 miles per hour. This one still has a ways to go before it produces severe weather. Sliding northward gets this kind of fairly organized grouping that's just been so prolific at producing wind damage today. So we just have to assume because it has done it, it will do it. You know, sometimes I like to make sporting references, and so you sometimes have a team, you're like, they look smaller this year. They're not going to be as impressive, but you got to give them respect because they've done it before and thus can do it again. And that's where these are. These don't look as impressive as they did an hour ago. We do expect that there will be a peak where these storms start diminishing. We expect that will probably be within the next hour that occurs if we haven't already hit that peak. And so as these storms move north and west, expect some wind gusts from time to time to cause damage, partially because they're strong and partially because we had an ice storm in these locations out here, though we're starting to kind of exit the prime ice storm area. Here is the storm track as we kind of extend it out there. So Abbeville, we're looking at that for you at 616 there. Oxford 616, Oakland about 620, Byhalia 629, Piperton there at about 631, Olive Branch by about 639, Batesville 639, Olive Branch actually 646. My brain flip-flop those. Sardis 658 and getting close to Hernando about 7 o'clock. Horn Lake, South Haven, and Senatobia all somewhere around 7:05 to 7:07. Some cameras there where we can kind of check how these are behaving. The reason these cameras with North Mississippi Storm Chasers are so important, they give us ground truth. It's like having chasers in every one of these locations or spotters. You can see lots of dark clouds. That temperature coming in 81 degrees, and as it's kind of approaching the camera location there, some gusty winds with that. I want to bring in our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, who has shown us kind of what those gusty winds have brought about from time to time, and unfortunately, especially if it's not tied down well, it's been some wind damage, right, Gabe?
Exactly, and those unsturdy metal buildings kind of falling susceptible to those winds. This one, I don't know the exact location. I'll have to look at that here in a moment, but Pat submitting this picture, and their report was basically completely upended in the front, and the back of the building is gone. The poles were pulled out of the concrete footings, and a 55-gallon drum full of old car parts, he said weighed about 100 pounds, was turned over and emptied out as well. So that's a pretty intense storm, and you can see another visual there of the building kind of rolled over on its side and some of the damage in the process. So always just an unfortunate scene dealing with that, and we're praying that everyone is okay, but from what the report is, everyone looks to be okay. Now, this was a pretty significant tree that was uprooted there in Boonville. You kind of get a look there at just how large the tree was with the person standing beside it. So, of course, those reports submitted to us, and appreciate everyone that has submitted those reports to us here on the Mississippi Live Weather app. Free and available to download, but also helps us stay up to date on what's happening in your location. And we feature those photos here on the Mississippi Live Weather app during events, even not during events. So we love your photos there out in the field. I do want to show this as well. This was up in Boonville, submitted to us. Let me make sure I get the name on that real quick. So I'll go back here and let me make sure. There we go. This was Jada submitting it. This was out towards Burton, and you can see that the roof was completely ripped off of the building. So that takes some pretty strong winds there as well, kind of ripping that off, almost peeling it back. And we see that with those metal roofs from time to time of just, a couple strong wind gusts knocked down that roof, damaged the roof like we saw earlier this evening as well. And in this case, kind of peeling it on back, but definitely will be a rebuilding process heading further into the night. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything on those latest couple of pictures. But definitely going to, as you can see, damage picture after tree uprooting, and just different things that we're submitting, and even a pool day turned sour, unfortunately, as those storms did move through the area. Umbrella and some of the pool furniture kind of being jostled around. So strong winds definitely going to do that heading into this evening. But Matt, like you were mentioning, everything does seem to be kind of not completely weakened, but downtrending over those last couple of scans. And so we're hopeful that will continue to hold true, and hopeful that the night stays a little bit quieter than where things have been this afternoon.
That is the hope, but we're still going to have, I think, some more storms next few hours. Let's talk about the wider picture here, the bigger story. Again, a lot of times when we have one of these areas of high pressure, we say clear skies, calm conditions. But as we talked about last night, tons of fuel laying around, and so we've had a couple of waves come along the south side of it. So we have this batch of thunderstorms flared up last couple of hours here, moving through our region right now. Additional thunderstorms redeveloping back out there into kind of central and eastern Alabama. I think both of these waves will weaken over the next few hours here. Still possible, though, that we could have some additional thunderstorms that are strong to severe as late as maybe 8 to 10 o'clock tonight. As Gabe mentioned, models only so-so on how they're depicting this. We're going to show you a couple different examples of that here, showing our HRRR Futurecast first, and then looking ahead at our strike model, which I think is doing a better job. As you see, that HRRR over the next few hours kind of continues to rip this first batch, move it northwestward. I think it's a little slow on positioning, but I think it does a good job on showing that they will continue to be strong to severe, potentially all the way to northwest Mississippi, and then exiting the viewing area. It also shows an overall downswing on the coverage of storms over the next few hours. That is anticipated, considering that we are going to lose the heating of the day. And it's just, this is not severe weather season, but these are severe storms occurring because it's all about ingredients. And we have a ton of fuel. We've had enough to ignite it, and the atmosphere just structured enough to try to produce the active and severe weather. And so as we go toward tomorrow morning, we see a lull before additional thunderstorms are likely to develop as we go toward your Thursday afternoon. We're going to break down all of those rain chances going all the way to your 4th of July holiday and beyond coming up in a couple minutes. But our forecast for tomorrow. Here's the thing I'll tell you behind the scenes here, Gabe, and then we'll look at the latest here in just a second. That 20%, we're going to have to go up tomorrow afternoon. I want to be closer to 40% with that. I know models are inconsistent on that, but Strike is more aggressive, and I believe Strike in this case, 98, that's a lot of fuel. And if we can get one storm to light that match, they're all going to ignite once again. We'll show you where that's most likely. And the very latest on our weather alerts as Mississippi Live weather continues here. Again, I want to appreciate our premier sponsor, St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. If you have not taken the time to buy your St. Jude Dream Home ticket, you can do that in the Mississippi Live weather app. $100, we're saving kids with cancer. More right after this.
Some things just go together.
Like friends and good vibes.
The perfect ribeye with a Caribbean twist.
Shrimp tacos and a hint of lime.
Unwinding after work.
Dinner with the family.
Or date night with someone special.
Do you want it neat or on the rocks?
Mozzarella or pepper jack?
Whatever you choose.
Whoever you're with.
We'll be here.
Because we know
together tastes better.
The next generation of news has arrived. Mississippi Live News launches today at 5. North Mississippi's most experienced and trusted anchor, Emily Leonard, joining our team here because local matters.
Looking for a place to finally call home? At Tupelo Home Center, we make it easy. From finding the perfect home to making financing a breeze, we'll take care of everything. Your new home is closer than you think. Pre-qualify today at TupeloHomecenter.com.
This portion of Mississippi Live Weather is presented by Little's Jewelers.
Right now, from the Mississippi Live Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Laubheim.
Again, you're watching Mississippi Live at 6. I'm checking behind the scenes here. Winona, though, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. You're involved under the same storm that was moving through the Eupora area, potentially bringing some damaging wind toward you. Still have some time. You're on the western part of this warning. And again, the temperature there in Winona, 88, but it feels like 95. A lot of fuel out there for thunderstorms to feed off of, and they will continue to do so. Back in Ackerman, where we're closer kind of the center of one of these warnings, again, we show, I'm going to go back a moment and click the wrong button on that. Go back here to Ackerman. You can see the raindrops really kind of flying by the camera here in the foreground off on that tower there in Ackerman. Can appreciate our newest partnership again with the folks there at 4 County Electric for sponsoring our camera there in the Ackerman area. Damaging wind gusts, a possibility out of this storm up to possibly 60 miles per hour, though the strongest portion might be just a little bit north of town at this point in time. So hopefully no severe damage from that, but we have had damaging storms to this point on multiple occasions today. Here's a look at Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, that warning until 7 p.m. now for damaging wind potential in particular. You can see these storms again working their way eastward. Let's double check the speed on these, how far they've moved over the last hour, just to kind of verify here for a moment. Yeah, about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So we're tracking pretty close to on target there. And notice the direction remains kind of that weird direction where they're moving from the east back to the west. I say weird because a lot of times things move the opposite of that, but you get these easterly waves and everything that goes along with it. So we show, again, as of 6:17, we're looking at Cedar Hill now, Sugar Hill right now, the Redding community at 6:19, Sweatman at 6:21, French Camp at 6:22, moving toward Misterton at 6:25, Kilmichael by 6:31, Duck Hill 6:34, 6:44 once it gets closer to, say, Winona, where we were tracking that just a moment ago. And let's go beyond Winona here for a moment as we extend that track ahead there beyond that. Give me a moment. We'll make Winona the last one. And so we show Glen Wild at about 6:46 there. That would be getting pretty close to the Grenada area. The strongest on this portion, maybe just a little south of Grenada, but somewhere around 6:45 to 6:50 for you there in the middle part of Grenada. We're looking about Baden 6:55, Wiltshire at 7:07, and out to Lafleur by around 7:11. Damaging winds possible out of that thunderstorm, perhaps some hail. We haven't referenced your chat in a while, and then after this, we're going to look at power outages with Gabe here for a moment, and then we're going to check back in with Emily, see what she's finding out from her sources on damage here across North Mississippi. But looking here again at your chat, a lot of folks mentioning, locations around Boonville, again, some power outages up in that spot. That's why we'll check in with Gabe about some of those power outages here in a minute. Looking at, again, the weather in Myrtle. We talked about that a little bit ago, some strong winds with those storms, not officially up to severe levels with that. But yeah, it looks like in general, most folks are reporting, again, some at least wind damage and lightning. And again, there's a lot of lightning with these storms, Gabe, this evening, and probably part of the power outage equation, right?
Yeah, and we're just going to go, we always talk about going on a tour of our Mississippi cameras. Well, today I guess we're going to go on a tour of our Mississippi power outages, because as those storms have moved into northeast Mississippi, already started to have a high number of outages. And one area in particular was what Emily was talking about a moment ago from some of the EMA directors out there in Itawamba and Prentiss County. We're still seeing 258 outages there in northern Itawamba County. This would be just outside of Belmont, and why that matters. Belmont has had a ton of reports coming in here to Mississippi Live Weather. Before I move out of Tom Bigby's coverage area, we're also seeing about 102 outages just outside of Nettleton and expanding into parts of Plantersville as well. But now let's go to Tishomingo County, where things have ramped up even more. We're talking 10,000, more than 10,000 outages as of 6:20 on your Wednesday. And you can just see the entire county covered in red, and those reports continue to come in. So linemen and women going to be very active this evening. Prentiss County, more spotty in coverage. Some of those outages now coming down over the last few moments. One in particular was in downtown Boonville, where those reports are now up to about 42 outages compared to earlier on, where it was in excess of, I believe it was 250 plus outages there just an hour ago. So glad that those numbers are coming down. Hopefully that can continue to hold true. Down south, this has been the new development. Just these numbers down in the Golden Triangle continue to climb. Columbus, Starkville, West Point down towards Ackerman, seeing similar conditions as well. And as that pushes towards the west, we're going to have to check Entergy a little bit more, because I think those outages are going to climb as well. And Matt, before
there's a place to click on that one there to, on like a lower left-hand corner of the screen, you can click on that and it'll pop up the number of outages. I think there's a little key there that'll show it lower left-hand corner of, oh yeah, there we go.
Yes, yeah, I'm blocking it. But yeah, you can see 635 outages. I believe that would be closer to, yeah, right there south of Starkville. 299.
And what's their total?
The total is, I'll have to do a summary. We are up to 2,400 outages.
Okay, so unfortunately a number that keeps growing, and it looks like fairly widely spaced, so that's going to take a little bit of time.
For sure. And Alcorn County also seeing about 1,000 outages as well. Didn't want to exclude them. Tippah and Benton County seeing several outages reported as well. Let's see, that's up to about 300 or so. And Pontotoc EPA coming in with about 272 outages on the county line between Oxford, Lafayette, Pontotoc, and Calhoun. So everywhere you look, everywhere these storms pass, like we mentioned, going to see some outages come out of it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I guess that's just kind of part of it in this situation, right?
With as many lightning strikes, I mean, what? We're talking 2,500 every 30 minutes or so. So yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, that absolutely will. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor there again reporting. Our meteorologist. I'm going to do the same thing I did
Might
with
as
TV
well.
station time. Call people meteorologists that aren't meteorologists. But I do want to bring in our Emily Leonard, who's been talking to emergency managers around the region about some of the damage issues that are coming up and exactly what they are experiencing. Emily, again, newest member here of the Mississippi Live team. Appreciate you so much for joining us. What are you finding out from those emergency managers as of 6/22?
Well, obviously, these emergency management agencies are very busy. It took them a while before they're able to get out into the county and assess the damage. Of course, they've got to let these storms pass through. But what we're hearing is lots of tree damage as well as power outages. I mean, you guys were showing the power outage map just a few moments ago. Power outages are widespread along with tree damage. So I have reached back out to Cindy Lawrence with Lowndes County. Right now, she says they have nothing new. I've reached out to Alcorn County, have not heard anything from them. No new updates really from anybody else, which I guess you could say that no news really is good news so far. But like I said, we're just getting these updates slowly and surely.
Okay, one of these days I won't call you meteorologist. Our Emily Leonard there, again, joining Mississippi Live. I know you worked all day to put together a newscast. We'll try to have, again, some of that online for folks once we get the weather on out of here, and appreciate you for joining us. In case you didn't know, we're starting news up starting today, and there's a place actually in the app where you can scroll down and tap on local news. It's not on there now because we plan to start it at 5, but it is what it is. And let us know. Hopefully we'll get lucky and keep it no news, good news as far as that's concerned going forward. Appreciate that, Emily. Okay, so as we kind of reset things here for a moment, 6:24, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Again, severe thunderstorm warning does continue for some locations there in Montgomery, as well as Webster County, Choctaw County. These storms down here south of Oxford remain heavy, but slightly below severe limits. Checking our True Shield roofing hail swath, maybe a little bit of that. I hear some banging out there that I'm hoping are not transformers doing what transformers sometimes do, but certainly some loud thunder as well here at the Lawpon house that I can hear there in the distance. Not a lot of large hail out of these, and luckily when we kind of look at the wind on these, it is not quite what it was a little bit ago, but still a possibility to get some sporadic wind damage reports out of this grouping of storms. We'll check out our camera there in the Oxford area, and then we're going to slide down to Pittsboro, where storms have kind of been heavier north and south of you. Oxford coming in 81 degrees at this hour, feels like 90, which is good in comparison to most, but notice that almost kind of lies to us because you look at those two temperatures there and they're the same, a sign that the rain cooled air has knocked it back. So it's actually just really oppressively hot and humid there at this time. Sliding down to Calhoun County and what folks are seeing there in Calhoun County. Again, the storm's sort of approaching. There's our camera there with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. I'm going to probably swing the camera just a little bit to see if we're at kind of a position here we can kind of get a good look at it. Some of the storms kind of back down to the south just to make sure there's nothing that we're kind of seeing there. So we're kind of looking back. Let's see if that's going to work. Looks like my camera's not wanting to move very quickly. So our connection might be in and out there where it's only going to kind of do it in little spurts. So I'm just going to leave it at that, but you can tell that at least this location, better visibility than what most people are having at this point in time. So we'll go ahead and drop that down there. So let's get a storm track on kind of leading edge of this. Again, north of Coffeyville, where this is heaviest at this moment. Sporadic wind damage is likely out of these storms because, let's be honest, this is ice storm central. So again, 35, 40 miles per hour. I show that Abbeville right now for you, Water Valley Landing, the Water Valley area there. We're looking close to now as well, kind of on the northeast side of town. Toba about 629, looking at Chulahoma at 631, and Victoria about 632, Oxford about 632 as well. I'm interested, that time doesn't, I guess that's right at the very leading edge of some of those. Let's make it go a little farther beyond that. For a moment, we'll change the size of the cities that we're looking at here. And there we go. Looking toward Olive Branch, we show about 658 for you. Charleston, 645. Oakland, 636. Byhalia, 641. Senatobia, about 706. Hernando, 704. Batesville, 710. South Haven, 716. Tuckweiler, about 720. Strong gusty winds possible. Maybe a few hailstones. Probably nothing beyond that at this point in time. We're going to get the latest on what your forecast looks like going forward. We're going to take a brief break here for just a moment, check on one thing behind the scenes. You're watching Mississippi Live at 6. Hi, I'm Mississippi Live Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Reserve your St. Jude Dream Home giveaway ticket by July 31st, and you'll be eligible to win the house and the early bird prize, a $10,000 gift card to Brooks Grocery. Visit dreamhome.org to reserve your ticket for $100 and help St. Jude Children's Research Hospital continue its life-saving work. Then watch Mississippi Live on October 29th to see who wins the house and the other prizes. Reserve your ticket today.
Rain, humidity, wind, and
Hi, I'm Mississippi Live Chief Meteorologist Matt Law.
Rain, humidity, wind, and storms can take a toll on your home. When they do, trust the team at Absolute Restoration for roofing, water damage, and mold remediation. 662-760-4348.
I felt accomplished after I got my diploma. Made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
So Tupelo, you're pretty much done here at this point. It would be pretty shocking for this storm back in Alabama to strengthen all the way to severe limits. Not an impossibility, but certainly not necessarily a high likelihood either. You're watching Mississippi Live at 6. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Appreciate Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling for sponsoring our Tupelo camera there. Looking back at the storms that have exited through, we did have reports of wind damage in around the Tupelo area as well. We kind of pull that camera off there for a moment. Most of them were kind of on the southeast side of town, closer to Plantersville. Reports of some trees that were knocked down there, as well as back toward pretty close to the Nettleton area, maybe a little east there of Nettleton. If you don't see reports of damage where you're at that are showing up on there, use the Mississippi Live Weather app to send those pictures in. We can put those to the Weather Service. Honestly, the reason your reports matter so much is because when we have severe weather, one of the things we look at are how previous storm systems produced reports, and it helps us forecast forward basically what we can expect going forward there. Speaking to that, one other storm that we have not really touched on is just kind of sort of clipping the southern kind of fringe of our areas out here close to Bee Lake, north of the Yazoo City areas. We bring it back here on the Mama Justice Doppler radar. This batch of thunderstorms here, somewhat strong, and I'm going to track that eastward at about 35 miles per hour, get you kind of a new track on that there. We show Renshaw, Norway, Lampkin, Jonestown over you right now. Midnight about 641, looking at Louise 649, Bayland 653, I lost it there, 654, Campbellville at about 658, and Murphy about 658. With that in mind, let's go ahead and kind of pick up the forecast here. We've had some time to sort of look at some things. Not all the numbers are going to be perfect on this because we've been in storm mode, and we devote all resources to storm mode at that point. There will probably still be some thunderstorms around, I think, at 8 p.m. But what I want to emphasize is if you haven't seen the rain-cooled air, still going to be pretty hot and steamy there even through later on this evening. And temperatures don't drop a lot. That's why some thunderstorms are possible by perhaps even early tomorrow morning. We're going to look at a couple different versions of Futurecast here. Our HRRR has done a better job than it did earlier during our 5 o'clock broadcast, showing that kind of line of thunderstorms about where it's at right now and working its way eastward. Notice how just over the next couple of hours, getting out here, Clarksdale, Helena, Marietta, by say 9 to 10 o'clock, should be out into Arkansas and largely falling apart. Now, I think it could still be a little heavier than what that indicates there, but the expectation is that storms should be falling apart at that point in time as we head 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Not expecting a lot of activity by early tomorrow morning. Looking at, again, our strike model, and it continues to show some of those isolated storms still out there later into the evening. Does not show much in the way of redevelopment by the overnight hours as well, but I wanted to get the comparison there It looks like the latest HRRR doing a little better job, but I do expect maybe some thunderstorms could start to redevelop into tomorrow morning, the midday time period. So we unfortunately have some chances that will continue into your Thursday, at least intermittently there. So looking here at, again, Futurecast into tomorrow there. Again, after starting off upper 70s, a couple storms showing up there by, say, 9 to 10 o'clock, and it only takes one to then bust out a lot more thunderstorms. It's kind of like if you drop a match in just one spot, that can cause some issues there. Hey, Penny? Yeah? So every time you go in and out, I get a bing on my watch. So y'all just keep that in mind, all right? Okay. And there's lightning and thunder out there, okay? Okay. Sometimes you got to play dad in this as well. So thunderstorms continue to be plentiful, I think, tomorrow midday. And notice how they do get a little stronger as we head toward the afternoon. So we'll continue to have at least some strong to severe thunderstorm chances for tomorrow. I think wind and hail, once again, will likely be the most significant impacts that we end up seeing out of these storms for tomorrow. No tornado threat for tomorrow. I think, again, the wind in particular, the most likely impact that we will see. So high temperatures tomorrow, upper 90s. Now, this is assuming we don't pop up those storms at, say, 8 a.m. If you start popping up a storm at 8 to 9 in the morning, somebody's makes it to the upper 90s, but it's not everybody like what this is showing. So there'll be pockets that are cooler than this simply because we start off with thunderstorms early. Heat indices blistering hot, 100 plus, pretty much all locations. Dangerously hot as we continue to have excessive heat warnings and heat advisories in effect. Then as we head into tomorrow night, another batch of thunderstorms, largely dying out as they move in. But I think with multiple chances tomorrow, that's why we're looking at a chance for possibly some strong to severe thunderstorms to intercept our day. As we're looking here toward early Friday, kind of a mix there of clouds, but mostly dry conditions. And Friday morning, starting off with temperatures somewhere in the middle 70s. Give me a moment here to... Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. I want to pull up the severe risks for the next couple of days. There we go. And so let's drag in those three, even though the third is not going to show anything yet. And so it's going to pop them all up, and then it's going to take me the first one again. So that's what sometimes happens when I sort of run it right off the gate. So severe weather risk for tomorrow, level 1 out of 5. I'll say this, based off of what we've seen today, it wouldn't at all be shocked to see this possibly upgraded to a higher threat level just because of the number of reports we've had today, and there should still be plentiful fuel tomorrow. Not as much fuel as what we had today because we've mixed some of that out. No official risk area for Friday. I can make an argument maybe to see some sporadic wind damage or tree damage with storms. I'd say same thing for your 4th as well. Not an impossibility. The chance should go down from tomorrow toward the 4th of July and become less of an issue, hopefully, by then. But Friday, we're looking at, again, some sporadic storms possible, mostly dry through noontime, a greater quantity of storms in the afternoon. Again, you can kind of still see that waves and still see that odd motion from the south more toward the north or kind of southeast back to the north and west. And who knows, that could be to a certain extent why we've had some more trees come down because we typically don't see winds come from that direction except for when you get into one of these patterns a couple times a year at most. But I think a widespread enough number of thunderstorms there for Friday that at least a limited, strong to severe weather threat could be occurring for Friday midday and into the afternoon time period as well. Upper 90s, yep, once again, hot, sticky, humid, dangerously hot as heat indices 100 plus. So we're heat advisory levels at least, if not excessive heat warnings once again. Futurecast going into your Friday night. Most of those storms, again, diminishing by, say, 9, 10, 11 o'clock into the evening here. You can see how there's just a general counterclockwise area, at least on this particular version of Futurecast here, our strike model, indicating there's still enough shear aloft to possibly act as a lifting mechanism. Sometimes we call that a mesoscale convective vortice. Long name to say, hey, it's kind of low pressure, but not fully. And sometimes that's enough lift to produce thunderstorms. So looking into your Saturday, 4th of July, notice how that has some showers and thunderstorms trying to fire up on that ripple as early as, say, 9 o'clock in the morning there. As we progress through the day here toward a noontime, scattered showers and thunderstorms starting to pop up. If your plans take you down to the coast, yeah, maybe some chances there. but our chances just as good, if not better, up here in the northern part of the state. So we're looking noontime on your Saturday, 1, 2, 3 o'clock here in the afternoon. Again, a lot of us dry on this particular projection, but I would not at all attach myself to exact positions this far out. This should be enough to say, as we've talked about last couple of days, we're probably going to have some spotty storms around for your 4th of July. Heat indices, 100 plus, sticky, hot, dangerously hot, all the same things, maybe just slightly lesser quantity of storms by then, hopefully, the way that works out. And then going to your Saturday evening, I want to stop this again, probably pretty close to fireworks time. And you'll notice it's kind of a trade-off. If you were lucky enough to not see storms, say in the early afternoon during maybe noontime barbecue time, you're more likely to see some as we go into the evening. And notice the direction on these. The movement shows a slight shift in our weather pattern here, which is more with these storms kind of moving more from a northerly direction here, kind of coming on through, trying to push a little more of that stickiness down to the south. You'll see that somewhat represented as we look at the 7-day forecast here in a minute there, but some spotty showers and storms, even possibly as we look all the way into your Sunday and Sunday afternoon. We run out of our high resolution modeling by midday Sunday there. So we're underdone on some of these numbers. Gabe and I have not had a chance to adjust the percentages in the last couple hours. We've been obviously doing what we're doing on the air and can't really do that while we're on the air, unfortunately. So let's talk about this for a second here. Rain coverage tomorrow is too low. Needs to be, I'd say, 40%. Friday, 30 to 40% is reasonable. Saturday needs to be 30%. Sunday, 40 might not be terribly bad. Notice how temperatures come down a little bit Sunday. You saw that slight shift in direction there. That bringing in ever so marginally less humid air. We go from the armpit of Florida to, hey, it's Mississippi in summer. As we go from really kind of Friday, Saturday, back there towards Sunday and Monday. And then temperatures, again, you can see those lows, still probably middle 70s even, and look toward the middle of next week. But I want to say the next couple days, I think our high temperatures are probably a little too hot on here, but the heat index, 105, 110, very reasonable. Gabe continues to look through your pictures here behind the scenes. One of the things that we're monitoring here in the Weather Center in Tupelo, and Gabe, unfortunately, it's damage picture after damage picture, and it's fallen on stuff, right? That's why you have to take these warnings seriously.
For sure, and that's why you need to be in those sturdy locations, even when it's not a tornado warning. Just get to where you need to go and get to that safe spot, because if you were in a vehicle, take a look behind me. A vehicle unfortunately destroyed out there in the Cairo community, and that truck, it looks like it was just the bed, but I don't know. I don't know how car insurance works or if that's totaled or not, but either way, going to be a fixer-upper for sure heading over the next several days, and that's a pretty large tree kind of snapped there at the base. So that's what gusty winds will do, is knock down a few of those trees, and we have even more of that. This one submitted as well of it looks like a trailer underneath it where that tree did fall on top of. Let me get an exact location on this area. So it was the same tree actually. My word. Yeah, Missy submitting these photos. This is out in the Cairo community. That tree falling not only, yeah, there's the trailer right there. I didn't even catch it there the first time I saw it. So yes, a large tree falling onto vehicles, including trailers. We do have additional trees down. I was just kind of checking, spot checking here behind the scenes of just some of those trees that are down. That one submitted by Katie in Burnsville. We also have this photo. This is over Cindy in Belmont. Belmont, as I mentioned, a place where we've seen a ton of reports come out of. It does look like that has some charring to it, potentially where some lightning struck earlier on in the day, and that might have weakened things out to where the tree did snap and fall there to the ground. I also see this photo. Let me get an exact location. And golly, Missy, I'm praying for you guys. My word, because the tree ended up, the thunder's here now. The tree did falling onto what looks like a shed in the backyard. The roof kind of ripped off there. So yeah, that tree, it was a pretty large tree then, impacting multiple spots. I want to look at this photo as well. Looks to be some damage and debris there, clearing it up from the roadways. That was on 365 from Missy. Missy, my word. We're praying for you guys for sure, and hopeful that everyone is okay. But my word, you have quite the report up there in Cairo. So this was over in Tupelo, one of the trees there in Elizabeth's yard. you can see how some of the limbs have just fallen over and breaking up there at the top of the tree. But yeah, definitely glad that that didn't fall onto any structures like up there in Cairo. But I mean, that's just one of many reports tonight, Matt. We've been tracking these pictures, and every single picture is a tree down, sometimes on an object, sometimes not on an object. And either way, it's just damaging. It's a scary situation watching those trees fall over. And just glad that everyone is okay. I would say that that's what we head into every event hoping. We can't make the storms not happen. We can't make the damage not occur, but we can impact our lives at the end of the day. And if we're going to our safe location that we preach constantly, if we're getting those alerts as soon as we can, then that's what matters at the end of the day. And just glad that everyone is okay, and not just okay, but alive here in North Mississippi.
Absolutely. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor reporting. New updates coming in related to storm reports here across North Mississippi. I want to bring in our Emily Leonard. Again, Emily, you're getting some new information in as of the 6:40 time period.
Yes, the Tishomingo County EMA Director, Peyton Burklight, just sent me a message. She says that it looks like Belmont has had the most damage, but trees down throughout the county. Also, she's reporting major power outages, and something else that she's reporting, which I hadn't thought of, cell service down in many of the areas as well. So maybe some of these reports have not been called in yet because people don't have cell service.
The case. So hopefully they can get that resolved here pretty quickly. But yeah, no reports of injuries though, from what you were saying, right?
That's right. No injuries so far, which is a good thing.
Okay, every time we say that, just want to double check it just to make sure. All right, Emily Leonard reporting. Thank you so much, Emily. And again, thank you. Good job today on everything that you're covering here with the storms here across North Mississippi. Let's go ahead and reset things. It's about 6:44. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live. Clarksdale storms heading toward you. No warnings yet, but they will get there at some point with some wind with this. You can see 94 the temperature, but that feels like at 109. Dew point at 78. That's tons of fuel. We've ignited that fuel, and these storms are just going to keep charging westward, gobbling it up. So it's just a matter of time before it makes it to where you're at there in the Clarksdale area. Checking the latest on our track on Mama Justice Doppler radar. I'll go ahead and drop down that Skycam network box, and let's make sure we take that track all the way pretty much to the Mississippi-Arkansas state line. So give me a moment here to go a little farther west than that. Let's say, apparently I'm going to have to go 60 miles. There we are. So Charleston, we're looking at that for you at 6:48, pretty much over top of you right now. Lambert 7:08, Webb 7:12. Sumner 7:15, Clarksdale 7:35 there. Looking at Shelby at 7:52. Duncan at 7:58, Gunnison 8:09, and 8:12 there, the Elaine community. This is Doppler radar indicated gusty winds. Checking our hail threat. One of the ways in which we do that is using our True Shield hail swath. And there are some potential to maybe have a few hailstones with this approaching Oakland past Water Valley. Though when we kind of check your reports, we have not had a whole lot of reports of hail coming from those storms. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It does include locations right up to the city limit there in Grenada, probably south side of the city limit of Grenada. For Carroll County, Grenada County, both under a severe thunderstorm warning now. Warning means potential for damage to occur. For Carroll and Grenada counties in effect until 7:45. That would be an hour from now as those storms kind of move into and through those locations. Here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, checking the hail potential on those storms. It does not look as impressive. I'm going to check from a couple different spots, including up the Memphis airport, as well as the Memphis Weather Service. I don't show anything that's as impressive there, but I'd say damaging winds, certainly a possibility out of this. And they're pretty much in the Grenada city limits at this time, kind of moving through there as well. So here's our track moving eastward. Speed on this at about 35 miles per hour or so. Tracking that towards Sawyer now, again, Winona now as well. So we'll pop down and check out that camera here in just a moment. We're looking at North Carrollton 7:04, closer to Jefferson 7:54, LaFleur at 7:09, and they're closer to Crenfree there at about 7:16. Let's get a time farther east and catch Greenwood on that. About coming in here for Greenwood at about 7:30, 7:33 Sidon. Schlater at 7:39 and Itabena at 7:45. Doppler radar indicated gusty winds with this, maybe a little bit of hail, though that remains a bit of a question. Let's check our camera there out of Winona. And look at that camera there, again, showing the heavy thunderstorms sort of moving in, a lot of lightning with these. That's been one of the things that's probably helped it produce a decent number of reports of power outages. And you can definitely see the raindrops starting to accumulate on the camera lens there at this time. Current time is coming in about 6:47. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible as it moves into the Winona area. Kind of adjust our camera ever so slightly here, get a little bit more ground showing up in it here. We're looking back toward the east, so we're looking sort of into this storm and certainly the gusty winds. This is going to be all of your heavy rainfall and whatever hail is coming in. So Robin asking, how fast are the winds? Most of the winds are going to be below 58 miles per hour, which would qualify as severe. From time to time, we're going to get some wind gusts that strong. But it does not take a typical damaging or severe wind gust to produce damage today. We're in a zone that was hit by the ice storm. If you're not sick of me, talking about that yet, just wait. You will eventually be, because we're definitely going to continue to have, every time we have storms, we're going to mention it, and it's probable it's going to cause some problems there. 84 with that storm basically moving into the Winona area right now. Unfortunately, producing sporadic wind damage with it. So Winona, again, under that severe thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock, and then 7:45 for Carroll County, just to your west. Let's go on the wide shot here, and then we're going to check in with Gabe on some of the damage pictures that you guys continuing to share there as well. And we do have a couple other damage reports that have come in from Oktibbeha County, and then a few other spots. So we have one here from Lowndes County, 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts there reported near the Columbus Air Force Base, it looks like, at about 5:13 or so. Report of some power outages and trees down there in Oktibbeha County. That coming in at about 5:45, so a little delayed, obviously. These typically are. And trees and power lines down along LaGrange Road there at 5:55 in Choctaw County. So again, these reports come in after the fact. You can pretty clearly see, though, we've had kind of the cluster that went north had the most significant reports initially there, and then the cluster down here south, and the one that's still prompting these warnings heading back out there into the Delta is one to watch. And the newest severe thunderstorm warning down here south of Belzona, north of Yazoo City, one we were tracking a little bit ago. And we're going to have to switch the radar site here for a moment down to the Jackson Weather Service radar. We'll look three-dimensionally on this storm. And then these kind of cluster of storms. Some hail potential, I think, on this there. We're not quite on our True Shield hail swath here up to probable. And once it gets in this purple and certainly white, we're causing major hail damage there. This is still in the possible as opposed to the probable likelihood. And again, no tornado threat with this. I want to make sure that we're clear about that here, that we're not talking about a tornado threat. So let's track this one eastward. Again, we'll track the batch there from Indianola to Louise, back here to Cary, all this sort of toward the west, I should say. I say track it eastward. My brain sometimes defaults to words. These are going back to the north and west, which is, I know, a strange direction versus way they typically go. So in the short term here, we're looking at, again, Heathman at 6:54, Gooden Lake at 6:55, Tinsdale Landing by about 6:59. Looking toward Chapel Landing there at 7:02, Greenfield at 7:03. And if we go longer down the road there, Lake Providence 7:06, Antigua there at 7:08, Rolling Fork at 7:10, eventually Leland, Hollandale, all kind of the path there around 7:15 to 7:20, and Greenville about 7:31. The time that it could be arriving for you. I mentioned Rolling Fork a moment ago there. Rolling Fork kind of in the path of this. So we have a camera down there in the Rolling Fork area, technically just outside of our Mississippi Live coverage area, though obviously we do sort of cover you there in Rolling Fork. And again, very gray clouds. We're not going to see a rotation, and for you, there are no tornadoes coming out of what we're seeing today down there. Some storms, again, in and around, mainly south at this point. But yeah, definitely showing a little bounce on that camera. 95, the most recent temperature, feels like 111. I mean, there's no question about that. That is rough. I bet pretty similar temperature to what we have there in the Greenville area. Actually, a little bit cooler technically in Greenville, but look at that that thunderhead. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I'm going to pan the camera ever so slightly just so you can get a better look at it. But it's impressive kind of looking at that lines there down toward the south. The two, like generally the lines is looking southward toward this. So these are very strong storms still that have prompted those severe thunderstorm warnings. And the fact that we just have so much fuel, that's what we're just going to gobble up. It's kind of like if you light, I mean, ultimately, if you light a fire, you're usually in it. One of the things they kind of teach in Scouts, you're kind of in it on that fire until the fuel burns out, or you have a big enough something to suppress it. In this case today, we're unfortunately kind of in it with these storms until the fuel runs out, and there's still plenty of fuel out there for quite a while as we kind of pan this back toward the south and east, looking into those severe thunderstorms. You will notice again from this shot, you can kind of see the individual storm towers and kind of how impressive some of these look, looking back kind of toward the east, southeast. And from time to time, you'll see some low-hanging or dark clouds there. No tornadoes out of any of these storms today. Just want to be as clear as we can be. No tornadoes coming out of this today. Checking out power outages as well as storm damage. We'll start with power outages. Is our meteorologist Gabe Maynor in our downtown Tupelo studios. And again, Gabe, a lot of power outages still being reported at this time, and expecting that number to go up, unfortunately.
For sure, and we've already seen that out there in Entergy's coverage area, and this is more for the western sections of our coverage area here in North Mississippi. So that's how you know the storms have progressed from our far eastern sections to now inching along and west of 55. And so a large part of those outages you can see up there towards, let me see the orientation here on this camera. There we go. Let me adjust that here behind the scenes. There we go. So as we look up there towards Ware, seeing a few of those outages being reported down around Kosciuszko, western sections right there along, I believe that is along Highway 12 once again. And as we take 12 in Holmes County, seeing a few of those outages closer to the Goodman community and north of there as well along 12 and then right along parts, let's see, that is close to I-55 and to the east there. Down there in Holmes County. So that's one of the areas we're watching with those numbers continuing to climb as we enter into the now evening hours of our Wednesday. And as we continue to look, one other location I want to take a look at is out towards 4 County. And these numbers continue to climb out there in Choctaw County, just the reports that we've been talking about. There's 1,600 affected right now. They've restored about 565 over the last few moments, so those numbers are coming down and looking better, but nonetheless, it is still very much an uphill battle. Now, I do want to go back to Tishomingo because right now, 16 outages have been restored of the 11,400 and, well, I guess at that point, 53 outages. So 16 out of 11,000 people. It's going to be a busy night for folks there in Tishomingo County, but I know power crews are working hard to restore those outages. And as more trees come down, more power outages are reported, we will see crews continue to be active this evening. Even down in Jackson, this was out in Belmont earlier. You can see some of the roof damage that's left out there, just some of the, I guess, boards that are still standing up, but the roofing being ripped up there due to the strong winds. This was out of Belmont earlier on this evening. So unfortunately, damage reports still continue to come in, and as daylight moves in for some and the storms move out for others, we'll see those reports come in more and more. I do also want to take a look. This is down in Jackson. You can see some of those mature storm tops, but it's always a welcome sight when you see a loft, kind of that fuzzy nature of the clouds. That shows that they're kind of in a weakening phase. So hopefully seeing more of those.
Are we sure we're not looking underneath? Are you sure we're not looking underneath like a shelf or something like that? Is that where the fuzziness is? Or I can't see on the monitor, and you might be perfectly right on that.
So there's the fuzziness on the loft. What was that?
Oh, you see, I was looking at the gray. I was looking at the gray on the top of it. It looks like they're looking underneath of Like the gray
Oh,
on the
I
very
see.
top there is from the cloud. Yeah.
I see what you're talking about. Yeah, luckily they submitted 2 photos. This one was a little bit farther out, so you're able to see that better. But yeah, a little bit of that fuzzy cloud top indicating that those are weakening, and hopefully that's the case here in North Mississippi as well, as these photos were submitted down closer to Jackson. But nonetheless, still active, still watching a couple warnings, Matt. It's just nonstop through the evening. So as the app comes up there on the bottom of your screen, send in those Weather Watcher pictures today. Any of those damage reports, even if it was from this afternoon, send those in to us so we can at least get those filed away and sent over to the National Weather Service. And thank you to the hundreds that have submitted reports already.
Absolutely. Weather Service sees it right away when you pop them in. Appreciate everyone for doing that and kind of helping us out. As we bring up the chat there, this is a locked up image. One of the big issues we have, we've had as high as almost 10,000 customers in Tishomingo County without power. It's disrupting communication within and around the county. Our Emily Leonard talked to Peyton Burklight, who is the emergency manager there earlier on, and said that they're having a difficult time communicating. So that camera, we've lost power there. There's nothing miraculous about our cameras. They run off of public power as well. When it goes out, they go out. Unfortunately. In Cleveland, we're still ahead of storms. 91 feels like 108. You're looking toward one of those storms. And this one is not fuzzy. When you have kind of the sharp contrast along the edge, like what you have here on this one, that's one of those signs that it is a powerful storm. And that one looking back toward the east, because again, these are moving the weird direction, moving from the east back to the west, could potentially at some point prompt a severe thunderstorm warning in its own right. So I'm going to track really the entire area from the storms that are over top of Charleston. I'm going to connect that to the storms that are closer to Grenada and Winona, and then drag that all eastward at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. And I'm going to have to expand that eastward a little farther than that to get it all the way to Cleveland. So let's say we'll take it all the way to 60 miles, and we'll change the size there, and we'll drop the Skycam network. So along the southern part of this, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings to continue for Grenada, Carroll, and parts of Montgomery County there for at least the next couple minutes. Montgomery County. Carrollton, we're at 7:08 for you. We're looking closer to Tutwiler at 7:32. If this were to make it eventually to Clarksdale, we'd be looking about 7:44 into your neck of the woods there. Am I missing Cleveland on my list? Am I just getting impatient? It doesn't look like I had it show up on there, but it should be on there. Sometimes I get impatient on reading my list. It doesn't look like it's on there. Interesting. So we could say Cleveland, that's going to be pretty close to the same time as Shelby. So somewhere around 7:50 or so there for Cleveland when it should be moving into your area. Again, some strong gusty winds. Perhaps large hail is not impossible, but I wouldn't say it's particularly likely either. New severe thunderstorm warning down here south, close to Hollandale. These storms near Louise and Romeo kind of moving toward you from the south and east. We've just been very effective at moving these storms in. Once again, happening today with this kind of big batch, again, moving toward Hollandale, prompting this severe thunderstorm warning that is now in effect. Bring it to the kind of the latest scans here, involving locations such as Sharkey County, obviously Washington County, and parts there of Humphreys Counties on this new one here until 8 p.m. Strong damaging winds possible with that right there. Is there a tornado DeSoto County? No. Power out in Pope, appreciate that. Not weakening in Gore Springs. Roof about to blow off your shed. Now, I do want to double check that up north. I do think that again is going to be fairly strong, as we talked about. And I don't want to imply that we thought that one was weakening, because we don't. Up here, Glen Weil, Gore Springs, you're at kind of the peak of it in the last few minutes here in Gore Springs, looking three-dimensionally on this storm. Plenty of heavy rainfall, and has the ability to fall and really kind of ignite some of the gusty winds. But checking our True Shield hail threat, it does not look like that is as impressive as maybe some other storms that we've had. They're a little stronger up there closer to Oakland and Charleston than the storms we have over top of you. Bringing in closer, checking again the wind mode here. I see all straight line wind. I see nothing that even in the least concerns me about a tornado threat. So no tornado threat out of this here. Even what tends to be aggressive on our shear rate here, and sometimes will show wind change that I'm less impressed with. Even it does not really have much out there to speak of, but the white lines represent a lot of lightning, and again, tons of those reports out there. I'm going to our meteorologist Gabe Maynor is going to join us from the weather wall here. One of the things that he's going to track, again, get an overview on where things are. He's going to look at some of the reports again the Weather Service has sent in, including, Gabe, we have a new one coming in from the Oxford area. Again, new is a relative term because of the way people send in their reports, and so there tends to be a little bit of a delay. The reason why we always recommend you put it in the app because it can go instantly out to folks, right?
Exactly. So I'm only hearing positives with the Mississippi Live weather app. Of course, it might be a little bit biased, but genuinely there are a lot of positives with that. So yes, as we look at that damage report, I should say, tree down along Highway 6 east at County Road 269. That's going to be a little bit east of the town or the city of Oxford. And that was as those storms moved through earlier on this evening. And those not really up to severe terms by any means, but we are still going to be getting some of those strong gusts. They don't have to necessarily be severe to be impactful. As we look up out of our Memphis radar site, might offer a better visual there for some of our northernmost storms. We did get a look out of Sardis, I believe, a moment ago, some of the dark clouds. So if you're out by Sardis Lake, not a great lake day. Ask folks over there at Bay Springs Lake earlier on this evening. So definitely not the place to be. As I do look at that latest scan, though, kind of see that outflow boundary that's feeding into these storms right along I-55 through Batesville and Oakland and out there towards Charleston. But as we look at that outflow boundary for these storms up there toward Senatobia, Byhalia, and Hernando, I think that outflow boundary is going to be out ahead of these storms. So I don't think we're necessarily talking about anything severe with anything north of Highway 6. So that's at least a positive. Still going to be breezy in spots, but I don't think we're talking about severe limits. So I do see Jennifer talking about the one positive with all these rain chances, and that's that the rain cools off some of those temperatures. And with upper 90s possible today, it was a welcome sight to get some of that rainfall. Unfortunately, we just had to deal with some of those strong winds and damage as a result of that. So yes, that's what we're watching for, is some rain-cooled air, but some storms still damaging areas as we move through the rest of our afternoon and evening. But as we look at folks down south, we're talking along and south of Highway 8 there in Grenada, Duck Hill, Winona. That's an area that we're still watching for some of those stronger wind gusts. You know, we're kind of in that, I call it a triple point. It's not really a triple point, but it's going to be in the middle of a location that we'll have to use all three radars to assess what we're getting there. So as we look out of our Monroe County site, we can see that some of those stronger gusts are still moving right along the edge of these storms, but just getting out ahead of the radar. So it's really going to be tough to get a visual there. And as we look down out of our Jackson radar site, potentially offering a better shot there. Let me pull that up. And, you know, I'm not overly impressed by that. I know the severe thunderstorm warning is in place until 7:45. We'll see how things trend, but National Weather Service may, you know what? I think they'll keep it the entire time because it's been damaging before. So I think they're going to keep that heads up out ahead of these storms. But I will say between our two severe thunderstorm warnings that we're seeing here in our coverage area, I would say the one down south here towards Highway 14 east of Rolling Fork is the one of the utmost concern. In fact, we're seeing winds even strengthen over those last couple of scans. Let me stop this loop for a moment and let's look at the latest returns. Yeah, 36 miles an hour or so, up to 40 miles an hour in spots. And as we look at our latest version of Mama Justice Doppler radar, lots of lightning. Once again, that's a similarity we're seeing with all of these storms. But as we look at the specific wind on this, that's where we're going to be getting those impacts, even down there towards Lake Providence. I know I'm blocking it. That's where we're getting some of those stronger winds as well. So is DeSoto County going to be safe? Chunkers, everyone is going to be safe. We're all going to be good to go. It's just a matter of staying away from trees and things like that that could potentially be blown over and cause some damage in the process. I mean, Deborah's saying tree on a home on 364. That's an example of where these winds can be impactful. So stay in your home, be good to go. Watch the World Cup. USA is playing right now, red, white, and blue. I'm repping our country tonight, so I expect everyone to do the same. And the fortunate thing about the Mississippi Live weather app, you can watch us do our coverage while having the World Cup on your screen and not have to worry about coverage being cut into. So, like I said, all thumbs up when we're talking about the app. Is it just me, or is it weird that normally our storms come from the other way? You're exactly right. You know, usually our fronts go from west to east. That's how the jet stream kind of moves and operates. We're in a unique situation where we're in a high pressure setup that wraps around some of that Gulf moisture on the west side of the high pressure, and that's going to allow for that development to kind of have a west or an east to west movement compared to our west to east movement. So you're exactly right. This is a little bit unique, but it is how they're moving tonight, and that's how we're going to continue to track those out. That severe thunderstorm warning in place for Sharkey County, but it does get into Washington and Humphreys County by 8 o'clock on our Wednesday. And so that's what we're going to continue to monitor for over the next hours, just how these will progress. And as those do move into parts of Arkansas here in the next about hour or so. Now, with that being said, let's go ahead and assess what we have on the latest version of our Mama Justice Doppler radar. I'm going to bring this back full screen. I'll take that over World Cup, LOL. I guess that's true. I don't know. We've been big into soccer here recently because of the U.S. being pretty good this year. Fingers crossed we continue that. Anyway, right here, you're getting a look over there towards the, I guess I would still be out there towards Washington County, where the outflow boundary is starting to get a little bit out ahead of these storms. So while that did intensify those along parts of highway, where would that be? Highway 82, now looking a little bit weaker because it is becoming outflow dominant. So that's going to weaken just our potential with some of those storms up in Sunflower County and down closer to Humphreys County. So that's a positive. Only thing is it's feeding into these storms out there towards Silver City, Louise, and Anguilla, I believe, Anguilla. Apologize if I'm saying that incorrectly, but that's what we're going to have to keep an eye on because it is still feeding into these storms and intensifying those. So back towards Humphreys County, going to see that continue to be a concern, and eventually moving into southern portions of Washington County. So let's track that out. And we're going to, it's been a minute since we've done a latest track here. Let's make sure we have those speeds correct. So as those move through southern sections of our viewing area, we can see that we're talking about, now I have about 30 miles an hour or so. We're going to keep it about 30 miles an hour and track that moving towards the north and west. So as we track that 30 miles an hour, like we mentioned, you can see Anguilla close to that area by now, Mount Helena, about the same thing. Schraderville, 716, Vickland by 717, Willett by 719, Woodside, 725, Clatonia by 729, and Marathon by 734, kind of clearing out some of those locations, making it a little bit more of a focused list. You can see Hollandale by 732, so clearing out a large part of those towns. So either way, we're going to continue to monitor that as it moves towards parts of Rolling Fork and even north of there into Washington and Humphreys County. We do have a camera out there in Rolling Fork that should be able to give us a visual there. So let's go ahead and look out of Rolling Fork at this specific storm. Yeah, it looks like the storms have already caught up, unfortunately. So we're not going to have the best visual, but you can definitely see those dark clouds and heavy rainfall impacting our area and southwest portions of our viewing area, including parts of Rolling Fork. And you even get some of the low-hanging stuff up there. But as Matt has talked about and as we've talked about through the night, not worried about any tornadic threat overnight. This is just going to be a strong wind producer and already shaking that camera a bit there in Rolling Fork. So bringing it back to our Mama Justice Doppler radar, clearing things off, where do we stand? Well, right now, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, including this one up towards Winona and Duck Hill, this moving right along I-55. And I-55 a concern because there's high-profile vehicles that could be knocked over, those semis, those RVs. It doesn't take much in regards to wind to knock those over and make travel just hazardous, even more hazardous with the heavy rainfall. So that's unfortunately something we'll be having to dodge as we head through the afternoon. I always say, go grab dinner or maybe a late-night snack, and that'll be a nice little compliment to let these storms pass on by. I want to look at Charleston. Charleston looking a little bit more impressive. I guess we could look out of our Memphis radar site. Yeah, that does come down a little bit once we get closer in our coverage. But, folks are talking about 40 to 50 mile an hour winds possible along parts of Panola and down there towards Tallahatchie County. That's because this outflow boundary is still right along that leading edge. But as that outflow boundary becomes a little bit out ahead, that limits that severe weather potential. And that's what we're seeing up there towards DeSoto, Tate, and over in northeast Panola County as well. So that's a positive. Hopeful that these continue to downtrend into the rest of our night. But as you can see, we still have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, including several reports that have happened across North Mississippi so far this evening. So I'm going to have to watch the latest on that, and definitely going to see the lightning impact a few more of those, or cause a few more of those power outages over those next few moments. For anyone that's back behind this, I'm going to pull up the chat one more time. For anyone that's back behind this wondering, hey, what about me? Well, back east of I-55, way down in regards to intensity, still watching some light to moderate showers, but as we look at the rainfall, it's still going to be happening, adding to some of those totals. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I do see that Becoming Kaya saying do a giveaway on tornado shelters. Well, I would love it if we had that ability, but we do have a great partnership here on Mississippi Live Weather with Tupelo Home Center. We basically, if you buy a home from them, they give a tornado shelter with that home. So it's a great partnership that we have, and one that can help keep North Mississippi safe as well. I'm sure everyone would take a tornado shelter giveaway. I would join that tornado shelter giveaway, because over at the Maynor household, we have a closet, and when things get really bad, we have a storm shelter at my mom-in-law's house, so we head up there. Making sure, is Lee County getting another round? That's what a few folks are asking there. And, let's go to our Tupelo camera real quick, and we'll go back to these storms here in just a moment. As we look out of Tupelo, and I'm going to bring it full screen once again, what is the big difference? Well, it's the unstable air. It's still 73 degrees, those dew points, but we were 95 degrees when these storms started. We're now 75 degrees. So this is a very much a worked over environment. You can see that we're not getting some of those clear skies, very much a gloomy environment now. So that's lowering that severe weather potential. And that's why we're just dealing with light to moderate showers right now. So as we look back on our radar for a moment, you can see how there's more severe thunderstorms out there towards North Alabama, and even Central Alabama seeing a few as well. Reason why they're able to rebuild that environment is because their reports, we can look right here. Oh, let me clear that off. Their reports, that's a little bit later. Let me see if I can get that right one. Yeah, by 1:51. I think they're factoring in for when those reports were submitted, not in regards to when they actually happened. So 1:51 is whenever they started to get their storm reports. Okay, by the time the storm's cleared out, it's then entering about 3 o'clock, and that's where the environment's allowed to destabilize itself once again. So it heats up the atmosphere, adds to some of those dew points, and it makes it, from the worked over environment, kind of re-destabilizes it. And so that's what's allowing for additional thunderstorm activity to pick up. But as we look here in North Mississippi, things are probably not going to reach that point overnight. Yes, a few rumbles are possible, but we're probably not going to be reaching up to severe limits once again. I do want to get back on these storms back towards southwest Mississippi. These a little bit more of our focus right now because they have a ton of lightning as well as a ton of wind, honestly, out there towards Rolling Fork and Belzona and continuing into the rest of our southwest portions. So Hollandale included there as well. But right there, Highway 14, an area to watch for because we're talking about wind speeds up to about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Yeah, 40 miles an hour on the money there. Including back behind it all the way across Highway 14 from Anguilla to Otter. And that will move closer to Vickland, Delta City, Congo, Percy, Hollandale. So that's why we need to make sure that any of those loose limbs, we needed to clear those off long ago. Probably a little bit too late now. So that's the thing about it, is it's going to knock down a few of those limbs. So that's our concern. That's where we could see a few additional outages. And those outages, those are continuing to climb. So we look at the latest there. I mean, looking at the latest, honestly, you're more than likely dealing with outages than not dealing with outages when we're talking about counties here in North Mississippi. So that's how much lightning we've dealt with. That's how much wind we've dealt with. And those are continuing to come up as we head further through the night as well, including Tishomingo County with over 10,000 outages so far tonight. So probably not done with those just yet as we get further into the night and going to add to those totals once again. So, real quick, I saw Matt behind the scenes. I want to make sure he doesn't want to cut in or anything, but we are going to continue to monitor those storms back there towards southwest Mississippi, right along Highway 61.
I'm trying to get some pictures from Prentiss County of a tree on a home, so we should have that for you here in a second.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, it doesn't sound good, but appreciate that report, Matt. And we're praying for everybody that has been affected. We've gotten several reports across the region of trees on homes, trees on cars. Like I said earlier, everyone is okay, and that's what we want at the end of the day. And we're glad that everyone has been not only alive, but injury-free as well. And let's hope that that continues for the rest of our coverage area, as we're all one big family here in North Mississippi. I want to bring it back to our radar for a moment. Our mama just stopped the radar, and you're seeing back down there towards Jackson, additional severe thunderstorm warnings in place. But these up here in our area continue to grab our attention because the winds just look pretty strong. I mean, Lake Providence even coming down in intensity, but that one from Anguilla all the way to Otter, that's what we're watching just towards the north and west of Highway 14, where we're getting the strongest of those returns. I want to look at the radar, though, because I want to see how that boundary is feeding into it, as we were able to notice that a little bit earlier on. Kind of see that jumping out ahead. Let me try and pinpoint that. Yeah, right there for a brief moment. Still looks like it's getting into that main batch, that main cluster. And so I do expect this to remain pretty strong as that continues into parts of eventually Washington County and then pushing out towards Arkansas as well.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, that these continue to produce damage on a fairly substantial scale. I want to bring in our Emily Leonard again, joining us here this evening. Emily, now you have some reports coming in from Prentiss County, right?
Right. Bud Lindsay, the EMA director, finally got us some pictures of that tree that was on a house. I'm going to move out of the way.
Now I'll let you stand kind of on that side there. Give me a moment to pull it up here.
This is a very large tree, as you can see, and it has just spliced that one side of this. It appears to be a mobile home. I can't tell if it is or isn't.
It might. No, I think there's a difference in the house in the top there.
You can see they brought out the chainsaws. They were able to cut that tree back, because if you go to the next photo, you'll be able to see how much damage this tree really did. So obviously the decking portion of the house, but that tree just coming right through the roof. And we want to reiterate that there were no injuries.
Man, that's incredible.
In this one. And that is a big tree.
Yeah, very, very large tree there. Man, that's really scary stuff.
Yeah, and again, this was on Highway 365 in Prentiss County.
Okay, Highway 365. Those folks, probably having to deal with the Red Cross this evening and need a little help. So, the prayers. And if you're, one of the neighbors out there, I know sometimes we're like, hey, you don't want to get out until this is all done. If we're looking, obviously they're trying to get as much of that off as quickly as they can. We don't have a whole lot back behind this, thankfully, this evening. Any other reports coming from, I know Peyton up there in Tishomingo County has her hands full with everything that's going on.
Right now, everything seems to be pretty calm. No new reports of anything. I'm just kind of reaching out, and they're trying to get back to me as soon as they can.
Okay, appreciate that. Our Emily Leonard here. Gabe, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio again, looking at the latest on these. I'm going to work on something here behind the scenes for a moment, but we'll send you back there on the Chroma wall as we're, again, tracking some strong to severe thunderstorms that continue to move through the Mississippi Delta.
And able to get a sip of water as well, as we've been live since, I believe, 2:30 this afternoon. So it's been a pretty busy night here in North Mississippi. And I know a lot of folks are excited to kind of reach a break and wonder, hey, when can I get dinner? When can I finally just kind of breathe a little bit? Well, we're definitely reaching that point. But for a large part of North Mississippi, if you're in Northeast Mississippi, I'll go ahead and pull up that radar and talk about the all clear so far tonight. And that's going to be basically every area east of 55, kind of drawing a specific line there. You can see that we're basically talking, and I don't want to use red. What's the color? We usually do blue. So what we're talking about with that latest scan, right along there, and then continuing off there towards the east. So Tupelo, Amory, Columbus, Louisville, not worried about any more strong storms for you heading into this evening or overnight, so you're good for those evening plans. Probably need to grab the umbrella still, but we're not talking about any severe weather here in the next few moments. Now tomorrow, we do still have a severe weather threat, so we're not completely out of the woods just yet, but for today, at least looking a little bit better. Now out here towards the Winona and Grenada area, that continues to be a focal point because we have that severe thunderstorm warning. And I told you that they were probably going to keep it until 7:45. National Weather Service down in Jackson, not really discussing any future plans with it. So probably going to hold that even into the next few minutes as we continue into that 7:45 hour. Current time 7:20, so only about 25 minutes. So better to be on the safe side. And as we look at those winds up there, it's still having some decent returns. Let's actually go out of our, out of our Monroe County site. And yeah, we're for sure getting some of those stronger winds, 30, 40 miles an hour. But luckily those reports have been pretty minimal over there in and around Grenada and Montgomery County. So I do want to look at wind because every time we get a shear marker, that does stand out. But it would take a lot for anything to form just because it lacks that upper level wind support. But we'll definitely keep eyes on that. That's one of the ones that caught our attention earlier on. Let's look out of our Memphis site. That might be a better view. Yeah, I mean, the moment you change radar sites, things look a little bit less intense. And even the rotation kind of going out of the picture. So shows you that there might be some rotation way up in the atmosphere, but getting all the way down to the surface, not really going to be happening with this threat, fortunately, and that's why we weren't really worried about tornadoes heading into this event and haven't really been worried about it since. As we look down, and we're going to swap radar sites once again down there towards our Jackson radar site, we're still having some pretty strong returns. Let me make sure there's not been a ton of movement to it. Yeah, they've extended the warning up until 8 p.m. and we're still going to have some of those stronger returns So National Weather Service in Memphis saying over the past 2 hours, winds have remained subsevere. So that's at least a positive, and they're picking up on that latest trend. But as we continue to track down south, it's a little bit of a different story as we do have that boundary. Now we're getting a good visual there. This is right along 61. You can see from Leland to Arcola to Hollandale, now starting to go back towards Congo and still feeding this main batch of storms. And that's where we're going to continue to get some of those strong wind returns in excess of 30, 40, even up to 50 miles an hour. Rolling Fork included in that severe thunderstorm warning, and you can see some of those clouds moving up in the sky, those dark clouds on the horizon, and even the camera shaking a bit. And look at the difference. We just saw Tupelo at 75. Rolling Fork is at 95 degrees. Dew points in the upper 70s, so not a worked over environment by any means, and going to be watching some of those storms even into let's see, it's 7:20 right now, probably up until sunset out there in Rolling Fork before that threat does pass. So this is looking south. It's actually looking south. Let's
hold that for a second here. Let's hold that one for a second because it's zoomed in really close. You could see those. Maybe it's not zoomed in, but look how fast those clouds are moving in the foreground there.
Yes.
Right? Like those are, you can get a sense for kind of how heavy that is. Unfortunately, this camera had a little bit of a tilt. Oh, come on. Today they're fighting me on the up down sometimes. Now it worked enough. Okay, let's go back, look eastward with it. I mean, so yeah, you can kind of see kind of the leading edge of the strong winds on that there, but no matter what twisty turning stuff you see, thankfully, Gabe, no tornadoes out of these kind of storms, right?
Yeah, thankfully that's been something that's been consistent since last night and has carried over to today, and not really worried about tornadoes heading into tomorrow either. We're just not really in that time of year, but it's not impossible, but not really expected with this setup. So as we get into our, I meant not impossible with the summer-like pattern. That's what I meant to say. We are not expecting tornadoes today or tomorrow. So as we bring it back to our Mama Justice Doppler radar, that's the warning that I would keep my eyes on. We are seeing some of those gusts, but yeah, exactly what happened. They went ahead and expired the warning. I'm honestly kind of surprised they expired it just because that did have some reports back towards Eupora and Oktibbeha County. But I guess since those have remained without reports over those last couple of hours, then they went ahead and expired that warning. So glad that we're seeing things on the downward trend. Now we just have the one warning down there towards Humphreys and Washington County, including parts of Hollandale and right along 61 before that does start to push out there towards Arkansas and Louisiana. So that's where I would keep our attention heading into the night. For folks up there that are west of 55 and wondering, hey, what about me? Lots of lightning, sub-severe gusts are possible, but should remain below severe limits through the evening. So pulling up chat, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything in regards to any reports that we have. Yeah, Deborah talking about the home on 365. We're definitely praying for everyone and glad that they are okay. So hopeful that that does continue to get recovered and that they get the help that they need up there. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. Will Houston have more storms? Maybe more storms, and that's basically meaning a rumble of thunder or two, but we really expect light to moderate showers. No severe weather, if that's what you're asking. Starkville, light to moderate showers once again. Water Valley, you guys are just kind of getting in the clear up there in Yalobusha County, so that's a positive. And as those storms continue to trend west, our threat continues to diminish here in North Mississippi. So, like I said, we are continuing to look specifically at, hang on, reports of up in Tate County. Let me make sure I'm not missing that. Oh, where was it? There we go. Power lines down across the road on Deantown Road in Tate County. So shows you sub-severe gusts in susceptible areas can still be impactful. And up there in Tate County, getting reports of some of those power lines being knocked over. Pontotoc, light to moderate showers. You guys are good. Let's bring it back here full screen for a moment. And as we look specifically in Tate County up there in Senatobia, that's where we were watching some of those sub-severe gusts potentially be impactful, knocking down a few of those power poles and trees. And I don't have a specific location of where that was at, but I would assume right along that outflow boundary where we were getting some of those stronger wind gusts. Looking specifically into that area, yeah, that's where we're still getting some of those sub-severe gusts moving overhead, but I'm not impressed by anything in regards to going severe. So I don't think they're going to issue anything on that, kind of working our way down that line. Yeah, everything looks sub-severe to this point. And as we look out of our Monroe County site, everything looks sub-severe. As we look out of our Jackson site, that's where things start to get a little bit different because we do have this storm down here towards Highway 61 to Hollandale, Sago, and Congo, kind of seeing that now. Our Mama Justice Doppler radar, and there we're getting a little bit more movement to it. You know, this warning in place until 8 p.m., they're going to have to decide if they extend this or just leave it be. And with the lack of reports so far, I don't know if they're going to extend this, but we're on the outer fringes of that warning area, that polygon, as we like to say. But this should remain. I'm curious what they'll do. I wouldn't be shocked at all with an extension, or at least a repositioning, but I also wouldn't be shocked if they went ahead and expired it, as it has become a little bit more disorganized. So that's at least a positive. I do want to go and look at those last couple of scans. Yeah, it just looks like it's starting to get some additional development along the boundary, but it's not looking nearly as impressive as it was a moment ago. And Matt, I'm open to your thoughts on this if you want to jump in here and you see something differently, but you know, it's looking a little bit less organized. Strikes, let me see how that's trended over the last hour. That's also a good way to tell. It's still there. I mean, of course they're going to be higher because I only have it on one area. I mean, the strikes are still coming up, all things considered, so it's still going to be a pretty electric environment. But as that's moving across 61 Percy towards, I believe that's Nidiyuma, that's where we're seeing some of those strongest wind gusts. And that's going to continue into Washington County over those next few moments. And while there's not a severe thunderstorm warning in place, there is still going to be some strong storm development. So as we put on that latest scan and we go about 30 miles an hour like we tracked a moment ago, let's carry this all the way through Washington County. Yes, Washington County, and then into, I guess, a little bit of Arkansas by that point. So as that goes 30 miles an hour. And, yeah, there we go. Leota by 731, Chatham by 734, Floyd 734, Newtown 737, towards James 741, Manhattan 743, Reedland by 744, and Arcola by 744 as well. As we kind of clear that up a little bit more and take off a few towns, you can see that we're talking Arcola 744, Eudora 752, Leland 804, Lake Village to 810, Greenville 815, Metcalf 816, Portland by 826 as well. So the storm not impressing as much, clearing things out. Let's look at those peak threats. Not possible to get some hail with this. Our True Shield Roofing hail swath hasn't been overly impressive today, exactly what we kind of expected with some sub-severe gusts possible, but sub-severe hailstones and the severe wind gust expected, and there you go. So they went ahead and extended that severe thunderstorm warning into Arkansas and including parts of Washington County, and looks like, yeah, they stayed south there of Bolivar County. So Washington County, our last county there before this does start to push more into Arkansas, but they went ahead and extended it until 8:30 on our Wednesday. So we'll continue to monitor this and be tracking out actually, let me see. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything there in the chat. Specifically on this storm, because I feel like reports have been a little bit more minimal over those last few moments. So looking out of Jackson, I've not seen anything standing out. Of course, they are tracking several storms down south into the Jackson coverage area. So they're a little bit more busy, and they're going to continue to monitor things, but hopefully that will continue to remain reportless and we'll continue to see things trend down. I do want to look back up here at these storms towards Grenada and now moving towards Tallahatchie, and it's just in a rough coverage area because there's not a ton of radar coverage, but that's out there in Tallahatchie County and Carroll County. That one towards Webb looking a little bit more interesting with some of those stronger gusts. Yeah, even over those last few scans, you can see how that's kind of picked up in intensity. It's not overly intense, but you're definitely seeing Sharkey towards Swan Lake dealing with some of those stronger wind gusts. So we're going to have to monitor this one as well, as that could be reacting with a boundary and trying to get on the stronger side, just kind of jutting out. You see that over those last few scans. So as we track that out, let me make sure I have the movement right on this. I would assume directly towards the west. There we go, right along that leading edge through Glendora and Drew, and we're going to take this about 30 miles an hour as well. So we can see towards Glendora, right about now, Webb 736, Sumner 740, Minot 752, on there towards Ballaston by 8 o'clock, Lombardy 805, Zumbro by 8:17, and Marigold by 8:21. This one not severe, but is definitely a stronger storm with plenty of lightning, indicating that this could be an intensifying storm. As we bring it back down towards our Jackson site, that's going to be the one that we need to monitor through our, what is it now, 7:30 hour, and then off there towards the north and west into Washington County. You know, we did have a visual there for a couple moments. Am I going to have to do this? Yeah, there's your boundary. So kind of looking at those latest scans, you have right there the brief moment of that green line that pops up. That's going to be your boundary kind of feeding into these storms, and that's what these are allowing to build off of as those continue to push towards the north and west. So we're right along Highway 61 where that boundary is feeding directly into towards Hollandale, and that will continue to extend closer to Greenville and Refuge here in the next few moments. So let's actually look out of our Greenville camera, and I'll clear this off for a moment, and yeah, bring that back. So as we look out of Greenville, let's hope it's turned the right way. We might have to change things around in regards to where this is facing. So this will be looking east right into that severe storm. I guess it would need to be more southeast, right? Let me go over to Greenville. There we go. And let's face it more towards the southeast. We won't have to go a ton of movement to it. But don't go up. Yeah, there's what you're looking at. A little bit of a shelf cloud showing up as well. I mean, that's a decent looking shelf cloud right there on the leading edge of those storms moving out of Greenville. And yes, the lightning going to be abundant on this storm once again, and that cloud to ground strike indicating that power outages probably expected with these storms once again, similar to all of the storms that we've had today, adding to those power outages so far through this evening. So there's your look at your strong and severe storm that's going to be eventually moving into Greenville and the rest of Washington County here in the next few moments. You can see Greenville, it's 91, feeling like 111 degrees. So it is definitely a toasty environment. It's an unstable environment, and it's one that these storms will take full advantage of as they move through the area and eventually make way for some widespread coverage there in Washington County. That severe thunderstorm warning, like we mentioned, in place until 8:30. National Weather Service extending that off of the initial warning because it's kind of extending off of that leading boundary and starting to speed up a little bit as well. So that's why we took it about 30 miles an hour, potentially a little bit faster over those last couple of scans. But either way, out in Greenville, going to be the area to watch for. And yeah, I kind of see that movement there through Hollandale, those last couple of scans, and moving outside that initial warning. So they'll probably expire that here in the next few moments. And then they're going to keep this one all the way into Arkansas and the Little Rock coverage area through the rest of our 8 o'clock hour. So out in Greenville, we're going to keep eyes on that. And let me look at those winds just to see how they've trended. Not as impressed. Like earlier on, you can see where we've had some of those brighter reds, a little bit more widespread there towards Anguilla. But now as we're moving closer to Washington County, now crossing into southern sections of Washington County, yes, there are some brighter returns, but it's much more disorganized from what it was even a few moments ago. So that's a positive, is yes, the severe thunderstorm warning, it continues to be in place, but we will continue to see that on the downward trend, hopefully, especially as that boundary kind of gets out ahead of these storms. So yes, this is still strong. Hopefully, we're not talking necessarily severe, but National Weather Service down in Jackson electing to extend this warning due to the potential there at the surface of getting anywhere from 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gust. We do have reports on, and we've had a lot of those reports here in North Mississippi. A lot of those reports actually submitted by you guys, so appreciate every one of our weather watchers out in the field for keeping us updated through the day. If you do have any pictures, send that in through the Mississippi Live Weather app, and we will forward that along to wherever it needs to go, or whether that's National Weather Service in Jackson or National Weather Service in Memphis, both of which keep tabs on our pictures so that way your pictures are viewed pretty soon after they're submitted. So as we look up north into our Monroe County site, that's where we're keeping eyes on this storm in particular. And as we look out of Memphis, I mean, yeah, it's not severe, but it is going to pack a punch. You know, up in Clarksdale, we should at least have somewhat of a visual there on this storm, as long as it's turned the right direction. So this is looking, well, I can check real quick. This would be towards the, let's see, taking a second to load. I would assume it's towards the east because it's looking kind of into those dark clouds. Yeah, this is looking directly east. Let me point a little bit more towards the south and east. Because I do want to see a little bit more of those rain chances down towards the heftier parts of the storm. So this is looking almost directly southeast. And you can see some of those darker clouds on the horizon, the heavy rainfall that's going to be moving in. But fortunately, we don't really have that outflow boundary interacting with these storms. So they should remain below severe limits up there in northwest Mississippi. And our focus continues to shift down there towards Washington County. Now, the entire area is still under a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock tonight. And that's due to these thunderstorms that are continuing to develop down there in southwest Mississippi. But overall, severe weather threat for northeast Mississippi, that has come down tremendously. Not really expecting any severe weather overnight either, not until our Thursday where severe weather chances do return. West of there, still seeing some thunderstorm activity west of 55 from Batesville up there towards Senatobia, and of course down to the south and west like we tracked just a moment ago. So those are kind of the areas that we're watching for as these do start to move out of the area and more into Arkansas by 8, 9 o'clock tonight. So this will probably, we could be tracking out some additional chances by 9, but I'm hopeful that this starts to move on out by then. So that way we're actually talking a little bit of news like we wanted to debut today with our newest member, our Emily Leonard here at Mississippi Live. Looking at the chat one more time, we can see that we are getting bad at Bruce. Let me look up there real quick. Yeah, so Bruce, it's going to be back on the back end of those storms. So I'm sure that earlier on it was a little bit worse, but now just a light to moderate shower, even lightning. If we look specifically at Bruce, yeah, we're not talking about much electricity in the sky, only about a couple of strikes here and there over the last 30 minutes. Andy, go to the hospital. Oh, yeah. Well, Andy, I hope you didn't get struck by lightning, but yeah, you're exactly right. If you did get struck by lightning, go to the hospital. DeSoto County. Oh, wait, no, I see Sherry. I just now got, I'll look at DeSoto in a second. Did Emily get to do the news today? So weather kind of took the story today. It was the big news maker today, but we're hopeful that maybe later on tonight that we can see some of what Emily has for the latest on Mississippi Live News. And tomorrow we're hoping that we can actually, get a better debut than what today has brought. Up in DeSoto County, I see that Chesley's asking up there, and we can see that not much is happening in DeSoto County. Looking specifically out of our Memphis site, you can see that that has come down tremendously, and the outflow boundary, these storms remain outflow dominant, so these are not expected to be anything overly strong, but still plenty of lightning to knock out a few of those power outages. Down south, let's continue to get those latest scans. I'm not impressed by it with what I'm seeing there. Wind is still enough. But even then, we've just not had a ton of reports. So reports happen after the fact. I do understand that. But if we're not talking about reports over the last couple of warnings, and this is looking a little bit more disorganized, I'm not overly concerned with those next towns, Avon in Greenville and Leland. I'm not really concerned about that for you, as that has remained below severe limits in regards to the impacts back behind it, but not impossible to see kind of that surge happen once again. But along that leading edge, I'm not really impressed with what I'm seeing there. So that's at least looking a little bit better as well. But that warning is in place until 8:30 this evening. So we're going to keep eyes on that. And speaking of keeping eyes on that, let's look at Greenville once again. And I'm going to pop this full screen. That's a decent looking shelf there. Right along that leading edge, there's your shelf cloud. And that's going to be on the leading edges of that those storms. And where 90 degrees feels like 108, dew point at 81. I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing some strong storms move into the area. I'm just hopeful that reports of damage and power outages remain on the lower side of things. So we'll see, but I'm liking where things are headed. But that definitely is a menacing look there as that shelf kind of rolls across the sky and eventually makes its way into the area. So this will definitely be the storm to watch as we get into now 7:40 or so. So if you're still with us, I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor alongside our chief meteorologist Matt Lawpon, tracking storms all throughout the afternoon and evening in regards to what they've been able to do, the impacts that we felt, trees being down, damage that has occurred, lightning that's causing power outages, and wind that's causing power outages as well. So we're going to continue to monitor these throughout the entirety of the event, but we've been with you guys for the entire afternoon, so we appreciate all of your support and glad that everyone has stayed safe despite some of the damage that's been sent into us. Speaking of, I'm going to bring it over to the monitor real quick because we have been getting some of those damage reports, and I've been seeing it come in behind the screens. If you ever see me look up, that's what I'm looking at. So as I kind of look at things behind the scenes, I want to make sure that I'm pulling up a few of these pictures for you. Large part of it, you can guess what it'll be: tree damage and power lines down. So that's what we're going to be getting even more of, but at least getting some specific reports across the region. I feel like that's worthwhile to discuss as these storms do move across. So let me make sure it's the same. So this is Robbie in South Tremont. You can see, well, let me change it over. Robbie in South Tremont showing some of that damage that took place, a tree onto what looks to be a home, potentially a mobile home there. And I think it's just a regular home. But we're definitely seeing some of the larger limbs falling onto the home and result in some of the damage there. Additional trees falling down, including trees onto power lines. So crews are already out trying to restore that and help out our linemen and women to better assess what's going on. This one was up in Iuka. I don't know where the other location is, Emily submitting that photo, but either way, this is up in Iuka. So Iuka, it's a full team effort to get power back on, hopefully by tonight, but wouldn't be shocked if that did carry over into tomorrow morning as well. I want to continue to look at some of the trees that are just being uprooted. You saw a visual there. That was out of Prentiss County along Highway 30. That was Grady submitting that photo. And as we look at some of the power line damages, that's going to be a power line that's kind of knocked over. That was in Red Bay, Alabama earlier on today. Really saw the most significant sections out towards Franklin and Marion County, Alabama, and up there towards Itawamba and Tishomingo County as well. Now, we had reports outside of that, but that's where we had numerous reports across the region. Power line, actually, that might be a utility box that was on the house that might have been ripped off there due to the strong winds. Maybe even a power line falling, kind of pulling that with it. So that was Peyton submitting that photo. Let me see. That was also in Red Bay. So appreciate all of our weather watchers for sending in those photos. Like I said, we've had hundreds today, and that's not what we want to see, but if damage does occur, we appreciate you guys using the Mississippi Live Weather app to send in those damage reports and keep us up to date on what's going on. So thank you very much, and keep those reports coming, and we'll get those forwarded to the National Weather Service. So looking out of, oh, did I do that?
I was trying to think. I think I was trying to pull something up at the same time you were trying to pull something up.
Oh, gotcha.
So yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I was going to pick it up for you from you for a minute here. I know you've been going strong since 2 o'clock, and I've got my wife in the other room who's jonesing to do some news, and we will eventually do that here in a little bit as well. But it's obviously a lot of thunderstorms today. We don't get a lot of days like this during summer, but clearly today is unfortunately one of those days where we just have a lot of storms to track. Outside in Shelby this evening, showing that mix of clouds as storms approach. Still, as of the 7:45 time period, sitting at about 90 degrees there. Storms still on the way in, a little closer. If you go upstream to the Clarksdale area, our camera there with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Those storms, though, you can actually see it kind of in the inset there in the monitor, approaching, but are a little bit weaker, certainly weaker than they were slightly earlier on as we head down toward Cleveland. A similar shot there. As again, our camera network here in the Delta, pretty extensive, does show again a lot of things bubbling up. But I think the one that takes the cake is Greenville, and obviously Greenville, we are closer to the severe weather there. Still under that severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County as those storms move toward. That's what this is here, that gray. That is the heavy precipitation. And you can even see how it kind of like flares out a little bit on the front end. The reason it flares out, sometimes we call that a rain foot. That is the rain-cooled air hitting the ground and then spreading forward. A lot of times that can be associated with the strong and sometimes damaging winds. So the concern on that camera there is the folks with North Mississippi Storm Chasers adjusting that camera accordingly. I'm going to need to get a drink of water here in a minute. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and I'll see if I can pull up the time lapse from there. So stick with me for just a moment here as I try to bring up that Greenville camera. I think this should work. Let's go ahead and switch it here. And And just a moment to do that. Browser. There we go. So this is kind of looking at kind of how rough some of these shots are. So this was just a few minutes ago here. So kind of pop back in time and kind of go forward. You'll notice kind of as those storms kind of move there into the Greenville area, obviously some real low hanging stuff there. This is, I think, going back to about 7:39, 7:40. So only about 5 or 6 minutes ago. This is that kind of that leading shelf cloud that has some of that rain cooled air coming toward the camera. So if we kind of bring it back into the current time frame again, we are kind of sitting underneath that shelf cloud now. It'd be kind of just off the top of the screen up there. And so the strong winds are starting to hit a little bit. That's why you'll actually notice the camera is probably bouncing slightly more than it did a little bit ago. Severe thunderstorm warning for damaging wind. That's the reason Washington County is under that severe thunderstorm warning at this time. Let's make sure we're clear about something else. While we have had, again, as Gabe has mentioned multiple times, a lot of times here, numerous power outages today. That's what all of these counties in different colors indicate there. You know, where we show the yellow up there, Tishomingo County, still sitting somewhere around 10,000 power outages. Alcorn County 400, Prentiss County somewhere around 400, Lee County about 100, about 1,000 in Awamba and Marion County, Alabama. Oktibbeha County sitting about 500, Panola County about 600 or so. Make sure I might have turned off my mic. Sound like I'm in a hole? Check, check. It should be working okay. So I'm gonna have to double check. I'll bring in Gabe's mic here for just a second behind the scenes. Hey Gabe, my mic sound okay from where you're at?
I mean, it actually doesn't sound right for that set. It actually doesn't sound right for that set.
Huh?
It doesn't. It does sound like you're kind of fainting in a hole.
Do you hear that?
I can. It just has some background noise to it, I guess.
That's interesting. Okay, I'll have to diagnose that. We've had fun with audio today. But, you know, adding a whole new studio to the mix, we've done a pretty good job with that, all things considered. Hasn't been perfect, but never is, right? Nothing in life is. A new wind report coming in up here from eastern DeSoto County, eastern Tate County, or pretty much right on the Tate-Marshall County line. Of some wind damage with that, about 625. Again, several trees knocked down. That's been kind of the story again over and over, right? Trees knocked down on the leading edge of this strong and damaging wind. As we change this over to our radar site out of the Memphis area, you can kind of see the leading edge of that rain-cooled air right there, kind of stretching from the west of Memphis down there, pretty much right along 61, approaching Clarksdale and Shelby. That's where the storms are the strongest at this time. And still could potentially be producing some sporadic wind damage. Here's the thing. You never had a severe thunderstorm warning up here for this Tate-Marshall report, did you? That's the thing. We're going to get wind damage. We've gotten wind damage today. We'll continue getting wind damage this evening, even outside of where we have some sporadic warnings. It does look like the Weather Service down in Jackson has gone ahead and canceled out our warning down there for the Greenville area. So this is your 2-minute warning, Mrs. Lawpon, that we might run some news here in a minute.
Negative. Your alerts are off.
Your alerts are off. Oh, my alerts are off? Thank you for straightening me out. I thought that was, I was like, wow, are they really?
I promise I'm not
anti-news either. We're not anti-news here on Mississippi Live. We plan to do it at some point. Mother Nature, God, however you want to describe who's in charge, decided that today was just a day we had to kick the can a little longer. So here we are, kicking that can. We'll have news for 9 and 10 for sure. It's just, yeah. Mother Nature is going to do what, you know, the weather's going to do what the weather's going to do, right? And if God wanted us to do news, we'd have done it. Coahoma, we're looking at 8:04 for you. Greenville, about 8:04 as well. So we're about 14 minutes away. Again, from kind of this is on the wide shot. That's probably too. That's not precise enough as if we got in nice and close. But that just kind of gave some folks in advance kind of a sort of heads up out here. Obviously, we want to be in a little closer here. It's out toward Wilmot and just southeast of town that it is the strongest. Kind of outrunning the initial warning there. And for a briefest moment, you could see right there. That's that rain cool there running ahead. So it's the gust fronts getting there into the Greenville area. pretty much right now. I'm still kind of monitoring that that camera there and the time lapse on that camera. I'm going to pull that back up for you as well. Give me a moment here. So this would be there in the Greenville area. Again, this is about 7:41. We'll bring it into current time. You can see how things have kind of progressed as there's that strong wind with kind of what's coming there toward the camera site. That's what we're watching, kind of moving toward Greenville. So that will be some spotty wind damage. Not as many trees to fall, obviously, as locations back to the east, but still a possibility that maybe some could get knocked down by what we have coming in. Looking at a current camera shot there from the Greenville area, looks like audio's fine now. I have an idea on what might have happened, but I think we're good on that. So looking here in Greenville, again, that's the gusty wind starting to kind of hit with the initial outflow. The main storm itself has yet to kind of move into town. We'll go and pan our camera if necessary. We'll double check the direction for a moment. Make sure we're looking all right. We're looking kind of south-southeast on that, which is kind of the direction where it's the strongest. There's a pretty decent lightning strike. So again, one of the main issues, these cloud-to-ground lightning strikes causing power disruptions. Hopefully not fires, though we've had, some issues out there, obviously, as well. And, you guys, we thank you so much for your patience and understanding. So just to kind of check, my mic is better like this. Someone mentioned when I'm on Chroma Key. So let's answer this question here when the chat didn't pop up. We're just going to do all the things. Give me a moment. Okay, so now answer this question. Is my mic okay on this? Or does it sound like it's in a hole on this one as well? I'm going to bring you in, Gabe, here behind the scenes to answer me. The set, is that when I have some issues? Or is it the other one? Or are we good on both of them, Mr. Maynor?
Good on both.
All right.
I don't know what was going on.
Okay. Glad we got it taken care of one way or another. Appreciate that. Again, let's pop that chat up and see if it actually kind of pops up here in a second. In fact, I know why. There's a clear all that hits here in a second. Severe thunderstorms. Let's talk about this. Most locations that watch us here in Mississippi Live or traditionally watch us here in Mississippi Live, we are done with the severe weather threat related to that going into this evening. There's nothing out there that I think we're overly concerned with the remainder of tonight. Nonetheless, as long as you have the Mississippi Live Weather app, you should be in good shape there. Again, if you don't know this, I'll take a moment here to discuss this here for a second. But the Mississippi Live Weather app now has news. Well, apparently, I have the page popped up because we had a temporary filler there for a moment. I'm going to walk toward the camera here for a moment. So it's not going to stay perfectly locked on me. I should have it set to autofocus, but it's fine. Okay, so if you scroll down a little bit, there's a place on there. You see where it says kind of in red, it says video news. That's where you're going to find news in the future on demand. The forecast is right next to it there. So video news, video weather, both there on the Mississippi Live Weather app. And there's a place where you can get to them right at the top on the side menu as well. So if you're looking for the news and you end up missing our broadcast, you can see there's also a place you can pull up the recent live broadcasts. So don't want to miss out on that opportunity. And we will absolutely do news at some point here once we can finally get the bad weather out of here. So let's see here. Everything looks good. Everything is Louisville okay. Let's do some go to sleeps. Maybe it's too early to go to sleep. Maybe it's not too early to go to sleep here for a moment. So storms approaching. Greenville right now could have some damaging wind potential with them as well. But everything east of that should be go to sleep territory. So I'm going to use Gabe Maynor back at the studio. I say that, and let's look here out in Alabama. Let's kind of check where some of these storms are a little stronger right now. Still showing some warnings out there. But those are largely on the downswing as well. So, Gabe, if you'll head over to the monitor for a moment. What we will do is I will have you draw our go to sleep line. So I'll kind of have it here. Actually, I'll draw the line. I'll let you take care of the actual go to sleep. So we can basically give the all clear. If you've watched us before, you know that this is one of those things we love to do, is we can give you the all clear, you know, and because we do know that there are a number of folks that don't have power and might be, you know, very aware of what's going on. So Gabe, go ahead and write the go to sleep on there. It's like magic behind the scenes. In theory, you ready to, is your touchscreen not working? Hold on. That would be an unfortunate turn of events, Mr. Maynor.
I promise it's not me. I wasn't ignoring you. It will not let me write.
Huh. Well,
It
can
did
you
this
tap anything
last
else?
night too, and I have no idea why it happens.
You should have told me that.
Well, it was random. I thought it was just like, I don't know, technology being technology.
Okay, so here's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to go over there and you're gonna want to unplug one of the cords on the front. I think it's one of the cords on the front of Lynx, and plug it back in. And that should then allow it to become a mouse again. So in Lynx, there should be a USB cord going into the front of Lynx. Unplug it and plug it back in. Because that's all it takes to be an IT engineer. Just unplug it and plug it back in.
We'll see if the whole place explodes. I'm sorry.
Well, okay. Well, we've got insurance for that. I don't know if I have enough insurance for that, but we've got insurance for that. And hopefully that's not the way it goes. I'll bring it back over here, and I will start trying to write go to sleep. Sorry, we went down a tangent that took too long, but go to, might as well do the number today. SLEE. It's going to work because I heard the noise, the something's connecting noise. Okay, so everywhere back here, back to the east, we are go to sleep. And as you can see, kind of going along those lines, National Weather Service in up here in Memphis and Jackson, all the green you see pop off the map there, those are people that are now relieved from the severe thunderstorm watch, no longer under that severe thunderstorm watch. Watch meaning ingredients are there that could lead the development of something. Warning meaning it's happening. So again, to kind of define that here for a moment, I think it's important and worth hitting. Where we find ourselves is we've had these severe thunderstorm warnings where storms have produced damage. And that's been the yellow boxes here that we have looked at. They're typically short term for small areas, for small periods of time, and it's something we need to take cover from. The watch, which has been canceled, a lot of these, the only place we have under a warning right now is Washington County, Mississippi, 4 locations around the Greenville area. That's why we've been focusing in on that. The watch says, hey, we still have ingredients around, something could happen. The watch has been canceled for almost all locations in our area. So kind of backing up what we were already kind of putting on the map there a second ago, which was the whole go to sleep thing. As we come back to this, and I'm sure Emily will snap a picture of this here so that we can post it, that we're now to kind of go to sleep territory for most locations here across North Mississippi. You'll do a screenshot in the app is probably the best way to do that there. But we're go to sleep for basically everywhere from this blue line back toward the east, which is most locations here in our area. As the storms in Alabama continue to weaken, I think it's be difficult this time of night for them to regenerate farther east. Now, if you're west of the go to sleep area there, then obviously we still have some time here before you can do that. But if you're to the east side there, we're done. You're in good shape. You can click it off. Listen, we're a 24/7 streaming service. We're probably going to keep talking about this a little while here, certainly until that warning is done there for Washington County. But for everywhere back to the east of that, we can go to sleep and we're in good shape. Speaking to those alerts, I'll go ahead and change it over here back to our warnings and alerts. And so that kind of clearly shows that we do continue to have this severe thunderstorm watch for locations in green, meaning it's possible that storms could still be strong to severe. In particular, kind of on the north side of this, you know, or I guess west side of this kind of blue line up here, where the storms are still strong enough to have some spotty wind damage, but most likely going to be that locations back out in Louisiana, Arkansas are the most likely to be impacted, and even then, not as significant as maybe earlier on some of the storms were when they're closer to the Mississippi-Alabama state line. So all of that to clarify, hopefully where we kind of stand on things here is to bring up the chat. Just want to make sure we're clear. We're in good shape there. Unplug it. let's find out, Gabe, if that fixed things on the monitor, if we could, because I believe it probably did. RIP the downtown studio. It is not working. Okay, interesting. I'll have to check the drivers on that when we get off of the air, because it's almost always a weird driver thing. West Memphis, Arkansas. Yeah, this is heading toward you, and the storms up there are fairly heavy right now. Again, we don't officially cover the West Memphis area, but you'll notice here as we kind of go from north to south on these storms that these have really kind of flared up. Some strong wind gusts here. Certainly Marion, you're at the peak right now. It should be diminishing within probably the next 15 minutes or so, as that continues to kind of go through a bit of a weakening phase as that passes through. They're just north of the Mississippi-Tennessee state line. These storms here are below severe limits along 61. I don't see anything here that's overly concerning. Gets a little heavier once you get down here closer to Webb and Drew and Sunflower and Indianola. Then obviously the storms that are kind of borderline severe down here into the Delta and into Greenville there. That's one of them that we are watching. Go back to that camera there in Greenville just to kind of get some ground truth on that. And then the strongest part of that is just a little bit south of town. Appreciate our partners with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers on this camera network here. As I'm looking south and now southwest and sort of west, you can see how we're kind of underneath that. So this is, sometimes they'll call it, I think, kind of the whale's mouth, like you're inside. I mean, have you ever looked up inside a mouth, which is kind of gross? How it kind of has the ridges and sort of look there on your soft palate up there. Kind of looks like a cloud soft palate from underneath. And the front edge there is kind of where the teeth is, where that kind of leading edge of the strong gusty wind out there to the west. And so then you start to get some of the wind here. And if you're going to see the severe weather, it's going to be what's to the left of this, which is what's a little south of town. We're looking sort of southwestward out of that camera there. This is that strong gusty wind, the strongest part of which is just a little bit south of town at this point. It's not to say you're not going to have some wind damage up there into town, but as I bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, I think it's most significant mainly to the south at this point here.
Yeah, I would agree.
Agree? Okay. I'll switch you over to the Chroma Wall trade places here for a minute,
okay,
if that's all right. Again, as we kind of bring it back in here, one of the things Gabe's going to kind of look at, he'll look at the hail potential on these storms. He'll also kind of take a closer look at some of the reports coming in as we're been tracking these storms for quite a while. Unfortunately, a lot of folks still without power. So let me go ahead and clear off the go to sleep. Maybe that's a good reason to go to sleep, assuming I'm also sitting in a house with air conditioning, so I cannot complain too much. Our prayers with those folks that Gabe had extensive power outages earlier this year and now are hopefully not nearly as long. I mean, will not be nearly as long, but there could be a night where some folks don't get it all the way back up there in Tishomingo County, considering the quantity of people affected.
And it's important that if it's not back by Thursday morning, that we have plans in place to stay cool, because the temperatures are once again going to be in the mid to upper 90s for some of feels like values up around 110 once again. So we want to make sure that we're finding ways to stay cool. And while it's fine right now, I'm not going to say it's good, but it's fine right now. We can bear it. Heading into 8, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, if that power is still not restored, we will need to find a location to go. So at least with this scenario, we can travel. Whereas back in January, a little bit of a different story in order to take care of our the heat back then. Well, now it's air, being that it is summer. So get those plans in place, and hopefully power crews are able to restore as much as they can overnight. But there's a big uphill battle ahead to get that power restored. So as we look at these thunderstorms moving through North Mississippi, a large part of those continue to be on the below severe limits side of things, except for one, and that's this one out towards Greenville and Washington County, that having a limited hail potential to it. Let me look on that loop over the last couple of minutes. As I've been looking at things behind the scenes, have maybe missed a couple of scans. So as it's kind of worked its way there, that jutting out portion that's right along that boundary, I see that faint boundary there kind of building in. So towards Wayside and up there towards Aldridge and Arcola, that's that triple point that I'm watching for, to where we could be talking about some of those small hailstones reaching the surface. That will eventually try to make its way to Greenville, but it's just a matter of holding together. And these storms have not really held together for long. Once they kind of peak in intensity, they start to diminish on out. Now winds, they're looking way better. It's the hail that is starting to become a little bit more of a focus heading into this evening. Our True Shield Roofing hail swath indicating some of those hail returns there. It does usually go about a scan behind, so that's why it's not lining up with Wayside and Arcola. But as we get more data, that should become a point of emphasis as we get further into the night. So another thing that I'm watching for are those storm tops. You know, earlier on where we see those purples pop up, that's where we were talking about, what, 60,000 feet on those storm tops, now coming down to about 50,000. That is still intense, but it does show a diminishing factor as that boundary kind of gets out ahead and limits that severe weather potential into those overnight hours. So what I'm hopeful for is that the National Weather Service in Jackson will kind of shave that off, if not fully expired a little bit early, as it is about 8:07 right now. The warning's in place until 8:30, but it's also in place until 8:30 out towards Arkansas. So wouldn't be shocked at all if they start to shave off some of that warning a little bit more, as they've already had a few moments ago. So we'll keep eyes on it all the way through North Mississippi and the coverage area, I guess now Central Mississippi, but I'm not impressed with what I'm seeing there and not expecting a ton of reports out of the Washington County area overnight either. As we look at the rest of the line, those should remain below severe limits as well. A large part of that is going to be the heavy rainfall and some of those sub-severe gusts that could be impactful to some of those areas susceptible from the ice storm. I do want to look back on the back side of this. Hang on one second. Let me see what real quick. You know, it might be real. This might be because we've been live for 6 hours now, but it does look like we almost have kind of a counterclockwise flow for a little bit there, where we might be getting a little bit of a low pressure center to form, but I mean, real disorganized there. And what I'm trying to look at here is the wind. You kind of see that intensify a bit back there towards Charleston, and that would be where those that counterclockwise flow trying to kind of get around there towards Charleston along portions of 55. So wouldn't be shocked at all if we're seeing some gustier conditions out towards western portions of Yalobusha County and towards Tallahatchie County. The leading edge, not really the concern right now, but as those winds kind of wrap around, on a larger scale, not talking about anything tornadic, that's where we could be seeing some of those stronger gusts. So that's an area that stands out, so we'll continue to monitor there, but I'm not expecting any severe thunderstorm warning. But you almost see that counterclockwise movement to it. Looking at it, you can definitely see a little bit there.
I'm not concerned. I'm not particularly concerned. I think it's just, you get that far away from a radar site, like you're looking probably a mile or so up in the air. So I don't think there's anything to worry about with that. I think there's still going to be some gusty winds, but that'd be about it.
Well, what I'm thinking, and I'll just pick your brain for a second, and this is why I'm not necessarily concerned with it, but I think that we could be seeing kind of a surge of those winds behind that main leading edge where we get maybe 30 mile an hour winds up to maybe 40 mile an hour gusts possible, and that's including parts of Tallahatchie County where the main event has moved on through, but maybe still getting some of those gustier conditions back behind it.
Let's see here. So I'm going to go to the, I should have meso water vapor. Let's see here. And we're not going to have enough on there to work with. Maybe meso IR, because we should have 1 minute data in here. I'm not going to get too bent out of shape over that. I do think that there's going to be strong gusty winds. I think we're just in an area we're not going to have a good look at it.
I gotcha.
On that. That's at least my thought, kind of looking at it. I would also say that, we've been all over this Greenville storm, and it's basically in town at this point here. And yet I'm not seeing necessarily anything that's full on severe on it at this point. We'll move the camera a little bit, just kind of double check. Yeah, that's moving around pretty well. So we're up fairly high on a tower there. Getting 90 with the last report there at 12 miles per hour. Though it's probably a little faster than that at that spot there.
Yeah, I would agree. Definitely not a time for soccer either. I just see the soccer goals on the field. So.
Yeah. I mean, with the heat as well, it hasn't exactly been the time there. So severe thunderstorm warning does continue there, with the heaviest portion of that just a little south of the Greenville area. Gabe and Emily, I think we might try this whole news thing, which we weren't planning on doing live tonight. But but I think we'll give it a go to see if we programmed it all correctly or how much we programmed correctly. Emily, are you ready to give it a go behind the scenes? I'm waiting for a thumbs up. Let's go ahead and, okay, we'll check here in just a second. Gabe, you take over for just a second here.
Okay, well, I will say I still have to make a forecast. So for our 9 and 10 o'clock show, we've been so busy during the afternoon that haven't had a full opportunity to just yet. But, you know, one of the things that we've been talking about is how models have just underdone rain chances and rain coverage and storm chances and storm coverage. So one of the things we're going to be talking about coming up at 9 and 10 o'clock tonight is what models have and why we A, believe it, or B, don't believe it. And we'll be talking more in detail about that coming up later on tonight. So as we watch this severe thunderstorm warning through the rest of Washington County, yes, it is in place until 8:30, but I'm not seeing anything overly concerning right now with what I'm looking at there. Maybe some of those stronger gusts just west of Hollandale, but the heaviest portions out there just in eastern sections of Louisiana, or I guess that would be Arkansas there. We're right on the state line. So yeah, I think it's moving out of here by this point if it were to intensify into something major.
Yeah, absolutely. Emily, I'm going to go ahead and run it for you here behind the scenes. Like I said a minute ago, but yeah, the most intense part of this is not the part that's in Mississippi. Kind of look at the latest on that there.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's not to say that some of this up there doesn't have some sporadic wind gusts with it, but I think the worst is probably south. Appreciate that, Gabe. We'll talk to you here in a minute. So I'm going to disengage from links at this point so you can get the forecast updated on there, and we'll get to go. It'll take me a minute to kind of do that. Okay, so let's bring Emily back in here for a moment, and obviously this is your big news debut on Mississippi Live, and as it would turn out, we went ahead and blew it out with weather, which happened from time to time at the TV station. So I guess it's not the first time you've had to deal with my, you know what, when it comes to that.
No, your antics, I'm used to them for the last 15 years. So why would today be any different?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't, obviously. So you've, obviously, for those that don't know, you were at the TV station with me for a long time there. And then, obviously, transitioning with us here. We're glad to have you a part of the team.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here. I've been a journalist for 25 years now, 15 here in Tupelo. It's an honor and a privilege, and I'm so very excited to be doing this with you guys. So, hey, let's get started. Hey, everyone. Good evening. It is good to see you. Of course, I'm Emily Leonard for Mississippi Live. Again, just thank you for joining us for our very first newscast in and amongst all of the weather. And since we've been talking so much about damage and weather, hey, let's start with some good news, right? Another business expansion happening in Northeast Mississippi, and guess what that means? That means more jobs. Auto Parts Manufacturing Mississippi is expanding in Lee County to the tune of $53 million and 28 new jobs. Yeah, applause all around, right? APMM works very closely with Toyota and specializes in metal stamping, molding, plastics, and a whole lot more. They started in 2007, and they don't plan on stopping anytime soon.
Up to 28 team members.
That's over 5 years.
Over 5 years. It's great news for our community. It allows our team members to work close to home, and it allows a stable future for them. Yeah, this just establishes APMM in our community and allows us to be here for a long time.
You know, we hear a lot about these expansions, but what does this really mean for you at home? For me, we will talk with the Lee County Board of Supervisors President Barry Parker about that coming up. Hopefully we'll be able to put that online for you, or maybe have it at 10 o'clock. We'll see. We'll see what Mother Nature does. So you probably know this next guy. He's the guy who lives in the mall for a week every year. We're talking about Scott Burns, and he has been doing it for 20 years to raise money for his fellow veterans. But this Saturday, y'all, he is rolling up his sleeping bag for the last time. Overall, he has raised more than $1 million. So you're going to want to go by the mall at Barnes Crossing in Tupelo to see him, or better yet, you can donate. You can read all about this story in the Northeast Mississippi Daily Journal. And as we continue to celebrate our veterans and, of course, our country's 250th birthday this Saturday, check out the Northeast Mississippi Daily Journal for all of the information on the going-ons of this region on July 4th, as well as Tupelo's picnic in the park. In Corinth, former Corinth Superintendent Lee Childress wants his case moved out of the county. Childress is charged with hindering prosecution in connection with the Wilson James case. James is a former Corinth middle school teacher accused of using AI to make explicit images of his students. Now, Childress says that extensive media coverage, as well as numerous threats of violence, is why he wants this case moved out. Well, details on that story, you can read it in the Daily Corinthian. And then they came to an agreement. Lowndes County supervisors and the City of Columbus City Council agreed to settle debt related to housing city inmates at the detention center. Bit of a discrepancy on who thought who owed how much, but the two parties did agree, and now the county will pay $321,480 for housing inmates since March 2025. More in the dispatch. All right, everyone, that is our first broadcast. Before I let you guys go, just a bit of an update as far as weather conditions go up in Alcorn County. Evan Gibbons, the EMA director up there, asked if they had seen any damage, and he says, no, ma'am, just very minor damages that have been reported to us, tree limbs, and of course, power outages, which seems to be the story for a lot of folks across the area tonight after those storms came whipping through. Matt, some people still tonight sitting without power.
Absolutely, and hopefully that'll be something that gets restored here fairly soon. That was a pretty decent first run. Got to work on that monitor behind you, not wanting to flip stuff. Apparently all the monitors are revolting against me today.
You know what, all things considered, I'm going to take it as a win. I'm taking the W after sitting here on standby since 2:30.
Hey, you did a great job, yeah. And I think coming up tonight, we'll have that report that you had with the folks at the or not CDF, I guess that'd be Lee County Board of Supervisors. You know, big deal, $53 million is a huge investment.
It really is a big investment, and Barry Parker talked to us about what this really means, because so many of us just sit at home and go, oh, that's great, but how does it affect the person that's watching TV or just sitting on their couch? Well, Barry's got that answer for you, and we'll have that for you a little later on.
I'm looking for that. Thank you, Emily. We'll have that, of course, at 9 o'clock here and during our broadcast then. As we bring you back here into the Weather Center this evening, Mama Justice Doppler showing that storm over top of the Greenville area. I'm going to steal the mouse from you, Gabe, here for just a moment. We're going to pop up that camera in Greenville as if we haven't shown it enough this evening, but it's kind of our best eyeball look at how heavy and strong things are. We're at that time of year where we still have great visibility this late in the evening. Gabe, the mouse is yours again, as we'll kind of pan the camera around and up here as well, just sort of kind of watching from multiple directions there in Greenville. You see, so we're looking kind of south. You can kind of see the edge of getting where it's the heaviest there. It has like a really rough sort of look to the way, Okay, I'll worry about that here in a minute. We might have had a double microphone on Emily there. In fact, I know what happened on that, and I bet that's related to the other thing that happened. But anyway, we'll get that figured out here. Camera there in Greenville again, showing some of the heavy precipitation that we have out there, kind of moving into locations south of town in particular, where they are the strongest. There is a storm out west of town as well, but again, the strongest part is the one that's kind of exiting there into Arkansas. So continuing to obviously track that eastward for folks there. Weird feedback during the double screen takes. I know what the problem is on that, by the way. I think I had Emily's mic on twice on that, but I had to kind of build something on the two box. Emily, stand up for me real quick again. I'm going to hit it one more time just so I can make sure that I know what the problem is here. Okay, and give me a moment. So your mic there, my mic. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, I think we're okay. It does not look like we have double mics, but I'll have to double check the routing on that.
It double mic.
Problem is every
heard
time
an
I
echo.
add a studio here, we got, say again, Gabe?
I heard an echo.
Right now?
Yes.
Okay, how about now?
Check 1 2. Still have it.
Okay. You hear yourself echoing?
Yes. On your end.
We'll get it figured out. So we're close. Not quite there yet. Thank you, Emily, for being our guinea pig today and for all the hard work you put in. I know. Close is a good starting point on all of this. Current time is 8:21. I do think we're probably going to go ahead and shut down this live stream here in just a minute. Here's why. First and foremost, the warning does continue there for locations around Greenville. Still a decent amount of lightning. As we check out our camera there in the Greenville area, Gabe, I'm going to have to take the mouse from you for a moment. You can see again the lightning that we have talked about. Going back to the radar on Mama Justice Doppler radar, the heaviest part of that is to the south of town, honestly, not even necessarily truly in the Greenville city limits or anything like that. Now we do show again this line of storms back here, Indianola moving there eastward, again moving toward Dermott as we kind of pull down our big thing there. Obviously most of the neighborhoods we see here again in the next 5-10 minutes showing up on there. I've got a lot of different folks with that as it moves eastward through the Delta, pretty much right along 61. A lot of those locations, you know, a lot of folks live there right along US 61. Let's extend it out a little bit beyond that. And there we go. Heading towards, say, Cleveland by about 8:27. Again, we've been watching for you in Cleveland for quite a while. Benoit at about 8:53. Watson at 9:09 there, moving toward Ark City, Arkansas at about 9:10, 9:17 for Glidden. And so that means obviously out of there at that point in time. I do still see a decent number of lightning strikes on that camera. Lightning doesn't necessarily perfectly equate over to severe weather. In this case, if we kind of show all of the folks that are that are dealing with power outages at this point, that's a lot across the state. I'll turn off our watches again for a moment. That's a lot of people without power at this time. About 48% of folks there northwest of Canton that are out of power. That equates out to about 600 because it's not the most populated county, or at least not the greatest monitoring of all the counties we have. For our area, Tishomingo County with some pretty significant numbers. Up there in Shelby County, Tennessee, they're at about 14,000. And then Itawamba County, Marion County, Alabama, and Panola counties are kind of right up there for some of the larger numbers in our area. Do expect to continue to have these power reports being restored over the next few hours here. And we appreciate everyone for joining our chat, following us online as we kind of hit our first newscast of the day, first newscast of the ever, which again will be something that's embedded within our broadcast there as well. Only when Emily speaks. Yeah, we'll work on that echo here in a minute. We'll test that, I think, behind the scenes. I should be able to kind of pull that up. So we'll be able to listen to that and check that here in a minute. So we appreciate y'all. Was it the entire time Emily speaks? What about Ayuka? So Emily's was fine. It was the 2-box. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's part of the way the audio is routed on the 2-box. We'll get there. Was it me echoing or was it her? So she was the one echoing on that too. I know what it is. It's her audio routing through Gabe, through Gabe's earpiece. That's probably what it is. So we'll get that taken care of. Anyway, so Ayuka, we are, and I would say that this is, we showed this a little bit ago, and let's make sure we're clear on this as well. I know that there's no power up there. If I'm in Ayuka, I am loving what we do here, but shutting off my phone and saving some power because it's probably going to be out for a little while here. So we'll make sure that is kind of shut down and shut off so that we're kind of keeping that all charged up. But we're done with severe weather in all locations now. National Weather Service there in Jackson has dropped the final warning that we had. So we're going to go ahead and suspend this broadcast at this point in time here. Our next live broadcast scheduled for 9 p.m. here in the here on Mississippi Live. Our premier partner again, St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. If you have not taken the opportunity yet, you can donate to St. Jude by going in the Mississippi Live Weather app. There's a link in there so you can buy your ticket to the St. Jude Dream Home giveaway in Tupelo. Whether you're in Tupelo or not, you could still win a house valued at more than $725,000. $100 ticket could win you that. One of the best giveaways you can get there. Best for your bang for your buck. And help cure cancer at the same time. So thankful to be partnering once again this year with St. Jude as part of Mississippi Live. We'll see you at 9 and 10.
Growing up, Gabe was naturally curious. When he began to discover weather, Gabe just didn't want to know what was happening, but he wanted to know why it was happening. Gabe became fascinated with tornadoes, and it impacted his life. He wanted to pursue a career in meteorology. Even though Gabe grew up in Alabama, Mississippi has now become his home and his family. And one thing about Gabe is he keeps his family safe.